One peaceful morning at a major hospital on Earth, a rather strange story began to unfold. The scene was the hospital's neurology department. A young doctor studied the patient carefully and confirmed that, according to him, everyone he looked at turned into a pig. Yi Chuan didn't argue or explain, but his silence felt like an admission. The female doctor blushed slightly, leaned closer and joked, "So in your eyes, am I a pig too?" He calmly looked at her for a moment and confirmed that she was. In Yi Chuan's vision, her pretty face had been replaced by a shiny pink pig, leaving the doctor both embarrassed and annoyed by the strangest case she had ever seen. As if realizing something, her expression shifted, as she felt it was a pity for someone as handsome as Yi Chuan to suffer from this condition. After calming down, she slightly lowered her lab coat zipper and revealed some fair skin, claiming it was part of a medical examination. In her view, she first needed to check whether his normal physical responses were still functioning. Smiling confidently, she asked Yi Chuan what he was seeing right now. She believed no mental issue could make someone see a beauty like her as a pig, but in Yi Chuan's eyes, the attractive curves on her chest had become two pig heads smiling at him. Aside from looking shocked, he stuck to the same conclusion and felt completely hopeless about why such a bizarre sight could still affect him. Hearing that, the doctor immediately zipped her coat back up, stepped away, and angrily called him a lunatic. After a while, the awkward atmosphere finally settled down, and she moved on to a serious diagnosis. Pointing at a spine model on the desk, she explained that his body had multiple abnormalities, some even compressing nerves and heavily affecting the brain's visual processing area, which was likely why he saw everyone as pigs. Yi Chuan simply nodded because what he needed wasn't the cause but a cure. With a helpless sigh, the doctor explained that treatment would require adjustments to both his spine and brain, but the success rate was extremely low, and failure could leave him paralyzed from the neck down. Even after hearing that warning, Yi Chuan remained as calm as if he were listening to a weather forecast. He then asked if she was finished and casually requested his spine back, leaving the doctor stunned. When she realized, he thought the model on the desk was his real spine. Seeing that serious yet innocent expression, she felt even more sorry for such a handsome young man suffering from a severe mental disorder. The story then shifted to a busy street packed with people. On a crowded bus, Yi Chuan hugged his medical records while fighting sleep, while the passengers around him kept their distance, after noticing the words "severe mental illness" on the folder. This young man's name was Yi Chuan. Since childhood, he had always seen people as walking pigs, possibly because his parents worked in the pork slaughtering business. Normally, it wasn't a major problem, except when it came to finding a girlfriend. Today was Profession Awakening Day, when people could become warriors, mages, healers, or archers. Yi Chuan was nervous that his strange condition might ruin the process, while also hoping everything would disappear after the ceremony. His destination was Chingcheng Academy, where thousands of young people gathered each year for the awakening ceremony. As he stepped through the school gates and into the crowd, everyone in Yi Chuan's eyes looked like two-legged pigs in uniforms pushing through one another. Thinking about his future, he couldn't help but worry. Just then, a sweet female voice pulled him back to reality. The girl called his name, complained that he was late, then quickly ran over and gently patted his arm. But in Yi Chuan's vision, that small hand looked exactly like a round pig's trotter smacking his arm. He quickly turned around, but instead of seeing a beauty, he saw a chubby pig person grinning happily at him. Seeing Yi Chuan give her that familiar look again, the girl became both annoyed and embarrassed and pouted as she asked why he always treated her that way. Yi Chuan stayed silent because he truly had no idea how to explain it. From beginning to end, he had never known what she really looked like and only felt immense pressure whenever a pig girl hugged him. At that moment, another female student teased Xu Lingxuan, asking if she was clinging to Yi Chuan again and giving everyone daily relationship envy. Someone beside her added that the two had been childhood friends for years, and maybe after awakening their professions, they would get married and raise a whole bunch of kids. The teasing made Xu Lingxuan blush bright red, as she kept insisting everyone got it wrong. She quickly dragged Yi Chuan away, and in his eyes, it was just a red-faced pig chattering beside him, creating a feeling he couldn't even describe. The scene shifted inside Chingcheng Academy, where students lined up by number, nervously waiting for the big moment. The host's voice echoed through the hall, announcing the awakening ceremony was about to begin, and years of training would be tested through strength, speed, and spiritual power. The principal reminded everyone to focus, because Today's profession would almost decide their future, and a heightier combat class could completely change their fate. The tension tightened as students stepped toward the awakening statue one by one, and at the signal, the first student walked up. The statue flashed with light and quickly displayed the result. life profession, intermediate welder. The student froze in disbelief. The result disappointed many, and even the principal could only shake his head. The next student stepped forward and awakened a life profession, advanced builder. The third result was also a life profession, low-level engineer, and 3 non-combat classes in a row made the hall buzz with whispers. The pressure mounted as the fourth student trembled while approaching the statue. After a brief hesitation, he finally placed his hand on the stone. This time it was different, as the statue burst with intense light and released faint golden rays across the hall. After a few tense seconds, the result appeared. Combat class, shadowless blade, rare tier, and the entire hall first fell silent, then exploded with noise. Gasps filled the air as many witnessed a rare class like shadowless blade for the first time. The principal hurried over with excitement and asked for the student's name. The boy answered confidently, introducing himself as Liu Jinglong, completely different from his earlier nervous look. The principal laughed loudly, ignoring his slight arrogance, and said he would personally meet his parents later to discuss his future. Leaving the platform to loud cheers, Liu Jinglong held his head high, knowing his fate had changed. The ceremony continued as the principal checked the list and called the next name, Ye Chuan. All eyes turned toward him as Ye Chuan calmly walked forward, while Shuling Xuan watched with a flushed face, cheering him on. Principal Zhang Ming looked at Ye Xuan's back with mixed feelings, knowing about his perception issues, yet shocked that his total stats in strength, agility, and spirit reached 10 points, far above the normal average of 3. Silently hoping for a miracle, he watched as Ye Xuan calmly placed his hand on the awakening stone. In that instant, a brilliant light exploded outward, followed by a powerful gust that sent hair and clothes flying and forced the crowd to step back. The principal widened his eyes as he saw a rare violet gold light appear. At the same time, glowing words formed on the stone, shocking everyone. God-tier class, God-tier pig butcher. Yi Chuan stood frozen, eyes wide as he read the words pig butcher. The principal snapped out of his excitement and went stiff, never expecting a God-tier class to carry such a bizarre name. When the full details appeared, everyone realized it was actually a life profession called God-tier pig butcher. The hall fell silent for a moment, then burst into laughter, as no one imagined a God-tier class would be linked to slaughtering pigs. The principal's face turned ugly, because in all his years, it was rare to see a God-tier talent, yet this one seemed tied to the most ordinary job. If it had been blacksmith, alchemist, or healer, he could have celebrated. But the higher the expectation, the deeper the disappointment. In the end, the principal could only sigh and tell Ye Chuan to step down. At that very moment, something in Ye Chuan's eyes suddenly changed. A special interface appeared before him. The class system activated. Yi Chuan, Level 1 Apprentice, Strength 5, Agility 3, Spirit 2. Talent Pig Bane deals 50 extra damage to pigs, and each pig killed adds 1 stack while reducing 50 damage taken from pig-type creatures. Talent God Slaying Blade lets him choose 1 weapon as his butcher knife, and every pig killed with it grants 0.1 free stat points. He also gained Level 1 skill Blood Shadow Butcher, releasing killing intent to make pig-type targets fear for 1 second. Yi Chuan froze for a few seconds, then his body trembled slightly. When he read the bonus damage against pigs, the corner of his mouth slowly lifted. For the first time in his life, he felt his strange condition might not be a curse. He raised his head and looked at the people around him. The familiar scene remained unchanged. Everywhere in his eyes were pigs. As Ye Chuan stepped down from the platform, countless gazes locked onto him. Some felt pity, some showed disdain, and others laughed, because a God-tier class that slaughtered pigs felt like a cruel joke. If it had been a God-tier combat class, top academies would already be fighting over him. Liu Jinglong openly mocked him, saying he thought Ching Chung would produce a real genius, but it turned out to be just a pig butcher. The crowd immediately echoed him, praising Liu Jinglong while ridiculing Yi Chuan. In their eyes, even with the God-tier title, this class was worthless, not even comparable to many high-level life professions, and some even claimed Ching Chung's only true genius was Liu Jinglong. Amid the waves of mockery, a gentle voice spoke up. Shuling Xuan stepped forward to comfort Yi Chuan, joking that he had simply inherited his family trade, then tiptoed to pat his head softly. Yi Chuan thanked her quietly. They had been neighbors since childhood, and their families once hoped they would end up together. But in his eyes, she had always looked like a chubby pink pig, making romance nearly impossible. Seeing this scene, many students around them grew jealous. In their eyes, Shuling Xuan was outstanding, yet she gave Yi Chuan special attention. Just then, the principal called the next name on the list, Shuling Xuan. She playfully stuck out her tongue and ran toward the altar, joking that she might inherit her mother's tailoring or her father's brewing, but no matter what, she wanted to stay by Ye Chuan's side. Her words stunned Yi Chuan, as he realized her feelings ran deeper than he had thought. while most people were still busy discussing his gaudier butcher class. But the moment Xu Lingxuan placed her hand on the awakening stone, a shocking change erupted. A dense black beam shot into the sky, staining the air in eerie darkness, and the once noisy courtyard fell into absolute silence. Only after a terrified shout did the frozen atmosphere finally break. Someone yelled with a trembling voice that a legendary tier class had appeared. Every gaze focused on the girl standing inside the strange black pillar of light. Already beautiful, Xu Lingxuan now looked like a descending goddess as the stone revealed the result. Legendary combat class, Dupo Sword Immortal. Principal Jiang Ming stared at the black beam in disbelief, knowing her parents only had life professions, yet she awakened a legendary combat class, a rare mutation beyond logic. His face flushed red from overwhelming excitement. He rushed over and passionately promised the academy would devote all its resources to nurture her, no matter what she needed. Unlike everyone else's excitement, Xu Lingxuan showed no joy, and after politely thanking him, she quietly stepped down. Whispers spread everywhere, as one held a gaudier butcher class, while the other was a legendary sword immortal, and everyone wondered what would become of them. Many believed the gap was now too wide. One was a rising genius, the other a mocked outcast, and in their eyes, they had stepped onto two completely different paths. Facing her, Ye Chuan simply smiled and sincerely congratulated her. But Xu Lingxuan's eyes were filled with complicated emotions, as if she was struggling with something. After a brief silence, she said that what they once had no longer mattered. Then she bluntly declared that from now on, they no longer belonged to the same world, leaving Ye Chuan slightly surprised. The crowd immediately looked at him with gloating expressions, since she had just publicly cut ties with him. Yet Ye Chuan calmly replied with just two simple words, as if completely unaffected. His calm reaction was mistaken for forced composure, and Xu Lingxuan believed he was pretending to be strong. She continued explaining her thoughts. Her voice trembled as she asked him not to blame her, and hoped they would have nothing to do with each other in the future. Ye Chuan found it almost amusing. In his eyes, she was just a pig acting superior, and cutting ties brought him relief rather than pain, so he simply excused himself to leave. At that moment, Liu Jinglong stepped beside Xu Lingxuan and offered to teach Ye Chuan a lesson, but when she showed no interest, he redirected his frustration elsewhere. Meanwhile, Ye Chuan was busy thinking about where to find pigs to hunt for experience, completely ignoring Liu Jinglong's call, which only made him angrier. Feeling humiliated, Liu Jinglong shouted and lunged to grab Ye Chuan's arm, unable to endure the embarrassment any longer. Ye Chuan merely gave him a cold glance and stayed silent. Yet that calm look made Liu Jinglong feel like he was locked onto by a terrifying predator. A chill ran down his spine, forcing him to stumble backward until he fell to the ground. His face froze as he couldn't understand what just happened. For a split second, under Ye Chuan's gaze, he felt like a pig tied to a slaughter table. Seeing him fall, the crowd burst into laughter, and someone even helped him up while asking what happened. Humiliated in public, Liu Jinglong turned red with rage and pointed at Ye Chuan while shouting insults. Losing control, the rare combat class user threw a punch at Ye Chuan, and even without a blade, his fist carried sharp blade-alike force. Ye Chuan didn't retreat and punched back, his superior base stats combined with Pig Bane, causing his strength to surge instantly. The two fists collided with a loud explosive crack. Liu Jinglong's expression changed as he screamed and staggered back, his hand twisted and broken from the clash. The entire crowd was stunned by the outcome. Liu Jinglong stared at his injured arm in disbelief, unable to accept that a so-called life profession butcher had shattered his hand. Ye Chuan calmly said that as a pig butcher, having a bit more strength was normal, then asked if Liu Jinglong couldn't even beat a so-called waste like him. What did that make him? The surrounding students were completely shaken by this unimaginable result. In pain and humiliation, Liu Jinglong nearly went insane and roared that he would kill Ye Chuan. A cold spiritual aura erupted as a sharp energy blade formed in his hand, the signature skill of the Shadowless Blade. Seeing him truly unleash his combat power, the crowd hurriedly backed away, believing Ye Chuan was now in real danger. Confident in victory, Liu Jinglong raised the blade and threatened that if Ye Chuan knelt and apologized, he would let it go. Otherwise, he would settle everything right here. The humiliation in front of so many people had pushed him beyond reason. But just before the fight exploded, strange white snowflakes suddenly fell from the sky, wrapping around Liu Jinglong and freezing him in place, while a terrifying sword intent descended and suppressed him completely. Turning toward the source of that power, Liu Jinglong burned with anger when he saw it was Xu Lingxuan. Facing a legendary class like hers, he knew he had zero chance, and Xu Lingxuan coldly ordered him to stop. Snowflakes kept falling around her as the temperature dropped, and with an icy expression, She said she didn't want them fighting because of her. She then walked up to Yi Chuan and proudly declared that the gap between them was now too wide, and this intervention was her final gift to their past. Hearing that, Yi Chuan found it ridiculous and couldn't understand why the pig in front of him was so confident. Before leaving, Xu Lingshuan warned him to quit the academy soon, because if Liu Jinglong sought revenge again, she would not help next time. Yi Chuan simply yawned and walked away, not caring about her warning at all. Watching his back disappear, many thought he looked lonely and defeated, but some noticed he never once cared about her cutting ties. On his way home, he walked alone in silence, thinking about the system and how to level up quickly. As he turned a corner, loud barking rang out, and a scruffy gray dog blocked his path while its owner stood behind it with an unpleasant smile. The noise irritated Yi Chuan instantly. In his vision, it was the usual sight, a four-legged pig standing beside a two-legged pig, both unfriendly. Keeping basic manners, Yi Chuan politely asked the woman to move her dog since it was blocking his way. The woman reacted harshly, yelling that the road wasn't his, and lecturing him about loving animals, even questioning his manners. Yi Chuan let out a helpless sigh, as he had no interest in arguing since he needed to confirm something important. Without hesitation, he walked up to the animal and kicked it repeatedly, killing the dog on the spot and leaving the woman screaming in shock. Trembling, she rushed to the corpse and cried out to it as if calling her own child. The familiar system voice sounded, notifying Yi Chuan that he had eliminated a target, gained a piglet drop, 0.1 experience, and 1 extra point of race suppression damage. Only then did he fully confirm his guess, realizing his condition had become an advantage, because in his eyes all creatures were pigs, so the suppression effect applied to everything, even dogs. The woman finally snapped out of it and charged at him in fury, but Yi Chuan remained calm. He casually took out his medical record and held it in front of her. The woman froze as she read it, her face turning pale. Seeing her reaction, Yi Chuan knew the trouble was over and calmly asked if she had anything else to say before he left. She stood stiff like a statue, never expecting the person she provoked to be a mental patient, and realized she couldn't handle him if he truly went mad. In an instant, her attitude changed, her face forcing a friendly smile as she even told him to take care of his health. Putting away the record, Yi Chuan continued home. After returning, he told his parents about awakening the god-tier pig butcher, and surprisingly, Yu Jingzhu and Yi Jiwan showed no disappointment. They happily accepted the news, as if it were something worth celebrating. Yi Jiwan even felt his son following. His trade was good, at least safer than fighting monsters, and decided to take him to the slaughterhouse tomorrow, believing he would become the most famous butcher in humanity. After talking with his parents that night, Yi Chuan went to bed early to prepare for tomorrow, since every pig he killed would make him stronger. But outside Yi Jiyuan's window, a dark figure in tight clothing suddenly appeared. Yi Jiwan quickly noticed the man and warned him in a low voice that his son was just an ordinary butcher, so stop disturbing their family. The man in black frowned. To him, a god-level butcher was anything but normal. He even mocked Yi Jiyuan, asking if Yi Xuan was really his biological son or if they should run a DNA test. That comment instantly turned Yi Jiyuan's face ice cold, and a terrifying aura began to leak out. The pressure spread everywhere as he warned again, "Stay away from my family, or face the consequences." The man in black let out a strange laugh and said he was only joking, telling him not to take it so seriously. The next morning, Ye Xuan followed his father to the slaughterhouse, where he had worked for years. The moment he stepped inside, the thick smell of blood and livestock waste hit him hard. Ye Jiwan seemed pleased by the curious stares around them and led his son to his workstation. There, he owned a full set of professional slaughter knives. In his words, a good butcher must first have the right weapon, so he told Yi Xuan to pick the knife that suited him best. After observing for a while, Yi Xuan chose a thick and extremely heavy blade. The moment he lifted it, he felt its insane weight. Even the blunt edge alone could cause serious damage. Right then, the system popped up. He obtained a special slaughter knife and activated the God-slaying blade effect. Each pig killed would grant 0.1 free attribute points. Yi Jiwan looked at a pig hanging on the conveyor. It struggled and squealed non-stop. He said the first lesson of a butcher is learning how to use the knife. So he told Yi Xuan to handle a pig himself, using pure instinct. He reminded him to strike the vital spot and finish it in one blow. Slightly nervous, Yi Xuan stepped forward. With the God-slaying blade effect active, his eyes turned sharp. Relying on his superior strength, he gripped the handle and brought the blade down hard. The moment the strike landed, the hanging pig let out a piercing scream. Blood sprayed everywhere, dyeing the area red. Just a few seconds later, its life completely faded. The system immediately notified him. Yi Xuan successfully killed a fat pig, gained 1 EXP, 1 damage against pig-type creatures, and 0.1 free attribute points. Seeing the result, Ye Jiyuan smiled in satisfaction. He said Ye Xuan's physique was excellent, but his precision still lacked, or the pig would have died instantly. He continued teaching him to aim straight for the main artery. With perfect speed and decisiveness, the pig wouldn't even have time to scream. Yi Xuan nodded silently. Noticing his son didn't seem very excited, Ye Jiyuan encouraged him, saying killing pigs every day might be boring, but it was the job that fed their family. Before he could finish, Ye Xuan pointed at the pigs ahead and asked to keep going. Realizing his son was truly interested, Ye Jiyuan beamed with pride. He even said if he liked it, he could handle the pigs of other workers too. And just like that, Ye Xuan threw himself into the job. One pig after another fell under his blade, and his skills improved rapidly. At first, he relied on support skills and needed multiple strikes. After getting used to it, 3 cuts were enough. Sometimes, at his peak, 1 clean slash ended it, just like his father. Over time, Ye Xuan's level rose at an astonishing speed. He no longer depended on skills, and his strikes grew fewer. Each pig brought the usual rewards of EXP, bonus damage to pig-type creatures, and free attribute points. By the end of the day, he had slaughtered 49 pigs. His bonus damage against pig-type creatures hit 100, and his 3 main stats rose from 10 to 14.9. If his arms weren't sore, he would have kept going. Ye Jiyuan's co-workers were stunned by Ye Xuan's progress. They even joked that he might not be Ye Jiyuan's real son, since he finished in one day what others needed a whole week to do. Hearing everyone praise his son non-stop, Ye Jiyuan felt extremely proud. He said it was only natural. Ye Xuan had the god-level butcher class. Luckily, it was mainly for killing pigs, or his son might have become someone the world would fear. Meanwhile, Ye Xuan stared at the blade in his hand. He realized something strange. Killing pigs didn't bore him. It felt oddly satisfying. The more he did it, the more excited he became. Maybe normal combat classes weren't even better than his. And then a thought appeared. It was time to step outside the slaughterhouse. A few days later, Ye Xuan put on a backpack and left home. Inside were food, water, some alcohol, and his slaughter knife. Killing pigs was safe, but the growth was too slow. This was a world where countless races coexisted, and monsters were everywhere. Humanity no longer had countries. They had united into the Human Federation with different managed zones. Qing City, where Ye Xuan lived, sat on the edge of Special Zone 5. Step outside human control, and you faced dangerous races, some that hunted humans as food. For combat classes, the wilderness was the fastest way to grow stronger. Staying in the city would never make you truly powerful. Before leaving, Ye Xuan stopped at the city gate to register his departure. The guard warned him that as a life-class profession holder, he should stay within 1 kilometer of the city to avoid danger. Ye Xuan calmly agreed and walked off. His unusual composure caught the guard's attention. The moment he stepped outside the safe zone, everything changed. The lively city vanished. In front of him was wild land covered in weeds. The deeper he went, the quieter it became, until only the sound of wind remained. Entering a dense bush area, Ye Xuan raised his guard. His instincts told him something was watching. He pulled his backpack to the front and rested his hand on the knife handle. A rustling sound came from the grass. Then on a meter tall green humanoid rushed out. It held a short blade and charged at Ye Xuan while screaming. In Ye Xuan's eyes, it still looked like a green pig, but he quickly recognized it as a goblin. Without hesitation, he activated Blood Shadow Butcher. A fierce aura exploded from his body. The sudden pressure made the goblin freeze in panic for a brief second. Ye Xuan seized that moment. He closed the distance and swung. Before the goblin could react, its body was split in half. With his 100 bonus damage against pig-type creatures, the kill was effortless. The system notified him. Ye Xuan killed a special pig with a slaughter knife, gained 5 EXP, 1 pig-type damage, and 0.1 free attribute points. He realized stronger targets meant better rewards. Normal pigs gave only 1 EXP. A goblin gave 5. The time to kill was almost the same. Hunting goblins was clearly more efficient. What he learned in school surfaced in his mind. Goblins were cunning and brutal, always moving in groups. The one in front was usually bait. The real ambush waited behind. That meant more goblins were nearby. Just as expected, green figures stepped out from hiding one by one. Their eyes burned with anger at their fallen companion. But to Ye Xuan, they were walking EXP. He openly provoked them. All the goblins charged at once. Instead of retreating, Ye Xuan rushed straight into the horde with his knife, starting his own hunt. In this world, goblins were at the bottom of the food chain. Without their insane reproduction rate, they would have gone extinct long ago. His first slash dropped the nearest one instantly. The system kept ringing as more goblins fell. EXP, bonus damage, and attribute points kept rising. In Ye Xuan's eyes, these savage goblins were no different from pigs in a slaughterhouse. Find the vital spot, and killing them was just another routine job. Not long after, only one goblin remained alive. Watching its companions die, the last goblin trembled, then turned and fled in panic when it met Ye Xuan's cold gaze. Yi Xuan didn't chase right away. He kept his distance and followed quietly. Goblins lived in tribes. Follow one survivor, find the nest. Just as he expected, the goblin ran into a dark cave and disappeared inside. Yi Xuan stepped in right after. A chilling smile appeared on his face. Soon, miserable screams echoed from deep within the cave, and the smell of blood filled the air. With massive bonus damage and the slaughter skills taught by Ye Jiyuan, Ye Xuan's blade moved at a terrifying speed. 1 hour later, no goblin was left standing. Corpses covered the ground, most with a single fatal cut across the throat. After the fight, he checked the results. In just 1 hour, he killed 73 goblins. The growth speed here far surpassed the slaughterhouse. His stats surged again, and his bonus damage against pig-type creatures reached 120. But he didn't stop. Yi Xuan continued deeper into the cave. The deeper he went, the stronger the stench became. It was almost unbearable. Finally, he found an area blocked by a crude wooden door. Without hesitation, he kicked it open and stepped inside. In front of him stood a woman, and beside her were a few baby goblins. Her clothes were still intact, just dirty, with no signs of abuse. The moment she saw Yi Xuan, her eyes lit up with hope. Even with her mouth gagged, she tried to cry for help. But in Ye Xuan's twisted perception, all living beings looked like pigs. Her trembling and muffled cries stirred no emotion. To him, it sounded like livestock before slaughter. With a cold expression, Ye Xuan slowly raised his knife. The action made her burst into tears in fear. She struggled harder, desperately begging for mercy with her muffled voice. In truth, his target wasn't her, but the baby goblins nearby. Even if she looked like a pig in his eyes, her intact clothes proved she hadn't been harmed, and he wasn't someone who killed humans without reason. When she realized Yi Xuan was cutting her ropes, Xiananan froze. Just seconds ago, she thought she was doomed. Many adventurers abandoned victims captured by goblins. Yi Xuan calmly told her not to worry. Every goblin in the cave had been wiped out. After a while, she finally accepted that she had survived. Emotions exploded. She rushed forward, hugged Yi Xuan tightly, and cried while thanking him over and over. She asked in disbelief if he really killed all the goblins by himself. In her eyes, Ye Xuan looked incredibly powerful. Xiananan kept firing questions, even asking about his profession. He answered with silence. Yi Xuan turned to leave the cave. She quickly introduced herself as Xiananan and asked his name. Only then did he reluctantly tell her. Outside, he pointed her toward Qing City and prepared to continue hunting pigs. The feeling of growing stronger after each kill excited him. But after walking some distance, he noticed Xiananan secretly following behind. When she wasn't paying attention, Ye Xuan quietly approached. His sudden appearance made her scream. Yi Xuan demanded to know why she hadn't returned to the city, and even suspected she was a goblin spy. Growing impatient, he drew his knife. The flash of steel made Xiananan turn pale. She quickly explained she was too traumatized to walk back alone. Seeing her reaction, Ye Xuan asked why she came to such a dangerous place in the first place. Xiananan said her mother's birthday was coming. She wanted to find a blood flower as a gift, but was ambushed and captured by goblins. She then noticed cracks on Yi Xuan's knife, so she made a proposal. If he helped her find the blood flower, she would ask the best blacksmith in Qing City to forge him a brand new blade. Yi Xuan didn't believe her right away. He asked if she even knew how expensive the city's top blacksmith was, and told her to just return on her own. Xiananan was confused. She even started wondering if something was wrong with him. She was clearly attractive, yet he stayed cold the whole time. Unwilling to give up, she chased after him and asked if he knew who her father was. Then she revealed she was the daughter of Xia Beihai. The moment he heard that name, Ye Xuan's expression changed. In Qing City, the Xia family was a major force. Xia Beihai was a peak rank 9 master, only one step away from Grandmaster. All his caution vanished. A rare friendly smile appeared on Ye Xuan's face. He was just worrying about getting a better slaughter knife. With the Xia family's wealth, that wouldn't be a problem. To prove her identity, Xiananan showed a token engraved with the character Xia. Her father gave it to her for protection. Ordinary people wouldn't dare harm her. She was only captured because the goblins ambushed her. She added that the goblins hadn't even managed to touch her, which was why she was only imprisoned. Her voice grew softer, clearly embarrassed by her mistake. Yi Xuan stepped closer, examined the token, and confirmed it was genuine. He immediately sheathed his knife and switched to a warm attitude. He promised to help her find the blood flower, as long as she kept her word about the new blade. Xiananan agreed without hesitation. Both smiled, each thinking they had the better deal. Then she took out a map from her pocket. Spreading it on the ground, she pointed to a marked location. According to the info she bought, a blood moon giant python had appeared there. Where it lived, blood moon flowers often grew. Hearing that name, Ye Xuan asked if it was a giant snake. She nodded and said it had strength equal to a rank 9 apprentice. With her current ability, she wasn't confident at all. Unlike her worry, Yi Xuan looked excited. Just hearing about a giant snake made his eyes light up. Xiananan stared at him, unsure if he even understood the danger. Still, remembering how he wiped out a goblin nest, she assumed he had a very special class. Yi Xuan smiled and told her to lead the way. That smile made her uneasy. He felt both reliable and dangerous at the same time, guided by the map. It didn't take long. They encountered the first dangerous creature on the way. Not far ahead, a massive rhinoceros calmly grazed. Its body was covered in thick silver armor that shimmered in the light. Xiananan lowered her voice and said they should avoid it. If enraged, it could reach rank 7 apprentice strength. She suggested going around, but Yi Xuan was already walking forward with his knife. Pointing at the rhino, Ye Xuan said seriously that it ate grass today, but might eat humans tomorrow, so it couldn't be left alive. Xiananan was speechless. She had no idea where that logic came from. Before she could react, Ye Xuan dashed forward at high speed. The rhino finally noticed him, but before it could act, he was already in front of it. The blade sliced through the air. The beast barely lifted its head before its throat was cut open. Then came a flurry of rapid strikes. The massive creature collapsed to the ground, dead without even letting out a roar. Xiananan stood frozen, completely stunned. The silver-horn rhino was famous for its terrifying defense. Its silver armor was like a steel wall. Yet in front of Yi Xuan, it fell as easily as livestock. Watching him end it in one decisive strike, she could hardly believe her eyes. Yi Xuan ignored her reaction. He focused on the system screen. After the fight, he advanced to rank 7 apprentice, and his bonus damage rose to 122. He looked down at his knife. The blade was badly chipped. He couldn't help wondering how much longer it would last. Xiananan quickly ran over, eyes full of curiosity, and asked what his real profession was. Yi Xuan calmly replied in a cold tone that he was just a life class worker, a pig butcher. That answer made Xiananan's eyes widen. In her mind, no life class job could one-shot a silverhorn rhino. While she was still stunned, Yi Xuan began collecting loot. He cut off the silver horn and casually claimed the rhino was probably too old, which was why it died so fast. Just then, Xiananan looked ahead and excitedly said they were close. The blood moon flower wasn't far. At this point, she believed him almost completely. His performance didn't look fake at all. The two continued deeper into the forest, getting closer to their target. Meanwhile, in another area, Zhao Mingping was leading several students, including Zi Lingshuan and Liu Jinglong, on a field training session. As they walked, he observed and evaluated them. In his opinion, everyone performed well in this outdoor practice. Liu Jinglong looked smug as he glanced at Zi Lingshuan, while Zhao Mingping continued praising his favored students. Suddenly, Zhao Mingping's sharp eyes turned toward a section of the forest. He signaled everyone to stop after sensing something unusual. Spotting two figures in the distance, he shouted and told them to show themselves. On this side, Ye Xuan and Xiananan walked forward a bit more. When he saw the group ahead, he felt confused. Why were they here? Yi Xuan froze, staring at those all-too-familiar faces in clear surprise. Xiananan, however, didn't recognize anyone. The moment Liu Jinglong saw Yi Xuan, he got excited, pointed at him, and shouted in disbelief that they met here. Yi Xuan calmly said he was just passing by. Liu Jinglong obviously didn't believe it and immediately accused him of lying. At the same time, a female student sneered, clearly mocking his explanation. Her gaze shifted to Zi Lingshuan, and she deliberately suggested that Yi Xuan still hadn't given up on her and followed her here. The comment drew everyone's attention, and Zi Lingshuan's face darkened. Hearing that wild imagination, Ye Xuan was speechless. He couldn't understand how they came up with that story. Right then, Zi Lingshuan frowned and directly called his name. Yi Xuan listened silently, without interrupting, letting her continue building her own narrative. When Zi Lingshuan repeated what she said during the awakening ceremony, that they now belonged to different worlds, and he should stop appearing around her, Ye Xuan finally felt anger rise, his fists clenching. Beside her, Liu Jinglong took the chance to mock Yi Xuan non-stop and said it was lucky they met today. As he finished speaking, his eyes turned red with fury. Purple energy burst around him, and the blade in his hand emitted a chilling glow. A nearby student widened his eyes in shock. That blade was likely a low-grade yellow-tier spirit weapon. Even Zhao Mingping was stunned. For a rank 4 apprentice to forge a low-grade yellow-tier spirit weapon in such a short time truly deserved the title of genius. At the same time, Zi Lingshuan released her legendary immortal-tier energy. She lifted her chin and coldly warned Yi Xuan to stay away from Qing City. This time, she wouldn't help him. Xiananan frowned and leaned closer, quietly asking Yi Xuan if he had some conflict with them before. Yi Xuan didn't answer directly. Instead, he suddenly asked how much a low-grade yellow-tier spirit weapon was worth. The item could sell for a few $100,000, then wondered if he even understood the situation right now. On the other side, Liu Jinglong felt more annoyed the longer he looked at Yi Chuan, still bitter about losing the spotlight last time. He dragged his blade across the ground, sparks flying, silently swearing to reclaim his lost pride. Then he shot into the air, gripped the saber with both hands, and slashed down at Yi Chuan with everything he had, determined to prove himself, especially in front of Zi Lingshuan. The strike crashed down like thunder, yet Yi Chuan casually blocked it with a butcher knife, not even breaking a sweat. Zhao Mingping froze, and Zi Lingshuan with the girl beside her couldn't believe what they just saw. But Liu Jinglong still thought he had the upper hand, roaring as he poured even more power into his blade. At that moment, Ye Chuan's butcher knife finally gave out under the pressure of the low yellow-grade spirit weapon and snapped in half. Seeing the broken blade stuck in the ground, Liu Jinglong grinned proudly, while Ye Chuan calmly stared at the shattered edge. The more advantage he gained, the more excited Liu Jinglong became, mocking that a mere butcher had no right to be arrogant, and after today he wouldn't even be able to slaughter pigs. Zhao Mingping felt his heart burn with anxiety, knowing normal weapons were like paper against a spirit weapon, and he couldn't help worrying for Ye Chuan. But against everyone's expectations, Ye Chuan showed no tension, tossed the broken knife aside, and said calmly he didn't even need a weapon to deal with Liu Jinglong. That line stunned Liu Jinglong for a second. Then rage exploded across his face, veins bulging as he glared at Yi Chuan like he wanted to devour him. Unable to hold back, he charged again, swinging his low yellow-grade spirit weapon with crushing force. Facing the attack, Ye Chuan focused, clenched his fist, and launched his counter. Before the blade could land, Ye Chuan's punch struck first, slamming into Liu Jinglong's stomach and making his insides feel like they were twisting apart. In an instant, Liu Jinglong was sent flying, spinning through the air like a kite with its string cut. He crashed headfirst into the ground in a miserable pose, leaving the students gasping, and even Zhao Mingping speechless. Someone rushed over to help Liu Jinglong up, asking frantically if he was okay, while he clutched his body, face covered in dirt and pain. Even though every inch of him hurt, Liu Jinglong forced a calm expression and gritted out that he was fine when he was clearly barely holding on. Zhao Mingping narrowed his eyes, studying Ye Chuan with growing suspicion. He stepped in front of Liu Jinglong and directly asked Ye Chuan if he had reached level 7 apprentice. In response, Ye Chuan slowly reached toward the saber lying on the ground. With one hand, he lifted the blade effortlessly and examined it with interest, like he was inspecting a fine item. A nearby student blurted out that Ye Chuan might truly be a level 7 apprentice, while Zi Lingshuan was only at level 6. Even Zhao Mingping found it hard to believe, but he admitted it was completely possible. He explained that combat classes and life classes shared the same cultivation system, but their growth paths were entirely different. Combat types had to constantly train and fight, gaining experience and insights, so their early progress was usually slow. Meanwhile, life class professionals like alchemists or blacksmiths didn't need to fight non-stop. Thinking about Yi Chuan's case, Zhao Mingping suddenly understood that as a butcher, simply doing his job every day could steadily raise his strength. Hearing that, the girl beside them realized something too, and sighed that if growth was based only on realm stats, it felt unfair to combat types. Zhao Mingping's expression instantly turned serious at that comment. Just then, Ye Chuan's attention shifted to another situation unfolding nearby. The giant python ahead seemed to be distracted by something for a brief moment. Seizing the rare chance, Ye Chuan immediately turned and retreated. He quickly told everyone to stop standing around and start moving now. Xianan reacted at once, preparing to act while anxiously asking if Yi Chuan was okay. She hurled 2 jade beads straight at the giant python. A violent explosion erupted, shaking the entire area. Seeing Yi Chuan blown back by the shockwave, Xianan hurriedly asked if he was hurt. Even Ye Chuan was stunned by the terrifying power of those 2 beads. Realizing it couldn't easily handle the 2 of them, the giant python changed its plan. It dove into the abyss and quickly vanished from sight. After things calmed down, Ye Chuan handed a flower to Xianan. She was deeply moved when she recognized it as the blood crystal twin flower, and Ye Chuan asked what it actually did. Xianan explained it was a rare variant of the snow moon flower, and while the normal one slowed aging, this one could almost preserve youth forever. Hearing that, Ye Chuan immediately thought his mother would love a treasure like this. Then he swiftly jumped onto another nearby rock. Xianan misunderstood, thinking he was picking another one for her. But Ye Chuan silently took another flower and put it into his backpack. Suddenly, an angry roar echoed from the distance. The blood moon giant python reappeared, shooting up from the abyss with red eyes locked on Yi Chuan. Xianan was shocked, not expecting it to survive that explosion. Though not at true peak level, it was extremely close, and Yi Chuan quickly asked if she had more of those jade beads. Sadly, she shook her head, saying her father only gave her 1 pair. With no more hesitation, the giant python slowly advanced, closing in on its prey. Facing the crisis, Ye Chuan activated Blood Shadow Butcher. In the python's eyes, Ye Chuan, holding a butcher knife, radiated a terrifying aura. Taking advantage of its brief hesitation, Ye Chuan dashed back, grabbed Xia Nan Nan, and urged her to run. Her face flushed red as she said she stayed behind for him, since he risked his life to pick another blood crystal flower for her. But Ye Chuan's reply hit her like cold water, because that flower was meant for his mother. She stood there embarrassed, wishing she could disappear. At that moment, the blood moon giant python tracked them down again. It opened its massive jaws and lunged fiercely toward them. Yi Chuan cursed inwardly, realizing protecting someone now was a huge burden. In a life-or-death instant, he suddenly shoved Xia Nan Nan out of harm's way. The python's giant mouth snapped down right after. Everything happened so fast that Xia Nan Nan froze in shock. Seeing Ye Chuan swallowed whole, she screamed his name, hoping he was still alive. Meanwhile, the blood moon giant python turned its attention to her, ready to finish her off. But a blade suddenly pierced up from inside its throat. A cold flash of steel tore through the python's neck from within. In the next second, its massive head dropped right in front of Xia Nan Nan. From the gruesome corpse, Ye Chuan stepped out calmly and asked if she was calling him. Overwhelmed with emotion, Xia Nan Nan rushed forward and hugged him tightly, relieved he survived. But the next second she covered her nose, nearly gagging from the stench, since he was almost digested alive. After the battle, the system announced the special target was eliminated. His experience surged. He reached level 8 apprentice. Butcher Nemesis gained extra damage, and he received free stat points. With the danger gone, Xia Nan Nan continued leading Yi Chuan onward. As soon as they reached the city gate, she happily announced her return. People rushed out to welcome her, scolding her for being gone too long, and almost organizing a search party. Xia Nan Nan proudly showed the blood crystal flower, saying they finally brought back what her mother had always wanted. The servant immediately warned her not to risk herself like that again, but Xia Nan Nan insisted she wanted to pick the flower for her mother personally, and with Yi Chuan protecting her, it was fine. Only then did the servant notice the young man standing beside her. Ye Chuan introduced himself as a pig-slaying butcher. The servant was confused, since the blood crystal flower usually meant a blood moon giant python nearby. Yet a life-class profession escorted her, but judging by the result, this boy was clearly not simple. He quickly took off a ring from his finger and praised Ye Chuan for being young and outstanding. Then he offered the Xia family's gold ring, worth 200,000 as a reward. But Ye Chuan refused without hesitation, saying all he needed was a good butcher knife. Steward Zhao broke into a sweat, unable to understand why this teenager ignored a precious treasure and only wanted a pig-killing tool. Seeing the misunderstanding, Xia Nan Nan explained that Yi Chuan wanted the strongest blacksmith in Qing City to forge a custom spirit weapon, and she had promised to help. After hearing that, Steward Zhao understood and agreed to arrange everything, telling someone to escort the young miss home, since the family head was worried. Xia Nan Nan smiled and said goodbye to Yi Chuan, promising to see him again soon. After she left with the guards, Steward Zhao seriously told Ye Chuan the Xia family could meet any request as thanks, but hoped he wouldn't overstep with the young miss. Hearing that warning, Ye Chuan recalled his not-so-great impression of Xia Nan Nan and thought he had zero interest. He looked straight at the steward and firmly promised he wouldn't get involved with the Xia family's daughter. All he cared about was a top-tier spirit weapon. Satisfied with the answer, Steward Zhao said Master T Sin, the #1 blacksmith in Qing City and an old friend of the Xia family, could meet Yi Chuan tomorrow. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, chilling sounds echoed out, sending birds scattering in panic. At the corpse of the blood moon giant python, several bear-like monsters appeared, along with a girl stepping onto the blood-soaked ground. She had pale green skin and sharp goat horns, and upon seeing the python's severed head, she angrily shouted that the human not only killed her pet but stole her spirit herb. Her golden pupils flashed as her snake-like tongue licked her lips, coldly declaring she had memorized their aura. A dark red energy exploded around her, and the terrifying pressure forced the bear monsters to tremble and kneel. Back in Qing City, Ye Chuan had no idea a terrifying being had set her eyes on him, casually walking the streets with his hands in his pockets. Passing a shop that bought high-grade beast materials, he paused for a moment before stepping inside. At the counter, Ye Chuan placed the silver-horned rhinoceros horn on the table and asked for a price. The clerk looked surprised and said hunting a silver-horned rhinoceros at his age wasn't easy, then offered 10,000 yuan. Hearing that, Ye Chuan quickly calculated that this was equal to slaughtering 100 pigs. Just then his eyes were drawn to a golden glow not far away. He pointed at the display case and asked if 10,000 yuan was enough to buy the item inside, making the clerk praise his good taste. Inside was a golden scale soft armor covered in shining scales, made from rare spirit snake scales, with excellent defense and warmth, but it cost 150,000 yuan. Yi Chuan almost froze, realizing he would need to butcher 1,500 pigs to earn that much. Still loving the armor, he placed Lu Jinglong's saber on the table and asked if he could trade it, and the clerk was shocked to see it was a low yellow-grade spirit weapon. Her attitude flipped instantly, happily putting the armor on Yi Chuan and saying the exchange was absolutely fine. In her heart, she began calculating, convinced the boy had a powerful background and building a good relationship would benefit her. Thinking that, she helped adjust his armor and even waived the transaction fee to please him. She kept chatting, curious about what profession Yi Chuan currently had. Somewhere else, a middle-aged man laughed proudly, feeling extremely proud of his son. But the calm atmosphere was shattered by a loud shout outside calling out Yi Shi Yuan's name. Hearing the noise, he frowned, confused about who would cause trouble. Soon, Liu Jinglong and his father showed up at the door, directly accusing Yi Chuan of taking his son's saber. Seeing his old acquaintance, Ye Shi Yuan felt tense, remembering Liu Jing was once his childhood friend and now a famous level 6 profession awakened. Even so, Ye Shi Yuan stayed polite, saying his son was just a normal butcher and couldn't possibly steal a spirit weapon. But Liu Jinglong immediately pointed at Yi Chuan and insisted he was the culprit. Liu Jing's face darkened as he blamed Ye Shi Yuan for failing to discipline his son, claiming he had already confirmed everything with Principal Zhao Mingping. Yi Chuan stood calmly beside his father as Liu Jing demanded an explanation. Cornered, Ye Shi Yuan could only turn and ask his son what really happened. Yi Chuan didn't dodge the issue and said Liu Jinglong tried to kill him, and confiscating the saber was already a light price. Liu Jinglong instantly denied it, saying it was just a spar and he never meant to kill. Liu Jing stood firmly with his son, declaring he wouldn't pursue the matter as long as the saber was returned. Ye Chuan calmly replied that the saber had already been sold. That answer stunned both Liu Jing and Yi Shi Yuan, not expecting him to act so fast. Seeing Ye Chuan still unfazed, Liu Jing grew even angrier. Through clenched teeth, he demanded compensation of 1 million yuan. Shocked by the number, Ye Shi Yuan tried to negotiate, saying a low yellow-grade spirit weapon was only worth about 200,000 on the market. But Liu Jing released a crushing aura and coldly asked who said he was negotiating. Yi Chuan wanted to argue back, but his father stopped him and reluctantly agreed to pay, only asking for time to gather the money. Even then, Liu Jing showed no mercy, giving them half a month to prepare the full amount or face the consequences. After saying that, he left, while Liu Jinglong threw Ye Chuan a throat-cutting gesture before walking away. Once they were gone, Ye Chuan's mother anxiously asked how they would handle this. She gripped Yi Shi Yuan's hand, reminding him Liu Jing was once his friend, but he could only sigh and say he would try apologizing, though 1 million yuan was no small sum. Seeing his parents worried, Ye Chuan stepped forward and said he would handle it himself. Thinking his son wanted to shoulder the burden, Ye Shi Yuan seriously said he didn't blame him and hoped he wouldn't suffer alone in the future. Those words surprised Yi Chuan, and he began planning to quickly raise his strength and reach Hall-entering realm to deal with Liu Jing. Just then, his mother placed a hand on his shoulder and gently asked if he was hiding something, because a blood crystal flower couldn't be obtained so easily by a normal butcher. Feeling their genuine concern, Ye Chuan knew he couldn't hide forever and decided to tell the truth. As soon as he said he wasn't normal, his parents nervously looked at each other. After a few seconds, his mother suddenly asked if her son didn't like women. The unexpected question left Yi Chuan completely frozen. She even comforted him gently, saying whether he liked men or women, the family would support him, and Yi Shi Yuan kept nodding. She then added one more line that left both father and son speechless: "Just don't like your own dad." Not wanting things to go further, Yi Chuan quickly explained it wasn't about orientation, but a special condition that made him see every living creature as a pig. Hearing that, Ye Shi Yuan and his wife looked at each other, still not fully understanding. Suddenly, Ye Shi Yuan realized something crucial, grabbed his son's shoulders, and excitedly asked if seeing all creatures as pigs meant he could use butcher abilities on all of them. Faced with his father's intense reaction, Ye Chuan honestly nodded. His mother quickly caught on too, saying that would make it basically a combat profession, and Ye Shi Yuan agreed, deciding to teach his son his real skills. That night, the father and son climbed stone steps up a tall mountain, and on the way Yi Shi Yuan said he had created his own blade technique after years of slaughtering pigs. Reaching the wide grassy peak, he said tonight he would pass everything on so Ye Chuan could protect himself. Yi Chuan felt guilty about the 1 million debt, but Yi Shi Yuan just smiled and said money could be earned again. His son's safety mattered most. Then he drew his familiar butcher knife, saying the simpler the principle, the more effective it was, and killing pigs was the same. With the aura of a true master, he told Ye Chuan to watch carefully, because he would only demonstrate these 3 moves once. Yi Shi Yuan spread his arms and absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, his chest visibly expanding. He gripped the knife with both hands and raised it overhead as a faint purple glow formed around him. In the next instant, his eyes sharpened and a shout erupted with surging spiritual power. A massive blade arc slashed out, crashing down with the force of heavenly thunder. As the blade fell, the space ahead seemed split apart. Even the moon above felt dragged closer. When the move ended, purple mist still coiled around the blade, and a terrifying crack stretched across the sky. Yi Chuan stood frozen, eyes wide in shock. Staring at the rift in the sky, he was speechless as Ye Shi Yuan calmly said the first move was called Full Moon. Then he shot into the air, stood on one leg, his knife glowing blue, and shouted, "Second blade." The knife swung upward, forming a deep blue spiritual storm that tore toward the sky. The huge moon seemed split in half, and Ye Shi Yuan slowly declared the name, Falling Moon. Completely shaken, Ye Chuan stammered, "Dad, how is this even possible?" Landing lightly, Ye Shi Yuan explained it was just visual distortion caused by warped space. Looking at his son with expectation, he said, "Now the third blade." His eyes glowed red as he reversed the blade and slashed upward from the ground with raging fire, shouting, "Guarding son." A thunderous explosion shook the earth as a crimson energy pillar shot into the sky like a waking volcano. The blinding light forced Yi Chuan to shield his eyes, wondering if this was really pig-killing technique, while Yi Shi Yuan coldly told him to stop asking and just learn. Before the light even faded, Ye Chuan had already resolved to train seriously when Ye Shi Yuan suddenly asked where his butcher knife was. Hearing it was broken, he handed over his own blade and told him to use it for now. But the moment Yi Chuan grabbed it, the terrifying weight made him stagger. Seconds later, he was slammed face first into the ground, sweating from the sheer heaviness. After finishing the lesson, Ye Shi Yuan walked down the mountain, telling him to train hard and then sleep, while Ye Chuan trembled trying to lift the blade, realizing his father had used such a heavy weapon all along. Gritting his teeth, Ye Chuan raised the blade overhead and shouted, "Full moon." But before any power formed, he crashed into the grass and the blade flew away. Even so, he forced himself up and kept repeating the move, while behind a tree, Ye Shi Yuan quietly watched and sighed that one day his foolish son would reach sovereign realm, and those 3 blades could even touch the heaven-human level. After his father left, Ye Chuan didn't rest and continued training relentlessly. He closed his eyes, replaying every detail of the first strike and repeated it again and again, from dozens to hundreds to thousands of times. After countless rounds of training, Ye Chuan slowly entered a complete state of meditation. Time passed in silence and dawn began to break. The first ray of sunlight pierced through the last trace of night on the horizon. Right then, the image of Liu Jing threatening his family flashed in his mind, and Yi Chuan's anger exploded. That surge of emotion pushed him into a whole new level of understanding. With his last bit of strength, Ye Chuan unleashed one final slash, draining all his energy as the mountain shook from the blast. His body lost balance and fell, and before passing out, he vaguely saw a galaxy sweep across his vision. At that moment, a powerful blade light shot out and flattened a huge stretch of forest. A smile formed on Yi Chuan's lips because he finally succeeded. Then his consciousness faded, and everything went black. Right then, the system announced Yi Chuan had broken through to level 9 apprentice, with 55 strength and boosted stats across the board. The doctor concluded he wasn't in serious danger, just pushed past his limits and fainted from extreme overtraining, causing temporary low blood sugar and mild anemia. Hearing the phrase ultra-high-intensity training, Wu Jingzhu couldn't help but feel confused. The female doctor adjusted her glasses and seriously analyzed that based on the lactic acid buildup, Ye Chuan likely did 1,000 sit-ups, 1,000 push-ups, 1,000 squats, and even ran over 100 kilometers overnight. Wu Jingzhu's eyes widened in anger, because no normal person could survive that kind of training, and she immediately decided to settle things with Yi Shi Yuan. The doctor quickly added that while normal people couldn't do it, Ye Chuan's mental state made it possible, and she even suggested long-term hospitalization under her personal supervision. Hearing that, Wu Jingzhu couldn't hold back anymore, and just wanted to rush home and teach Ye Shi Yuan a lesson. Her intense reaction surprised the doctor, but soon the doctor's focus shifted, shocked by how strong Ye Chuan's physique was, since most people would have died from that level of strain. A strange thought crossed her mind, and she smirked slightly, thinking maybe she should arrange a special session for him tonight. But when she returned to the room, Ye Chuan was already gone. On his way out of the hospital, Ye Chuan thought about his new blade technique, insanely powerful but draining, and if he passed out in the wild, he'd become beast food. After walking for a while, he suddenly remembered today was the day to collect his weapon from Master Tixin. Thinking about the weapon that would soon be his, Ye Chuan felt a surge of anticipation. Not long after, he arrived at the blacksmith shop. Since the Xia family had already placed the order, Ye Chuan stepped in and said he came for his blade, and Master Tixin, a burly man with thick beard and hair, looked like a classic blacksmith. But in Ye Chuan's strange vision, he resembled a giant wild boar walking on two legs. Seeing him, Tixin looked slightly surprised and asked to confirm his identity. Facing that fierce wild boar-like figure, Ye Chuan felt tense but nodded, and Tixin laughed, saying he came at the perfect time because the blade was finished after an all-night forging session. He even joked that, although he heard Ye Chuan was a butcher, he didn't expect the Xia family to spend so much money just to forge him a pig-slaughtering knife. As he spoke, Tixin brought out a large box and carefully set it down, teasing that maybe Ye Chuan was the Xia patriarch's illegitimate son. But Ye Chuan ignored him, completely focused on the blade inside. He reached out to touch it, but Tixin quickly shut the lid and told him not to rush. He explained the blade was forged from 1,000-year cold iron, refined for 49 days, worth more than many precious golds, and it had already developed a spirit that could recognize its master. If the user isn't strong enough, forget fighting with it. They won't even be able to lift it. Hearing that, Ye Chuan's curiosity spiked, and he grabbed the handle. The moment he did, his expression changed. The blade weighed over 100 jin, and a freezing killing aura spread from it, slicing across his skin like invisible knives. But Ye Chuan focused and lifted it with surprising ease, shocking even Tixin, as the blade glowed cold with silver patterns twisting across its surface, heavy with a blood-soaked aura, forged from a single block of metal with a simple yet refined wooden grip. What shocked Ye Chuan even more was that this blade still felt much lighter than his father's butcher knife. He turned to look at Master Tixin. With clear satisfaction on his face, Ye Chuan said he loved the weapon and asked for its name. Tixin laughed and said since the owner liked it, he should name it himself, because from now on the blade belonged only to him. After thinking for a moment, Ye Chuan looked at the blade and declared its name would be Dragon Slayer, leaving even the calm Tixin stunned, as he asked why a pig-killing knife would carry such a name, unless Ye Chuan planned to hunt dragons one day, but in the end he could only accept it. Tixin looked at Ye Chuan helplessly, thinking the name was strange, but since Ye Chuan paid for it, he had no choice. Leaving the forge, Ye Chuan headed straight for the city gate. 10 days had passed, meaning only 5 days remained before Liu Jing's deadline, and if Ye Chuan wanted a chance to fight back, he had to reach level 1 Dungtang before time ran out. As soon as he arrived, he saw many injured people gathered near the gate, complaining about the strange situation outside. People said the foreign races and ferocious beasts had gone crazy lately, attacking on sight, and one man claimed even a grass-eating, soft iron armor beast chased him for dozens of miles, making everyone feel a huge disaster was coming. Yet the higher-ups stayed silent, so many warned others not to leave the city as beast numbers and danger levels had both surged. From the information he gathered, Ye Chuan quickly understood the situation, and while others saw bad news, he saw opportunity because he needed targets to test his new blade. After finishing the exit procedures, Ye Chuan immediately stepped into the wilderness. But he hadn't gone far. He sensed someone tailing him, 3 figures keeping their distance and trying to hide. But with his spirit stat reaching 50, his perception surpassed even some Dungtang fighters. Pretending not to notice, Ye Chuan kept walking deeper into a deserted area, while the group clearly waited for him to move farther from the gate. Just as expected, once they reached an empty spot, a sharp sound tore through the air behind him. Ye Chuan instantly ducked, and a flying dagger sliced past his head, barely missing a fatal hit. Seeing the ambush fail, the 3 stopped hiding and stepped out, all level 6 apprentices. The curly-haired man holding the knife stepped forward with a cold smile and asked how Ye Chuan dodged that attack. The fat man mocked him, saying Liu Jing was right and that Ye Chuan must be leaving the city to abandon his parents and run away alone. The buzz cut cracked his neck and said they had been waiting at the gate for 10 days, reminding him of Liu Jing's order to cripple his limbs and drag him back once captured. Hearing that, Ye Chuan calmly reached into his backpack, gripped the handle, and slowly drew the blade as the system announced the weapon was equipped and activated the God-slaying blade effect, granting 0.3 free attribute points for every pig-type target killed. The effect was 3 times stronger than before, making Ye Chuan realize even more the value of a good weapon. He simply looked at the 3 men and smiled, once thinking the Dragon Slayer's first blood would belong to beasts or foreign races, but it seemed it would be human instead. All 3 froze when they heard that name, and the curly-haired guy pointed at the blade, asking if he just called it Dragon Slayer. Only Ye Chuan understood the true meaning behind that blade. To them, it was just a pig-killing knife, so when they heard Dragon Slayer, they burst out laughing and mocked him for naming a butcher knife like some legendary hero weapon. But instead of getting angry, Ye Chuan laughed even louder, which left them confused. Still laughing, he said he wasn't any hero, just a butcher, and the pig race nemesis skill activated as a terrifying killing aura exploded outward. The Dragon Slayer in his hand seemed to awaken, radiating the presence of a demonic weapon that had tasted endless blood. Only the curly-haired man sensed something wrong, while the other 2 kept laughing at his pig-slaughtering job. But while the fat man was still laughing, Ye Chuan appeared right in front of him, a cold flash cutting through the air so fast the eye could barely catch it, and the laughter stopped. The fat man stared at Ye Chuan in horror, as a thin bloodline had already formed across his neck. He trembled and touched his throat, and the moment his fingers brushed the cut, blood burst out as his body collapsed lifeless to the ground. The system chimed in, saying Ye Chuan used a butcher knife to eliminate a 2-legged pig, gaining 5 profession progress, 1 pig race suppression damage, and 0.3 free attribute points. The remaining 2 stood frozen, smiles gone, staring at their dead companion in pure terror, unable to understand what just happened. The curly-haired man muttered in disbelief, because their strengths were equal, yet Ye Chuan killed his teammate with 1 slash, and none of them even saw the move, meaning he could kill them just as easily. Without hesitation, the curly-haired man turned and ran for his life, and the buzz cut quickly followed. Unfortunately, Ye Chuan appeared in front of the buzz cut, and with a cold flash, his head separated cleanly like livestock at the slaughter. The system announced another 2-legged pig eliminated, granting 5 more profession progress, 1 more suppression damage, and 0.3 free attribute points. The curly-haired man was nearly insane with fear and could only run. In his eyes, Ye Chuan was no longer human but a monster in human skin. But before he could get far, something heavy tore through the air. The butcher knife pierced straight through him and pinned into a tree ahead, and his body dropped lifeless to the ground. Ye Chuan calmly walked over and retrieved Dragon Slayer, realizing Lu Jing had set an ambush right outside the gate, and without his recent power boost, fighting 3 level 9 apprentices at once would not have been easy. The system logged another kill, and the familiar rewards stacked onto his stats. After finishing all 3, Ye Chuan looted them for the first time in his life, knowing that as class changers, they had to carry good items. Sure enough, he found a carefully hidden skill book. The discovery thrilled him, as he didn't expect his luck to be this good. From what he knew, class changers unlocked skills when advancing major realms, and the only other ways to gain new skills were self-creation, inheritance, or skill books, which contained the crystallized experience of predecessors. Without hesitation, Ye Chuan used it, and the system announced he acquired the mid-tier movement skill Nether Shadow Step, boosting speed and agility by 30 for 30 seconds when activated. Ye Chuan was satisfied, because even a mid-tier skill was a priceless free gift for someone lacking resources. And in this world, skills ranged from beginner to mid, high, rare, epic, legendary, and god tier. Right then, Ye Chuan suddenly sensed something off. Something was rapidly approaching this area. Without wasting time, Ye Chuan jumped onto a high branch to observe the situation. The smell of blood from the 3 corpses had already spread and attracted nearby creatures. Just as expected, monsters soon appeared. The first to arrive was a thorn demon, a low-tier demon race creature shaped like a 4-limbed gorilla, covered in spikes, capable of shooting them when cornered. And after sniffing around and confirming safety, it opened its fanged mouth and began chewing on the buzz cut's head like a meal. Seeing that, Ye Chuan instantly found himself a perfect reason to act, because a human-eating monster like that could not be left alive. The sound of crunching bones echoed as the thorn demon kept eating while staying alert, but it had no idea a shadow was already descending from above. By the time it sensed Ye Chuan's presence, it was already too late, and the monster let out a panicked roar. In desperation, it fired every spike from its body, trying to force him back. But Ye Chuan had no intention of retreating, twisting mid-air and charging straight at his target. The spikes struck his back but were blocked by the Yanlin's soft armor, and after tanking the counterattack, he spun and delivered a clean slash that ended the thorn demon instantly. The system recorded the kill, saying Ye Chuan eliminated a special pig, gaining 5 profession progress, 1 pig race suppression damage, and 1 free attribute point, and looking at the spikes stuck in him, he felt like he just got free acupuncture. After killing the first monster, Ye Chuan lay flat on the ground, covered in spikes, looking like a giant hedgehog. The commotion quickly caught the attention of the other 2 monsters, who turned their heads but seemed confused by his strange posture. Seeing that, Ye Chuan stayed completely still and played dead, and surprisingly, the simple trick worked. Watching the 2 monsters lower their heads and continue eating without suspicion, he couldn't help but find them foolish. Waiting for the right moment, he silently moved closer to one target, which was still busy feeding and unaware of the danger. By the time it noticed him beside it, panic flashed in its eyes, but the more terrifying presence was Ye Chuan. Without giving it any chance to react, he executed a finishing slash and split the monster in 2. The system chimed again, awarding 5 profession progress, 1 suppression damage, and 0.1 free attribute points for killing another special pig. The last monster fared no better, as 1 clean slash ended the fight, and the system granted the usual rewards. Only after everything was settled did Ye Chuan start pulling the spikes out of his body. Each spike came out with blood, and though the injuries weren't serious, the pain showed on his face. But what mattered more was that he was now very close to the Dungtang realm. With that in mind, he moved deeper into the wilderness, calculating that 1 more level 9 apprentice or 5 level 8s would be enough to break through. But not long after, the ground shook violently as part of the forest was overturned, and a giant rhinoceros charged out straight toward him. Strangely, this herbivore's eyes and behavior were like a bloodthirsty beast. Ye Chuan immediately recalled the rumors at the city gate, and it seemed the madness outside was real. Watching the rhino charge as if to crush everything, Ye Chuan smirked, because in his eyes, any creature threatening humans was a target to eliminate. Locking onto its movement, Ye Chuan drew Dragon Slayer and unleashed a full power strike, the blade tearing through its tough body, with sparks flying across the forest. Moments later, the system confirmed the kill and granted the familiar rewards of profession progress, suppression damage, and free attribute points. But before Ye Chuan could enjoy the victory, something strange happened, as half of the rhino's corpse was suddenly dragged away. Looking closer, he saw countless spider webs tightly wrapped around the body. They pulled it straight into the dark forest. Curious, Ye Chuan chased after it and soon saw the corpse being dragged into a massive hole in the ground. Without hesitation, he knocked the body aside. Then he jumped down to see what was hiding below. The scene inside was chilling, with webs everywhere, and rotting human and monster corpses, filling the space with the stench of death. As Ye Chuan observed, 8 blood-red lights slowly appeared in the darkness behind him. A golden spider leg shot toward him at terrifying speed. Luckily, Ye Chuan reacted in time, turning and blocking with his blade as sparks flew, yet the leg wasn't cut. That shocked him, because its hardness was beyond expectation. Soon the owner revealed itself, a 5-meter-wide giant spider with 8 metallic golden legs like sharp spears. Ye Chuan's pupils shrank as he realized why no beasts were around, since this vicious creature hunted everything, even its own kind. But what first came to his mind was how valuable those golden legs must be. In the past, he would have retreated instantly, but now his eyes burned with killing intent and greed, knowing that killing it would likely push him into the Dungtang realm. The territorial beast was furious too, lifting its massive body and thrusting its 4 front legs like steel lances. Clashes rang out with sparks flying, and after several exchanges, Ye Chuan realized the true target was its body, not the metal-hard legs. But before he could act, he fell into a disadvantage as the spider seized the moment mid-air and shot webs, binding him tightly. Not giving him a chance to resist, it lunged forward and bit into his leg, injecting a large amount of venom. Intense pain slammed him to the ground, as the system warned he was poisoned with a toxin that could disrupt the mind and cause madness. His consciousness began to fade. Roaring in agony, Ye Chuan poured all his strength into tearing apart the webs. His eyes turned eerie green, and green foam spilled from his mouth. Once free, he stared at the spider with a gaze that even made it wary. This time, he stopped defending and charged forward. The giant spider was forced to retreat, relying on its hard legs to block the relentless slashes. As the poison grew stronger, so did Ye Chuan's madness, but his speed and combat power surged with it. He was like a monster unleashed. Under that pressure, the spider finally chose to flee. Of course, Ye Chuan gave it no chance, and after a few steps, it was suddenly restrained by its own webs. He yanked it back and brought the blade down. One decisive strike split the spider in half, while Ye Chuan's face twisted into something terrifying. After the victory, all his strength drained away. Ye Chuan collapsed unconscious. As the system announced the butcher, Ye Chuan killed a special pig with his butcher knife and gained 15 experience. He also gained 1 more pig race suppression damage and 0.1 free attribute points. About an hour later, Ye Chuan woke up, and defeating the spider had officially pushed him into the Dungtang realm, so he lit a fire to rest and eat before heading back. What surprised him was that he barely remembered killing the spider, only that it was dead and he had advanced, meaning the poison likely erased part of his memory. While roasting a spider leg and eating, he thought about killing Lu Jing's 3 subordinates, and if he delayed returning, Lu Jing might come for revenge. Just as he was about to eat, a mountain goat demon woman, with small horns and long legs, walked over and sweetly asked for some grilled meat. She leaned close and whispered in his ear, begging him to share. Her eyes glowed pink with charm, confident any man would fall under her spell. But Ye Chuan calmly kept eating and told her to hunt her own prey because this wasn't even enough for him. Seeing her charm fail completely, the mountain goat demon froze in shock. She tried her most seductive smile, but to Ye Chuan, those horns only looked strange. He glanced at her, silently wondering why she even grew horns in the first place. Still smiling, she said she had something important to ask him. Annoyed at being disturbed mid-meal, Ye Chuan told her to just spit it out. Her expression turned cold as killing intent spread, and she asked about the blood crystal twin flower she had raised for years, along with her slain pet. She stepped closer and stared at Ye Chuan, asking if he knew who did it. Ye Chuan almost choked on his meat because the culprit she wanted was actually him. Seeing him hesitate, she pressed him softly, and though sweat poured down his face, Ye Chuan forced a smile and denied everything. His strange reaction only made her suspicion grow. Cornered, Ye Chuan quickly blamed Lu Xing, claiming he stole the blood crystal twin flower and killed her little snake. She let out a cold laugh and said she would go settle the score with Liu Xing. Ye Chuan was stunned. She seemed to believe him so easily. But after walking a short distance, she suddenly turned back. Her eyes turned blood red as she lunged with her claws, only to be blocked by Ye Chuan's dragon-slaying blade. Veins bulged on her forehead as she roared that she tracked him here by the scent on his body. Sparks flew as Ye Chuan defended himself and shouted that if she already knew, why force him to lie? She looked at him coldly, as if he were the unreasonable one. Dark red spiritual power erupted around her, and strange blood energy spread outward. In an instant, Ye Chuan was wrapped in blood aura and lifted into the air. Looking up at her captive, she demanded the location of the blood crystal twin flower, or he would die. But Ye Chuan refused to yield and activated his blood shadow butcher skill. The effect immediately struck her mind. Horrifying visions of herself flooded her thoughts. She saw herself tied to a butcher block, while Ye Chuan prepared to dissect her with the dragon-slaying blade. Terrified, she clawed her own arm to snap awake, blood dripping down. Taking advantage of her chaos, Ye Chuan bolted and shouted that the grilled meat and golden spider leg were compensation. His figure shot forward while red blood energy chased right behind him. Sweat poured down his face as he ran, knowing this mountain goat demon was no easy opponent. The gap between them quickly shrank. Suddenly, a demon ape appeared on a tree branch ahead. Fenghua Liyuan stepped out of the shadows and blocked Ye Chuan's path. The moment it saw him, it unleashed a heavy palm strike, but Ye Chuan barely dodged in time. At the same time, the mountain goat demon caught up behind him and entered Fenghua Liyuan's sight. Seeing the tense situation, both sides instantly became alert. Ye Chuan also sensed more presences approaching and quickly turned to look. 3 newcomers arrived, a girl and 2 men, one muscular with a giant hammer and the other tall and thin with a cold face and a sword on his back. Seeing the group arrive, the mountain goat demon's expression changed instantly. She assumed Ye Chuan had set a trap and called in reinforcements. Not wanting to stay any longer, she turned into a streak of red energy and fled the scene. Watching her suddenly retreat, Ye Chuan stood there confused before slowly lowering his dragon-slaying blade. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoshu's group finally reached him. The older man kept glancing between Ye Chuan and the dead Fenghua Liyuan with disbelief. He then told Jiang Xiaoshu that the beast which escaped them earlier had somehow died at this young man's hands. Hearing that, Ye Chuan immediately denied it and claimed he had only passed by. Jiang Xiaoshu stepped forward with a red pipa on her back and directly asked for his name. Looking at the group, Ye Chuan became even more cautious. None of them seemed easy to deal with, and the situation was hard to explain. After some thought, Ye Chuan introduced himself and quickly tried to explain what had happened. To his surprise, Jiang Xiaoshu suddenly grabbed his hand and warmly invited him to join the Nine Heavens Alliance. While Ye Chuan stared at the clawed hand holding him, the skinny young man beside her watched with amusement. Ye Chuan quickly recalled the 3 major forces in Qing City, the He family, the Thunder Lion Alliance, and the Nine Heavens Alliance. Looking at the corpse of Fenghua Liyuan, Uncle Qian could not hide his shock. Defeating a 7th-rank Hall entry realm beast, this quickly showed extraordinary potential. Smiling, he tried to persuade Yichuan to join. Meanwhile, Yichuan figured the mountain goat demon would likely return, so having a powerful faction behind him sounded useful. Seeing his hesitation, Jiang Xiaoshu offered an even better reason. Their team was preparing to challenge the Blazing Saber King and needed strong fighters. The name caught Ye Chuan's attention, and he immediately asked about it. Jiang Xiaoshu was surprised that a combat cultivator had never heard of him. She patiently explained that the cultivation ranks were Apprentice Realm, Hall Entry Realm, Master Realm, and Grandmaster Realm, each with 9 levels. Beyond 9th rank Grandmaster, one could earn the title of King, and the Blazing Saber King was such an expert. Yi Chuan was stunned, and quickly asked what benefits came from defeating someone like that. The skinny young man crossed his arms and said that defeating a King Realm expert could grant a chance to inherit their title and power, though few were qualified to challenge one. The moment he heard that, Ye Chuan imagined a life-changing opportunity and became interested immediately. Without further hesitation, he agreed to join the Nine Heavens Alliance. The decision delighted Jiang Xiaoshu, who was thrilled to gain a new member. Only the skinny young man still looked unfriendly, clearly unimpressed by Ye Chuan. After the recruitment was settled, Uncle Qian pulled out a small knife from his waist. He walked over to the corpse of Fenghua Li Yuan and began processing it. After watching for a while, Ye Chuan curiously asked if he was planning to skin the beast. Standing beside him, Jiang Xiaoshu explained that fire-resistant armor made from Fenghua Li Yuan hide was required to approach the Blazing Saber King. Without it, the heat of burning Heaven Valley would incinerate intruders. She added that their original plan was to capture the beast alive for its hide, but it broke free and escaped. The moment skinning was mentioned, Ye Chuan became interested and confidently claimed he was highly skilled at it. However, Jiang Xiaoshu remained doubtful and was not fully convinced. In response to her skeptical look, Ye Chuan calmly walked toward the corpse. He leaped onto the chest of the massive beast. Then he drew the dragon-slaying blade from his back. Several lightning-fast and precise slashes flashed through the air. In less than a minute, the entire hide and fur had been removed perfectly. From head to body, everything was handled with almost no mistakes. After finishing, Ye Chuan carefully folded the hide and packed it neatly. Seeing such speed and skill, Uncle Qian and the skinny young man were left staring in shock. Even Jiang Xiaoshu could not hide her admiration and felt she had recruited a true talent. The group continued forward with Jiang Xiaoshu leading, Uncle Qian carrying the hide, and Ye Chuan walking beside the skinny youth. Uncle Qian happily said the materials were ready, and once the fireproof armor was made, they could seize the king's inheritance. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed ahead, as if someone wanted to announce their arrival. 3 men appeared and blocked the path, instantly making the air tense. The most eye-catching was a middle-aged man with a vicious face and a long scar across his left eye. Jiang Xiaoshu's expression changed, because they were from the Thunder Lion Alliance. The scarfist man casually asked if they would hand over the Fenghua Li Yuan hide. Jiang Xiaoshu coldly replied that they must have tracked them and set up this ambush. Lord Lei did not deny it and threatened them with a drawn blade. Uncle Qian stepped forward with the hide in one hand and his weapon raised in the other. At that critical moment, Jiawan suddenly suggested taking the hide back first to call for reinforcements. Without hesitation, Uncle Qian tossed the hide toward him, but before it reached him, Ye Chuan dashed out and caught it, stunning everyone. Jiawan's face twisted in anger and demanded the hide back. Ye Chuan held it tightly and argued that since he skinned it, he should keep it. Furious, Jiawan was about to explode when Jiang Xiaoshu shouted at him to stop. Lord Lei laughed and mocked the lack of unity within the Nine Heavens Alliance. His words made Jiang Xiaoshu notice Jiawan's strange behavior. Her eyes turned cold as she directly accused him of betraying them. Jiawan immediately denied it and pointed at Ye Chuan instead. Meanwhile, Ye Chuan simply hugged the hide, acting clueless. Suddenly, Uncle Qian appeared behind Jiawan with his giant hammer and called him a traitor, and Jiawan admitted it. When Uncle Qian attacked, Jiawan dodged and coldly said the Thunder Lion Alliance paid more. Standing beside Lord Lei, he admitted the plan would have worked if Ye Chuan had not interfered. Enraged, Uncle Qian charged forward and swore to make him pay. Jiawan sneered and claimed his speed made him untouchable. At the same time, Lord Lei swung his blade and knocked back Uncle Qian's attack. He calmly ordered Jiawan to kill them and seize the hide. Uncle Qian felt his arm go numb as his hammer trembled violently. He realized Lord Lei had reached 2nd rank Master Realm. Lord Lei smugly said they had prepared well, and that Jiang Xiaoshu's group had no escape. With that, he burst out with spiritual power and shot forward. His blade came down in an instant, forcing Uncle Qian to block with the hammer handle. The gap in cultivation completely suppressed him. Even so, Uncle Kian fought back with full force, their clash sending shockwaves and dust everywhere. Seeing Lord Lei holding off the strongest opponent, Jia Wan finally drew his sword. His eyes locked onto Ye Chuan, who was still clutching the hide. But as he rushed in, Jia Wan sensed danger and leaped into the air. The moment he moved, Jiang Xiaoshu played her pipa, unleashing waves of sword chi that exploded where he had stood. Landing beside his allies, Jia Wan shouted for them to stop Jiang Xiaoshu from playing her pipa. The two exchanged glances, hesitating for a split second. In the end, they attacked together with fire and ice spiritual energy aimed at Jiang Xiaoshu. She stayed calm and kept playing, summoning countless sword shadows to block them. Even while fighting, she worried because Ye Chuan was only first-rank Hall entry realm, far below Jia Wan's 5th rank. Jia Wan thought the same and mocked her for trusting such a weak newcomer. Jiang Xiaoshu quickly shouted for Ye Chuan to be careful. But Ye Chuan had already set the hide down and stood there silently, eyes glowing blood red. In an instant, Jia Wan's gaze turned blank and lost focus. In the illusion, he saw himself tied to a wooden post like livestock awaiting slaughter. The system announced Blood Shadow Butcher had reached level 3 as Ye Chuan raised his dragon slaying blade with killing intent. Without hesitation, he slashed down while Jia Wan was still trapped in confusion. Then Ye Chuan used Nether Shadow Step, grabbed the hide and flashed past Jia Wan. Breaking free, Jia Wan roared in anger and claimed Ye Chuan could never match his speed. But before the sword could strike, Ye Chuan held up the Fenghua Li Yuan hide as a shield. Jia Wan hesitated, afraid to damage it, and that moment cost him a deep cut to the leg. Clutching his wound, he screamed that Ye Chuan was shameless. Ye Chuan crouched down, patted his face, and mocked him for finally getting hit. Watching this, Jiang Xiaoshu was stunned that a first-rank Hall entry cultivator could suppress someone 4 ranks higher. Ye Chuan then glanced toward Jiang Xiaoshu's battlefield. Seeing him free, she called out for support. But Ye Chuan did not move and calmly assessed the situation. His eyes shifted to the fight between Uncle Qian and Lord Lei. Lord Li's twin blades crackled with purple lightning, burning Uncle Qian until he cried out in pain. Ye Chuan's face darkened as he realized the key was taking down the strongest enemy. After trapping Uncle Qian in a lightning net, Lei Gang looked completely confident. To him, the gap in realms was like heaven and earth. Declaring there was no chance of victory, Lei Gang brought his blade down to finish Uncle Qian. Uncle Qian knew if that strike landed, he would be crippled or dead. At that life-or-death moment, terrifying killing intent erupted behind Lei Gang as Ye Chuan's cold voice rang out. Lei Gang was startled and turned around. In that instant, Ye Chuan activated Blood Shadow Butcher, dragging even a second-rank Master Realm expert into extreme fear. Lei Gang's body instinctively released lightning, but the backlash injured him instead, as Ye Chuan's control took effect. In panic, Lei Gang bit his tongue to snap himself awake. At that exact moment, Ye Chuan swung his butcher blade down at Lei Gang's vital point. Lei Gang hurriedly blocked, sparks flying, and his face turned grim as he realized a first-rank Hall entry cultivator could threaten him, meaning Ye Chuan possessed a gaudier ability. Understanding the danger of letting him grow, Lei Gang resolved to kill Ye Chuan on the spot. The lightning around Qian Li vanished, and when he saw Ye Chuan facing Lei Gang, he shouted for him to retreat because they were not on the same level. Lei Gang knocked Ye Chuan's weapon away and locked onto him like a predator. He rushed forward and unleashed a brutal kick. The blow slammed into Ye Chuan's chest and sent him flying. After sliding across the ground, Ye Chuan lay motionless as Lei Gang walked over, mocking that one kick was enough to kill him. But on the ground, Ye Chuan's lips curled slightly because he was only pretending. Qian Li was badly injured but refused to watch his teammate die. In his eyes, Ye Chuan had risked his life to create one last chance. Seizing that moment, Qian Li charged with his battle axe, ready to gamble everything. Yet Lei Gang remained calm, standing still with disdain. Lightning began to dance along his blade. When the axe was inches away, Lei Gang casually raised his weapon and released a surge of electricity. Thunder wrapped around the axe and spread across Qian Li's body. Walking up to his restrained opponent, Lei Gang radiated killing intent, as Qian Li warned him about Jiang Xian's identity. Lei Gang laughed and said, "The Thunder Lion Alliance feared no one," adding that his men had other plans for Jiang Xian. Those filthy words enraged Qian Li beyond control. But suddenly, Lei Gang's expression changed as he sensed danger behind him. The moment he turned, Ye Chuan's meteor skill burst with blinding light. His blade tore through Lei Gang's body, leaving a terrifying slash. Lei Gang spat blood and was blasted away, blood pouring non-stop. His left arm was nearly useless as he roared that Ye Chuan had faked his death to ambush him. Ye Chuan clutched his chest and saw his armor shattered, knowing it had saved his life from that kick. He smirked and said it was not trickery but strategy, because only a dead man gets the perfect opening. Watching everything, Chen Li realized he had underestimated Yi Chuan's combat instincts. Meanwhile, Lei Gang knew his injuries were too severe to continue. He chose to retreat, leaping into the air and turning into a streak of lightning while vowing revenge. Chen Li did not pursue because he had no strength left. Turning to Ye Chuan, he saw him staggering. The final strike had drained Yi Chuan completely, and Chen Li quickly supported him. At the same time, Jiang Xian finished her fight and rushed over to check on them. Chen Li excitedly praised her judgment, saying Ye Chuan had saved them and forced Lei Gang to flee. He openly admitted owing Ye Chuan his life and promised generous rewards after returning to the city. Jiang Xian told him not to spoil Yi Chuan too much. Still, she could not understand how Ye Chuan managed to wound Lei Gang so badly. As she was thinking, her eyes suddenly locked onto Jia Wan, trying to sneak away. Others could leave, but a traitor of the Jutian alliance would never be forgiven. Chen Li charged forward and slammed his battle axe into the ground, cutting off Jia Wan's escape. He roared that everyone else could go, but this traitor had to stay, and Jia Wan dropped to his knees, begging for mercy, even bringing up his new wife and unborn child. Chen Li only sneered and told him to go in peace, because he would personally take good care of his wife and child. The next second, a desperate scream echoed through the area. Chen Li's axe fell without hesitation, crushing Jia Wan's head like a smashed melon. After dealing with the body, Chen Li warned that the Lei Shi alliance would not give up, and the road back would be full of danger. Jiang Xian stayed calm and said she had already sent a distress signal, and the Jiutian alliance reinforcements were on the way. She then took out a small box with 2 rare pills and handed one to Chen Li and one to Ye Chuan. Holding the pill, Ye Chuan guessed it was worth around 50,000 and couldn't help but admire how wealthy the Jiutian alliance was. Once they swallowed the pills, spiritual energy spread through their bodies, and the recovery effect far exceeded Yi Chuan's expectations. Thinking back to Lei Gang's terrifying kick, Ye Chuan still felt a chill run down his spine. After a moment, Ye Chuan looked at the zither on Jiang Xian's back and asked her to hit him again with that sound wave attack. Jiang Xian instantly saw through him and guessed he wanted to use the pressure of the sound waves to train his movement skill. Yi Chuan nodded, knowing that Nether Shadow Step could only improve through constant practice. As he waited for her answer, he reminded himself this was his only movement skill, and, against a true speed expert, he would be in serious trouble. After thinking it over, Jiang Xian smiled and agreed, but warned that their realms were far apart, and one mistake could injure him. Even so, Ye Chuan stepped forward without hesitation. There was no fear on his face, only excitement, and Jiang Xian asked if he was ready while secretly planning to test his true strength, suspecting he might possess a god-tier ability. Watching from the side, Chen Li couldn't help but sweat for Ye Chuan. Once he confirmed he was ready, Jiang Xian's eyes lit up and she struck the first note. The strings vibrated with spiritual power, forming a sound wave that shot forward. The attack locked onto Ye Chuan, and he lowered his head, focusing completely on its trajectory. Just as the sound wave was about to hit, Ye Chuan's red eyes snapped open and Nether Shadow Step activated. With a slight shift of his body, he dodged the attack in the narrowest instant. After avoiding it, Ye Chuan urged her to continue, saying he could still handle it. Jiang Xian was surprised that someone at the Dungtang realm could neutralize her sound wave so easily. She stopped holding back and unleashed a flurry of notes, turning them into sharp sound blades rushing toward him. Facing the storm of attacks, Ye Chuan twisted, turned, jumped, and bent back, slipping through every incoming blade. At this point, Jiang Xian completely abandoned restraint, her eyes sharp as she pulled the strings like drawing a giant bow. Instantly, countless sound blades surged forward, covering the entire area around Ye Chuan. Seeing this, Chen Li grew tense, worried that if Jiang Xian went too far, Ye Chuan could be in real danger. Meanwhile, Ye Chuan's eyes burned even redder, and his blood aura surged violently. His speed exploded, and each time he dodged a wave, he silently counted in his head. When the count reached 7, 8, then 9, both Jiang Xian and Chen Li were visibly shocked. Ye Chuan's figure turned into a red blur weaving through the dense attacks, still counting calmly to 13, then 14. His figure moved like the wind, slipping past wave after wave as the count rose to 17, 18, then 19. His high-speed steps scraped against the ground, sparks bursting beneath his feet. But suddenly, a sound wave came from a tricky angle and caught Ye Chuan off guard. With no time to fully dodge, he instantly pulled out the dragon-slaying saber. He raised the blade horizontally and blocked the incoming attack head-on. Even though he was pushed back across the ground, Ye Chuan still managed to neutralize it. Only then did Jiang Xian stop, while Ye Chuan stood in the fading dust. Sweat covered his face, yet his smile was full of excitement, because this was exactly the training he wanted. At that moment, the system notified him that Nether Shadow Step had reached level 2, boosting his speed by 40% for 1 minute after activation. Jiang Xian still looked unsatisfied and was about to continue, but Qianli stepped between them and reminded her this was training, not a duel, and their reinforcements had arrived. Hearing that, Jiang Xian turned toward the voice calling her name. 2 members in Zhu Tian Alliance uniforms stood there, apologizing for arriving late. Seeing everything under control, Jiang Xian ended the session and said the Lei Shi Alliance would not dare cause trouble again, so it was time to head back. Qianli quickly carried the corpse of the Fenghua Li Yuan on his shoulder and walked toward the reinforcements, while Jiang Xian asked Yi Chuan if he would return to the city with them. Yi Chuan scratched his head and smiled, saying he still had something to handle and would go back later. Before leaving, Jiang Xian told him to be careful and said that after he returned, he should register at the Jiutian Alliance for a special joining gift. Yi Chuan waved goodbye until their figures disappeared completely. The moment he was alone, he sped straight into the forest. As he ran at full speed, he silently prayed that what he left behind had not been taken. When he reached the hidden golden spider legs, he finally let out a breath of relief, because everything was still there. While collecting the loot, Ye Chuan thought his golden scale soft armor was ruined, and maybe these spider legs could be traded for better defensive gear. After packing everything up, he slung his bag over his shoulder and began the journey home. After a long walk, his familiar house finally came into view. The moment he stepped into the yard, Ye Chuan happily shouted that he was back, but that joy vanished as his body froze in place. The living room was completely empty, and the furniture was smashed in chaos. The bag of golden spider legs fell from his hand, and he did not even care. Cold sweat streamed down his face as he frantically called for his parents, wondering what had happened. Yi Chuan dropped to his knees on the cold floor, staring at the shattered photo of their family of 3. Rage burst inside his crimson eyes as he gritted his teeth and roared that this had to be Liu Xing. With his house destroyed and parents missing, Liu Xing was the first name in his mind, and he immediately rushed toward the rich district of Qingcheng. The 2 guards saw him and quickly blocked the entrance, warning him not to trespass into young Master Lias' mansion. Yi Chuan ignored them completely, his blood-red eyes filled with killing intent as he coldly told them to move. The terrifying pressure from his body made the guards turn pale, sweat pouring down their faces. At the same time, inside the luxurious villa by the pool, someone was calmly enjoying wine. Liu Xing was being served by 2 girls, while Liu Jinglong was nearby practicing his sword. He kept repeating the motion of raising and slashing his blade, his face full of resentment. Every time he remembered being crushed by Yi Chuan, his anger grew, and he swore to take everything back next time. Suddenly, the villa door was kicked open and flew straight toward him. The heavy door slammed into Liu Jinglong and pinned him to the ground, blood spraying from his mouth, as he had no idea what just happened. Trapped under the door and unable to move, Liu Jinglong could only lift his head in confusion, completely unaware of the disaster that had just fallen on him. Seeing this, Liu Xing crushed his wineglass and roared, demanding to know who dared to storm his mansion. Yi Chuan stepped onto the broken door, making Liu Jinglong underneath even more miserable. His blood-red eyes stared forward coldly, ignoring Liu Xing's furious shout. Killing intent wrapped around him, and every step carried terrifying pressure. Recognizing Yi Chuan, Liu Xing sneered and said he had been looking for him about the deaths of the men sent to track him. Yi Chuan cut him off coldly and demanded to know where his parents were. Liu Xing burst into mocking laughter, saying all of this was Yi Chuan's fault, and his parents were simply paying the price, and today he would take Yi Chuan's life as well. Those words made Yi Chuan's heart sink as he recalled Liu Xing's suspicious expression and feared something had truly happened. Not wanting to waste time, Ye Chuan drew the dragon-slaying saber and declared that anyone who touched his family would pay with their life. Liu Xing's face darkened, looking at him with disdain as if he had no right to speak. Before he could finish, a punch smashed into his face and snapped his head to the side. The force sent Liu Xing flying into the wall, cracking bricks on impact. Only then did he realize in shock that Ye Chuan had already stepped into the Dungtang realm. Wiping blood from his mouth, Liu Xing calmed himself and thought that as a 6th-stage Dungtang expert, he still held the advantage. He activated his ability, and a layer of stone-like material quickly covered his body as he sneered at Yi Chuan's so-called death wish. In seconds, a full stone armor formed, boosting his defense and power while resisting sharp weapons. Still pinned under the door, Lu Jinglong sweated in fear, shocked that his father had used his strongest ability. A vicious glint flashed in Lu Xing's eyes as he clenched his fist and charged. Facing the sudden burst of speed, Ye Chuan had to step back in surprise. But he instantly activated Nether Shadow Step, turning into a red afterimage and dodging in a blink. Seizing the chance, Ye Chuan slashed at Lu Xing's neck, but the blade only struck the stone armor. With rich battle experience, Lu Xing countered with a powerful kick that sent Ye Chuan flying. Ye Chuan crashed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Walking closer, Lu Xing coldly said the gap between them was too big, and Ye Chuan could not break his defense while one solid hit would cost him dearly. What he did not know was that Ye Chuan had the system, and as he stood up, a notification showed the damage from this target was greatly reduced. Ye Chuan stared at him, and suddenly sheathed the dragon-slaying saber. Lu Xing was confused, unable to believe Ye Chuan could stand up after taking that full-powered blow. Clenching his fists, Ye Chuan said if the blade could not break the stone armor, then he would use his fists. Lu Xing laughed loudly and spread his arms, mocking him to try and see what flesh and blood could do. But soon the smile on his face faded, and cold sweat began to drip down. Ye Chuan lowered his stance, burst with terrifying momentum, and charged like a raging storm. His crimson eyes locked on target as his fist slammed into Lu Xing's abdomen with explosive force. At the same time, the system's damage boost activated at a terrifying level. Lu Xing's eyes widened as cracks echoed from the stone armor, and the punch felt like being hit by a cannon. Without giving him time to breathe, Ye Chuan followed with another strike from his other hand. A brutal uppercut smashed into Lu Xing's chin, shattering the stone armor around his head. His body staggered wildly, blood spraying everywhere. At that moment, Blood Shadow Butcher activated, and Ye Chuan grabbed Lu Xing by the head. In his grip, Lu Xing was like a pig on a slaughter table, screaming non-stop. Rage over his missing parents exploded as Ye Chuan rained down punches, shouting for Lu Xing to tell him where they were. Nearby, Lu Jinglong turned pale with fear and screamed for Ye Chuan to stop before his father was killed. He shouted about saving him, trying to force himself to stand up. But his body trembled, tears streaming down, legs too weak to move, terrified he would be the next to die. Under the brutal beating, Lu Xing was nearly unconscious and finally begged, saying Ye Chuan's parents had been taken by someone else. Ye Chuan froze, killing intent wavering as he demanded to know where they were. Lu Xing shook his head frantically and said he truly did not know, explaining that when he went to capture them for revenge, several black-robed figures were already there. Ye Chuan frowned, never having seen such people near his family, and almost thought Lu Xing was lying. Terrified, Lu Xing swore they wore hooded cloaks that hid their faces, radiated terrifying strength, far beyond anyone in Qingcheng, and seemed to argue with Ye Chuan's parents before taking them. Suddenly, Lu Xing remembered something. He said there was a special ghost face emblem embroidered on their robes. Out of curiosity, he had tried to get closer to look, but one of the black-robed figures noticed him instantly. The man simply glanced at him, and Lu Xing lost consciousness on the spot. When he woke up, the house was empty and chaotic, and he swore everything he said was true, as Ye Chuan coldly asked for proof, making him feel like prey awaiting slaughter. Stammering, Lu Xing said he found something inside, and hurried to bring back an unopened letter. He claimed it was likely left behind by Ye Chuan's parents before they left. Seeing the sealed envelope, Ye Chuan felt both hope and dread, taking a deep breath before slowly opening it. His movements were slower than ever. He pulled out the letter with trembling anticipation. After reading the first lines, Ye Chuan's pupils shrank as his father wrote that they once wished for a simple life, but after discovering his son's special ability, they knew fate would not allow it, so they had to leave and warned him not to search for them, because the forces behind this were far beyond him, wishing only for his safety and happiness, as long as he could live well. That would be enough for them, and the memory shifted to Ye Qiyuan, placing the letter down with a sigh, while Yu Jingju hugged him with red eyes, asking if leaving Xiaochuan was too cruel, and Ye Qiyuan replied that only by leaving the nest can a bird learn to fly. But their son was not a normal bird. He was a growing dragon with an unheard-of ability to grow stronger through killing. Ye Qiyuan pulled Yu Jingju into his arms and gently comforted her, saying Xiaochuan was mature enough to choose his own path. If his son wanted to stand at the peak of this world, he would clear the road ahead, and if one day he grew tired of fighting, Ye Qiyuan would shield him from every storm. After that, he left the letter on the table, and that same letter finally reached Ye Chuan today. After reading every word, Ye Chuan clenched the letter tightly. The familiar handwriting confirmed it was his father's, and the people mentioned were likely the same black-robed figures he once saw, leaving him filled with questions about their identity and why his ability forced his parents to leave. Yet he chose to walk away for now, since killing Liu Xing in the city would only bring trouble. Once Yichuan disappeared, Liu Xing finally gasped for air, feeling death closer than ever before. Struggling to stand, Liu Xing was supported by Liu Jinglong, who swore to avenge him. Liu Xing shouted back that even he could not defeat Yichuan right now, so how could his son? And Liu Jinglong lowered his head in shame for not daring to step in earlier. Liu Xing calmed him down, said he would handle everything himself, and asked for his phone with a vicious look in his eyes. Liu Jinglong quickly handed it over. The moment he got it, Liu Xing made a call. When the call connected, Liu Xing endured the pain and asked his cousin Lei Gang for help, while Lei Gang sat on a sofa with 2 girls tending his wounds and immediately paid attention after hearing the story. Lei Gang frowned slightly in surprise. He did not expect someone in Qingcheng would dare attack with killing intent. When he asked for the name, Liu Xing said it was just a common young man with abnormal strength named Yichuan, and the moment Lei Gang heard it, killing intent filled his eyes. Instinctively, he touched the wound on his chest. A sinister smile appeared as he realized the target he had been searching for had shown himself. Meanwhile, Yichuan returned to his empty house, still overwhelmed by unanswered questions. The only clue now was the ghost face emblem on the black-robed figures. At least he knew his parents were still alive, and he no longer had to worry about protecting them at his side. From now on, his only goal was to grow stronger until he could crush those black-robed figures and reunite with his family. After sorting out his thoughts, he calmed down and realized the Zhu Tian alliance was his best lead. So the first person he went to see was Master Ti Xin. The moment the master saw him, he recognized him instantly. After forging spirit weapons his whole life, he had never seen someone use one to slaughter pigs, so Yichuan left a deep impression, and he asked if the saber had any issues. Yichuan politely said he came for another matter, and the old master joked if he wanted to order more pig-killing tools. Then he noticed the large bag on Yichuan's back and curiously asked what was inside. Without hesitation, Yichuan opened it. Inside were all the golden spider legs, and Master Tai Xin's eyes lit up at the sight. He immediately realized they were golden spider materials of extreme rarity and knew Yichuan was far from ordinary. Yichuan nodded to confirm. Even though he had guessed, Master Ti Xin was still shocked and excitedly said these materials were more than enough to upgrade Yichuan's saber to a whole new level. Hearing weapons could gain new attributes, Yichuan got instantly interested and wanted to know how it actually worked. Tai Xin Dashi picked up a golden spider leg and explained it carried both metal and poison attributes, and he could fuse one of them into the blade to boost its power and flexibility. Yichuan immediately asked why he couldn't keep both metal and poison on the knife. Tai Xin Dashi laughed and told him not to be greedy, saying only one attribute could survive the refinement, and since he was in a good mood, he would upgrade Yichuan's weapon for free. He let Yichuan choose between poison or metal, and after thinking it through, Yichuan chose metal because gold would sell for a higher price. Tai Xin Dashi just smiled and said the kid really knew how to calculate. Without wasting time, he threw the golden spider legs into the furnace, and the flames roared to life. Under the intense heat, the spider legs melted into a stream of shining golden liquid. With precise control, Tai Xin Dashi guided the liquid and coated it over the pig-slaughtering knife. The sound of hammering echoed non-stop right after. With every strike, the knife's shape and aura changed little by little. Golden patterns slowly formed on the blade, growing brighter until they fully merged into the knife. When it was done, Ti Xin Dashi wiped his sweat and announced the enchantment was a success, saying Yichuan's luck was pretty good. Yichuan thanked him and noticed the knife felt much heavier than before. But what he really cared about was the actual effect, so he asked right away. Ti Xin Dashi explained that most enchanted weapons needed activation conditions, and this metal-attributed blade might trigger a burst damage effect. Yichuan was satisfied, knowing that combined with his system, his combat power would skyrocket. He didn't hesitate any longer. Yichuan started swinging the blade repeatedly to test it out. Aside from feeling slightly stronger cuts, he noticed nothing special. Then the system notified him that after 9 consecutive slashes, the 10th strike would deal double damage. Yichuan was thrilled, never expecting the golden spider material to be this powerful, so he sincerely thanked Ti Xin Dashi and promised to return the favor someday. After saying goodbye, Yichuan left the forge, while Ti Xin Dashi watched his back and quietly thought this was all he could do. Leaving the area, Yichuan planned to head straight to Zhutian Lianmeng to gather more clues. But halfway there, someone suddenly called out to him, and it was Principal Zhao Ming. Seeing Ye Chuan, Xiao Ming looked surprised and asked what he was doing here. Ye Chuan was also surprised and asked why the principal was here instead. Xiao Ming felt slightly annoyed, but explained he came to recommend outstanding students to Zhu Tianlianmeng, calling it a huge honor to be selected. Ye Chuan simply nodded with a calm expression. After an awkward cough, Xiao Ming said Ye Chuan shouldn't blame him for not being on the list, since his profession wasn't combat-related. He added that even geniuses like Zi Lingshuan might not get accepted because Zhu Tianlianmeng had extremely strict standards. Then he curiously asked why Ye Chuan came here. Not wanting to explain, Ye Chuan said he was just training with weights for mountain climbing and opened his bag to show him. Seeing the small bag, Xiao Ming became convinced Ye Chuan was struggling to grow stronger and advised him to give up fighting and focus on slaughtering instead. Ye Chuan didn't argue and casually said he understood and would stick to butchering pigs. After saying that, Ye Chuan walked away, not interested in talking to people who once looked down on him, but as they passed, the aura around him made Xiao Ming shiver like he had just faced something dangerous. That feeling made Xiao Ming turn around and shout, asking what level Ye Chuan had reached. Ye Chuan calmly replied that he had stepped into Dungtang Realm Level 1. Xiao Ming could barely believe it, since only a few days had passed and Ye Chuan had already reached Dungtang Realm. The more he sensed it, the more certain he became, and even the fastest genius, Zi Lingshuan, was only at apprentice level 9, so Ye Chuan's speed was completely abnormal. In Xiao Ming's calculation, Ye Chuan would have had to slaughter over 100,000 pigs to level that fast, which sounded almost impossible. Seeing the principal frozen in thought, Ye Chuan asked if there was anything else he wanted to say. Xiao Ming rushed over and seriously invited him to join the college entrance competition. Ye Chuan stepped back in confusion, since that stage was usually reserved for top combat class students. Xiao Ming explained excitedly that lifestyle classes had never joined before, and the school originally chose Liu Jinglong and Zi Lingshuan as representatives. But Liu Jinglong was badly injured in yesterday's battle and mentally shaken, while Zi Lingshuan alone could not carry everything. He added that the competition was not just about individual results, but total team points. First place earned 10 points, second got 9, down to 1 point for 10th, and only the top 10 counted, with 55 points as the maximum total. Ye Chuan understood the plan, but still asked if a butcher from a lifestyle class was even qualified to participate. Xiao Ming looked at him firmly and said that was not his concern, and if Ye Chuan made top 3, any request could be negotiated. That promise made Ye Chuan think seriously, since he was short on resources. After a few seconds, he asked for 500,000 yuan. Xiao Ming agreed instantly, believing a lifestyle class entering top 3 among combat elites was basically impossible. Thinking he might not need to pay at all, Xiao Ming felt secretly pleased. But Ye Chuan was not done and added another condition, a spirit weapon with storage attributes. Hearing that, Xiao Ming almost wanted to cry, because storage-type spirit weapons were extremely rare and expensive. When the principal hesitated, Ye Chuan turned to leave. Afraid of losing him, Xiao Ming quickly stopped him and agreed through gritted teeth, reminding him the rewards only came if he truly made top 3. Only then did Ye Chuan nod in satisfaction and confirm the deal. They parted ways, one heading down the mountain, the other walking back with a rather cheerful mood. Soon, Ye Chuan stood before the massive gate marked with the bold words, Zhu Tianlianmeng. A muscular guard in a tank top blocked the entrance and asked what business he had there. Ye Chuan calmly introduced himself and said he wanted to see Jiang Xiaoshu. The guard burst out laughing, saying not just anyone could meet Jiang Xiaoshu. Right then, the door behind him suddenly opened, startling him. Jiang Xiaoshu stepped out in casual clothes with a bright smile and happily said she had been waiting a long time for Ye Chuan to join. She then warmly pulled him inside and personally showed him around Zhu Tianlianmeng. The guard stood there in shock, cold sweat running down his back as he realized what just happened. On the way, Jiang Xiaoshu explained that the South Tower was for living and resting, while the North Tower handled multiple main functions. Passing the training area, she added that the East Tower was the dining hall, and the West Tower was for combat practice. Pointing at the tallest tower ahead, she said missions, rewards, and even entertainment were all managed in the North Tower. Seeing the massive scale of the place, Ye Chuan could not hide his shock. Jiang Xiaoshu smiled and said she would help him complete the registration, and from today on, he was officially a member of Zhu Tianlianmeng. Right then, a large hand suddenly slammed onto Ye Chuan's shoulder. It was Uncle Qian, who burst out laughing and said Ye Chuan had finally made it here. The moment they met, Uncle Qian dragged him along and enthusiastically introduced the relaxation area in the North Tower, clearly hinting at the beautiful staff there. Before he could finish, a loud smack echoed out. Uncle Qian squatted down, holding his head after taking a solid hit, while Jiang Xiaoshu scolded him for trying to corrupt a new member and ordered him to fetch the welcome gift. Rubbing his head, Uncle Qian walked away mumbling that Jiang Xiaoshu clearly did not understand men at all. After the tour, Jiang Xiaoshu brought Yi Chuan to the service area inside the North Tower. The receptionist was stunned, since Jiang Xiaoshu rarely showed up there in person. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiaoshu told her to issue Yi Chuan a black card. The receptionist froze and reminded her that the black card was the highest access level in Jutian Lianmeng, allowing entry to most areas, and asked to confirm. Jiang Xiaoshu coldly replied to just follow her instructions. The receptionist quickly complied and asked Ye Chuan to register his personal information. Soon, the black card was ready, and she respectfully handed it over, congratulating him on becoming a high-level member. Holding the card, Ye Chuan was confused and asked why he received the highest tier. Jiang Xiaoshu explained that status depended on contribution points from missions, and normally one needed 100,000 points to qualify. Yi Chuan looked at the card in disbelief. Jiang Xiaoshu added that she personally recruited him, and his major contribution in the battle against Lei Shi Lianmeng made him fully deserving. She stepped closer and said she truly valued his potential. Just as the atmosphere turned awkward, Uncle Qian suddenly shouted, forcing them apart. Completely unaware, Uncle Qian happily handed Yi Chuan a pile of items, saying they were welcome gifts. Ye Chuan was surprised to learn Jiang Xiaoshu had specially prepared these for him, far above the usual standard. He glanced at her and awkwardly thanked her. Jiang Xiaoshu then told Uncle Qian to leave, since she wanted to show Yi Chuan the residential area. Soon they arrived at a courtyard called Mingmo Tan. Inside was a special natural pond, and when Ye Chuan noticed it was not the usual dormitory, Jiang Xiaoshu explained it could help heal the injuries he still carried from the last battle. She stepped into the pond herself and introduced its recovery effects. Hearing that, Yi Chuan also entered the pond to test it. But as soon as he sat down, Jiang Xiaoshu's gaze stopped on his body, as if she noticed something. She saw the fresh wounds and worriedly asked if he faced danger last night. Caught off guard by her concern, Ye Chuan felt embarrassed and moved aside, saying they were just minor injuries. Seeing he did not want to explain, Jiang Xiaoshu did not press further, and sincerely thanked him for what he did in the previous battle, since without him, that crucial loot might have fallen into enemy hands. Hearing her gratitude, Ye Chuan stayed silent, secretly wishing she would stand a little farther away to ease the awkward tension. To change the topic, Jiang Xiaoshu pointed at a wooden tray and told him to open the items, saying they would help his training at Mingmo Tan. Yi Chuan picked up a small box and found a black spirit pill inside, radiating a strange aura. Seeing his confusion, Jiang Xiaoshu explained that it could greatly enhance physical strength and agility. Even with that introduction, Ye Chuan remained doubtful, feeling it sounded like the growth feed he once used on pigs. Jiang Xiaoshu giggled and told him to try it and see for himself. Yi Chuan put the pill in his mouth and casually noted it tasted like chocolate. But before he could enjoy it, his body suddenly began to change, catching him off guard. A powerful force erupted from within him, shaking the pond and sending water splashing everywhere as Jiang Xiaoshu quickly stepped aside. Shocked, she explained that it was the Jingong Dan, a rare treasure crafted by a top alchemist of Jutian Lianmeng, produced only once every 6 months. She added that it permanently boosted physical attributes and improved overall stats. At that moment, the system announced Yi Chuan had officially reached Dungtang Realm First Stage, with strength, agility, and spirit rising sharply, leaving him thrilled. But it did not stop there, as opening the remaining gift triggered a burst of golden light, and the system granted him a high-level passive skill called Jin Zhong Jiao that could block one fatal blow with a 12-hour cooldown. As golden symbols formed on his body, the system confirmed Jin Zhong Jiao had fully fused. Jiang Xiaoshu explained that since his Jin Lin Ruan Jia was destroyed before, this was compensation from Jutian Lianmeng. Receiving so many benefits in a row left Yi Chuan stunned, unsure how to repay her generosity. She brushed her hair aside and said forging the flame armor from Fenghuo Li Yuan hide would take about a month, and after that, he would join the campaign to conquer Li Huo Dao Wang. Always cautious, Yi Chuan immediately asked about the success rate. Jiang Xiaoshu honestly admitted the chance of victory was less than 10%. That answer shocked Yi Chuan, since it sounded like a suicide mission, and he could not understand why someone of her status would join it. For the first time, she looked lonely, and said that being the young miss meant she had to prove herself and refuse to live under her father's shadow. She recalled hearing people whisper that such a great family head only had a useless daughter who brought shame. Yi Chuan also remembered the criticism she faced for her unusual behavior. Looking at her, he realized that even with noble status, she still endured doubt and pressure among so many geniuses. After a long silence, Jiang Xiaoshu asked if he was afraid of the upcoming mission. Yi Chuan scratched his head and smiled, saying his parents taught him to fulfill any promise he made. Her eyes softened, calling him reliable. Then she suddenly asked a question that made the mood strange. Before he could react, she hugged him and said, if they truly might die in the next operation, he should tell her any regret he had, and she would try to fulfill it, leaving Ye Chuan flustered and waving his hands in panic. Yi Chuan quickly calmed down, stepped away from her, and walked out of the pond, knowing he could not die yet because he still had to find his parents. Rejected so directly, Jiang Xiaoshu slumped into the water, arms hanging helplessly as if questioning what went wrong in her life. Ye Chuan said nothing more and headed straight for the door. The moment he opened it, he ran into Uncle Qian Deng, who was clearly embarrassed after being caught eavesdropping. Jiang Xiaoshu threw on a coat and came out, asking why Uncle Qian was there. He awkwardly scratched his head and said he came to heal but planned to leave after realizing someone was inside. Just as he turned, Ye Chuan stopped him to discuss something else. Hearing that Ye Chuan wanted him as a sparring partner, Uncle Qian was stunned. As they walked, Uncle Qian warned him not to rush, since their cultivation gap was not small. Watching them leave, Jiang Xiaoshu smiled with satisfaction, convinced she chose the right person. Time passed quietly, and at the West Tower training ground, the atmosphere turned serious. Yi Chuan stood facing Uncle Qian, who held his familiar hammer. Yi Chuan had only one goal, to grow stronger and reunite with his parents. He drew the enhanced Tu-Long Ren and told Uncle Qian not to hold back. Hearing that, Uncle Qian charged forward with his hammer, declaring he would fight seriously. Ye Chuan remained calm, determined to break his limits. 9 days later, training at Yul Tianlianmeng was still intense. Carrying food to the rest area, Jiang Xiaoshu sighed at the two training maniacs, who only stopped to eat or sleep. She brushed her hair back and admitted they were practically obsessed. Even so, watching from behind the crowd, she smiled because they felt incredibly reliable. As attacks clashed non-stop, the air grew heavier, and Ye Chuan quietly counted in his head. Uncle Qian focused on defense while shouting for him to go even faster. Suddenly, Ye Chuan slashed forward with Tu-Long Ren, completing the count of 9. Uncle Qian's expression changed as he sensed an opening and raised his guard. He spun the hammer and lifted it high, ready for the final strike. The battle reached its peak as Ye Chuan leaped into the air, blade raised, roaring the name of his move. Uncle Qian's hammer smashed into Ye Chuan's Jinzhong Jiao, causing a shocking collision. Uncle Qian panicked because Ye Chuan did not dodge at all, and the defensive barrier shattered instantly. Yet Ye Chuan did not retreat. Instead, he erupted with even greater force, pressing down with terrifying power. Forced back, Uncle Qian barely managed to block with the hammer handle and cursed under his breath. He realized the kid was fighting for real as Tu-Long Ren and golden energy crushed down. The impact created a shockwave that swept the entire area and blew everyone's hair back. The surrounding disciples were stunned, unable to believe that a newcomer like Yi Chuan could match Uncle Qian in just days. As the dust settled, Uncle Qian was still holding his hammer up while Yi Chuan landed not far away in drifting smoke. Then a cracking sound echoed as the hammer handle split apart, leaving Uncle Qian staring at the broken pieces in disbelief. Staring at the shattered hammer in his hand, Uncle Qian looked up and sighed, saying the spar was over. But Yi Chuan owed him a new weapon first. With his clothes torn to pieces, Ye Chuan scratched his head and admitted he had no money left to pay for it. Right then, Jiang Xiaoshu waved from afar, telling them to stop training and come eat. She carried lunchboxes and walked straight through the crowd of onlookers. Even though the fight had ended, Uncle Qian was still shaken, shocked that Yi Chuan's last strike destroyed his famous spirit weapon. While Uncle Qian was lost in thought, Ye Chuan put away the dragon-slaying blade and excitedly asked Jiang Xiaoshu what she cooked today. At the same time, the system popped up, 3rd stage of the Tang realm, all stats raised to 140. NZ Yoon now level 2, with the 9th hit dealing 220 damage after 8 stacks, higher crit damage, and lower trigger requirement on upgrade. Nether Shadow Step reached level 3, boosting speed by 50 for 70 seconds, and Blood Shadow Butcher advanced to level 3. Seeing Ye Chuan act like nothing happened, Uncle Qian could only mourn his spirit weapon and complain to Jiang Xiaoshu about losing such a treasure after just a few days of sparring. Jiang Xiaoshu smiled and waved it off, saying she would take him to the spirit weapon vault later, but for now they should eat. Soon, facing a table full of delicious dishes, both Yi Chuan and Uncle Qian widened their eyes in shock. Watching them eat happily, Jiang Xiaoshu noted that Ye Chuan had grown stronger again, and conquering Li Wo no longer seemed so far away. While biting into a drumstick, Ye Xuan suddenly announced he would leave for a few days starting tomorrow. Everyone froze. Uncle Chan stared in confusion, and Jiang Xiaoshu quickly asked where he was going. Eating too fast, Yi Xuan started choking and had to pound his chest to breathe. After swallowing, he explained there was no need to worry. He was just returning to join a competition he promised Principal Chu and would be back in a few days. Even so, Uncle Qian grabbed his hand and said after all their fights he had grown fond of him and truly did not want him to leave so soon. But before he could finish, a sharp knock echoed beside them. Jiang Xiaoshu had smacked Uncle Qian on the head, telling him to stop causing trouble for Yi Xuan. She said this was only temporary, then placed a hand on Yi Xuan's shoulder and told him to stay safe because they would be waiting. The two of them walked Ye Xuan to the gate of the Juxian Alliance and waved goodbye. As his figure faded away, Uncle Qian admitted he admired Yi Xuan's talent and worried about the day he might truly head to that place. Jiang Xiaoshu kept looking into the distance and said, if they could return alive from Burning Heaven Valley, that alone would prove they were worthy to step foot there. Time passed, and the scene shifted to a crowded school where Yi Xuan leaned against a pillar, quietly observing the students chatting around him. Suddenly a girl shouted in surprise as a proud young woman approached, a legendary Snow Soul sword immortal. The crowd buzzed when they realized Ziling Xuan had arrived, and her gaze soon shifted sideways in confusion. Clearly, Ye Xuan's presence here caught many people off guard. Spotting him sitting nearby, Ziling Xuan silently called his name in her mind. She crossed her arms, her expression cold and annoyed, not understanding why Ye Xuan showed up here. Just then, the girl who always followed Ziling Xuan suddenly called out Yi Xuan's name. She pointed at him and mocked him loudly, saying he must be here to get close to Ziling Xuan again. But Yi Xuan's response was firm and completely unexpected. Without warning, Yi Xuan punched the wall beside him, cracks spreading everywhere as he coldly glared at the girl and said one word, "Scram." His overwhelming aura scared her so badly, she stumbled several steps back. Trying to save face, she ran to Ziling Xuan, muttering that it was just childish showing off. But the shattered wall spoke for itself, leaving everyone around secretly stunned. The tense air grew heavier as she suddenly played the victim, telling Ziling Xuan she only tried to drive Yi Xuan away, but got bullied instead. Finally, Ziling Xuan stepped in, staring at Yi Xuan and saying coldly that no matter how he showed off, it meant nothing in front of her. She casually swung her sword, and a sharp wave of sword chi crushed the already cracked bricks into dust. Yet Yi Xuan stayed calm, glancing at the cuts on the wall as if nothing had happened. Tired of the nonsense, he sighed, and explained that Principal Chu invited him to join the university tournament, and it had nothing to do with her. Ziling Xuan froze, confused why the principal would choose someone like Yi Xuan for this competition. Even so, her disdain remained as she mocked him for being a dim light unworthy of standing among true elites. Just as the clash peaked, Chu Mingping appeared, smiling as he confirmed he personally invited Yi Xuan and told them to set aside grudges for the school's honor. Ziling Xuan reacted fiercely, refusing to accept being teammates with Yi Xuan. Seeing her resistance, Chu Mingping whispered that without contrast, how could her strength truly shine? Hearing that, her expression softened slightly, reluctantly admitting it made some sense. Still annoyed, she warned Yi Xuan that if not for someone else being unable to join, this chance would never be his, and he better not get in her way. Yi Xuan did not care at all, his indifference only making Ziling Xuan snort angrily before leaving. After she left, Chu Mingping patted Ye Xuan's shoulder and reminded him of their agreement. Yi Xuan gave a short reply showing he understood. With that, he followed the principal toward the bustling competition arena. On the way, Chu Mingping explained that the first elimination matches would begin soon. Passing the preparation area, he added that their registration had already been completed and entered into the system. As they walked, he clarified the rules, saying each contestant would be randomly paired to fight a designated opponent. He stressed that winners would stay on stage and immediately face the next challenger. Pointing at the 4 arenas, he said rankings would be based on total wins, and only the last 4 standing could advance. He also added that during preliminaries, students from the same school would not be matched together, making many from Qingcheng quietly relieved they would not face Ziling Xuan right away. Even those who lost had one more chance, as defeated contestants could challenge again, but a second loss meant elimination. Hearing this, the girl beside Ziling Xuan smiled confidently, declaring that with Ziling Xuan here, their school would surely take first place. Meanwhile, Ziling Xuan glanced at Yi Xuan sitting calmly behind, secretly eager to see how a so-called life profession like his would embarrass himself on stage. Soon, the opening time arrived, and the cheers from the stands grew louder. The live broadcast preparations were complete, and all cameras were ready to capture the most exciting moments. The opening ceremony began as the stage lights flared up and focused on the center of the arena. When the female host appeared, the crowd erupted as she greeted everyone and introduced the 4 schools: Qingcheng, Longyun, Yingtai, and Qingyan. She stressed the importance of this tournament and reminded contestants that today's results could shape their future. The scale became clear as representatives from Tiankong, Zhenwu, and Taichu academies appeared in the stands to scout talent. Sitting in the contestant area, Zilingxuan felt the pressure, knowing Tiankong Academy had been watching her for a long time. Soon, an announcement echoed through the arena, and the host declared the first round officially started. At the same time, the big screen displayed the match list for Arena 4. The first matchup drew attention: Liu Kai from Yingtai, an advanced Thunder Shadow Spearman, versus Ye Xuan from Qingcheng, a pig butcher, who remained calm despite the whispers. The moment his profession appeared, the entire arena buzzed in shock at seeing a pig butcher in such a tournament. Surprise turned into doubt as a middle-aged spectator exclaimed that it was unbelievable for such a profession to step onto the stage. While the crowd kept talking, the organizers prepared the match, and Chu Mingping signaled Yi Xuan to take his position. Even the academy representatives were stunned, one lecturer admitting it was his first time seeing a life profession compete and questioning if Qingcheng lacked talent. A female lecturer immediately objected, saying profession alone meant nothing since she had discovered a promising student at Qingcheng before. Forced to back down, the man changed his tone, claiming Qingcheng had both strong and weak students and could not compare to elite-filled Yingtai. As the judges argued, Ye Xuan and Liu Kai stood face-to-face on Arena 4. Seeing his opponent, Liu Kai grinned proudly, stepped forward for a handshake, and laughed as if he had been handed a free win. He even threw an arm around Yi Xuan, joking that he would treat him to a meal after celebrating his victory. Yi Xuan only smirked and calmly said Liu Kai's personality was not bad. Preparations finished quickly as the referee raised his hand and announced the opening match of Arena 4. In the teacher section, Liu Wenlei mocked Chu Mingping, asking if Qingcheng was so desperate it sent a pig butcher to compete, while another principal laughed along. A third principal teased that maybe this was Qingcheng's trump card, since a god-tier profession still outranked legendary. He finished speaking with a playful grin. Hearing the ridicule, Chu Mingping wiped his sweat and thought they would soon understand how terrifying second stage of the Tang realm truly was. On the stage, at the signal, a black spear appeared in Liu Kai's hand, blue lightning crackling around it with a sharp eagle-like cry. Feeling the familiar power, Liu Kai grew even more excited, already imagining victory. In his mind, he was 8th stage apprentice realm, while his opponent was just a life profession, so one strike would end it. Before finishing the fight, he decided to show off a few flashy moves to impress the audience. Watching Liu Kai spin his spear, Ye Xuan found it amusing and even clapped, praising the moves as beautiful. The compliment darkened Liu Kai's face, but before he could react, the referee reminded him this was a match, not a performance, and told him to start fighting. After the warning, Liu Kai dropped the playful act and entered real combat mode. He looked at Ye Xuan and said he meant no harm, but if anyone was to blame, it was Ye Xuan for being too weak. With that, Liu Kai leapt into the air and smashed his spear down at Ye Xuan's head, thinking he was too scared to even dodge. But at the last second, Ye Xuan simply tilted his head and avoided the spear with ease. Then a massive impact echoed across the arena. A figure was blasted off the stage and slammed hard onto the ground. The person coughed up blood and lay motionless, and to everyone's shock, it was Liu Kai, defeated in an instant as the referee declared Ye Xuan the winner. The entire hall exploded in noise, as many had not even seen what happened before the match was over. Chu Mingping laughed proudly and asked the other principals if they still looked down on a pig butcher, reminding them that at this stage, realm advantage crushed everything. The 3 principals looked annoyed and reluctantly admitted Yi Xuan had exceeded expectations. Qin Yan's gaze changed at once, and as a body cultivator, he clearly understood the power behind that punch. From his perspective, Ye Xuan's strike was clean and precise. It had not even used full strength, yet it completely suppressed his opponent. Qin Yan sighed that someone this capable was rare, but sadly his profession was pig butcher, because if he were combat type, he would have recruited him immediately. Lu Xingya suddenly recalled that Zilingxuan once mentioned a Yi Xuan who followed her around, and realized it was this same person. In human history, the highest a pig butcher ever reached was Grand Master at age 70, so she felt there was nothing worth overthinking. Lu Xingya calmly said many life profession users tried to defy fate and rise as powerhouses, but none had truly succeeded, and Qin Yan could only sigh in regret. As they talked, the next match list appeared. Arena 1, Xiao Guiji from Qingyan, an intermediate fire mage, versus Ye Xuan from Qingcheng, god-tier pig butcher. After Lu Kai's defeat, no one dared underestimate Yi Xuan anymore. At the signal, Xiao Guiji instantly widened the distance to use his ranged advantage, completely misjudging Yi Xuan's speed. In a blink, Yi Xuan appeared in front of him and casually asked if having flames on his hands every day felt hot. Xiao Guiji hurried back and shouted at him to shut up, claiming Yi Xuan would soon learn what real heat meant. In the stands, Principal Wen Zhongwei smiled confidently, telling Zhao Ming this childish play was about to end. He boasted that his student reached 9th stage apprentice in 3 months and was on the verge of Tang realm, so Yi Xuan could not possibly win. Zhao Ming only gave a meaningful smile. After sipping water, he calmly revealed that Yi Xuan was already 2nd stage of the Tang realm and asked who truly had the advantage. Wen Zhongwei was stunned and kept asking if Zhao Ming was joking. At that moment, the referee loudly announced Qing Cheng's representative, Yi. The announcement made Wen Zhongwei's expression turn even uglier, because it meant Yi Xuan was indeed a student who had just awakened his profession this year. At the same time, Zi Lingxuan swiftly defeated her opponent on another arena. Seeing both Yi Xuan and Zi Lingxuan perform brilliantly, Zhao Ming felt extremely satisfied, as Qing Cheng now had a real shot at claiming 2 of the top 3 spots. Zi Lingxuan believed Yi Xuan won mostly by luck, and even regretted not meeting him in the first round to eliminate him herself. Seeing Zhao Ming so excited, Principal Xia Xuan told him not to celebrate too early. The next match was Lu Wani from Lingyun, a rare warrior, against Zi Lingxuan, the legendary sword immortal of Qingcheng. Zi Lingxuan was already standing on the arena waiting. Her opponent was a short, chubby girl who looked like a 5-year-old and moved a bit slowly. Once on stage, Lu Wani politely bowed and asked for guidance. Zi Lingxuan responded with a cold stare, telling her not to act friendly and not to expect mercy because of her childish look. Zhao Ming glanced at the girl and asked Xia Xuan if she was even 18, and Xia Xuan firmly confirmed it. She said there was no doubt about it. Then she smiled confidently. In her eyes, Lu Wani was Lingyun's strongest trump card. Sensing the tension rising, the referee quickly announced the start of the match. In the university section, Lu Xingye stared at Zi Lingxuan and softly muttered not to disappoint her. At the signal, Zi Lingxuan summoned her long sword, its cold glow sharp and intimidating. As the blade appeared, snow began falling under the clear sky, swirling around her in a breathtaking scene. Lu Wani was fascinated, reaching out her tiny hand to catch the snow, almost forgetting she was in a fight. Zi Lingxuan did not waste the opening, and instantly closed in with a flurry of sword strikes. In seconds, countless cuts covered Lu Wani's body, yet she showed no sign of pain. Seeing how easily it worked, Zi Lingxuan turned away with disdain, thinking this opponent was even weaker than Yi Xuan. In the stands, Zhao Ming suppressed a laugh and glanced at Xia Xuan, saying it looked like an adult bullying a child. Xia Xuan only smiled calmly and said the interesting part was yet to come. Below, the referee thought Lu Wani had lost the ability to fight and prepared to end the match. But suddenly her body turned red and waves of crimson energy rose, making Zi Lingxuan uneasy. That unease became shock as Lu Wani activated her enhancement skill, transforming into a 2-meter-tall muscular warrior. Her anger caused her aura to skyrocket. She dashed forward, cracking the arena with one step, and shot toward Zi Lingxuan like a cannon. Even seeing the transformation, Zi Lingxuan calmly raised her sword to block the incoming punch. The moment they collided, she realized her mistake as the force hit like a mountain and sent her spinning into the air. After landing with difficulty, blood trickled from her lips, proving she was injured. Lu Wani gave her no time to recover. She leapt high and crashed down like a falling mountain, and Zi Lingxuan barely dodged in time. The impact exploded the ground, and the shockwave blasted Zi Lingxuan away in a miserable state. Looking back, she saw a massive crater where she had stood and felt a chill run down her spine. Yet Lu Wani was not done and lifted a huge slab of concrete, aiming it straight at Zi Lingxuan. The concrete slab gets tossed like a ball, shooting forward at terrifying speed. This time, Zi Lingxuan doesn't stay on defense. She swings hard and splits the slab in half midair. Then she instantly activates Snow Phantom. 2 icy entities form and charge straight at Lu Yuani. The phantoms can fight on their own. They surround Lu Yuani and unleash a flurry of sword strikes. But despite her huge size, she moves with shocking agility. After dodging multiple attacks, she smashes one Snow Phantom apart with a single punch. The moment, her guard shifts. Zi Lingxuan appears behind her and drives her sword into Lu Yuani's arm. This time, she finally feels pain. Frost immediately spreads from the wound. Seeing her plan work, Zi Lingxuan smiles confidently and declares the fight is over. She believes it's only a matter of time before the ice freezes Lu Yuani's entire body. But just as Zi Lingxuan pulls her sword back for the final blow, Lu Yuani suddenly grabs her with the other arm. The giant hand tightens as Lu Yuani roars that Zi Lingxuan has underestimated her true power. A massive fist flies toward her face. Zi Lingxuan is stunned, unable to understand how her opponent can still counter while frozen and injured. As the punch closes in, she realizes the answer. Lu Yuani used the heat of her boiling blood to shatter the ice. The punch lands hard, twisting Zi Lingxuan's face from the brutal impact. She can't escape because her wrist is still locked in that crushing grip. Only now does she realize how badly she misjudged Lu Yuani. In the stands, Zhao Ming shoots to his feet in shock. Even he didn't expect Zi Lingxuan to be overwhelmed, while Xiaxuan cheers wildly, urging her student to keep attacking. Completely restrained, Zi Lingxuan breaks down in panic. She cries, apologizing and begging for help. Suddenly, a round of applause echoes across the arena. She turns and sees Yixuan clapping non-stop, openly praising Lu Yuani while she stands there humiliated. Up in the viewing area, Lu Xingye remains calm, watching the entire match like an entertaining play. Her eyes stay locked on Zi Lingxuan, curious how she will turn this around. On the stage, Lu Yuani in berserk mode charges again, radiating unstoppable pressure. Zi Lingxuan has almost nowhere to run. Her sword strikes can't slow that monstrous fist, heading straight for her face. But at the very moment of impact, something unexpected happens. The punch suddenly disappears without causing any damage. At the same time, Lu Yuani's massive body rapidly shrinks back to her original small form, leaving everyone stunned. Her enhancement time has run out. Lu Yuani realizes her strongest trump card vanished at the worst possible moment. Zi Lingxuan slowly pushes herself up. Blood stains her face, but her eyes burn with fury. Knowing she can't continue, Lu Yuani turns and runs, quickly admitting defeat. Zi Lingxuan clenches her teeth, killing intent spreading coldly. She isn't satisfied, because this victory came from a timeout, not true defeat. The referee steps in and announces Zi Lingxuan as the winner. The arena explodes with mixed reactions. Even in defeat, Lu Yuani turns back and makes a teasing gesture. From afar, Xiaxuan proudly praises her student's performance. Zhao Ming watches Zi Lingxuan's expression in silence. He knows this win might only feed her arrogance, and he admits Lingyun Academy has a truly terrifying student. After sheaths her sword, Zi Lingxuan stands alone on the stage. Instead of joy, all she feels is anger at Yixuan's mockery, wondering how he's still standing in this tournament. In her mind, it feels unfair. She had to go all out, while everyone facing Yixuan seems far weaker. Clenching her fists, Zi Lingxuan decides to reveal her full power in the final match. No one, not even Yixuan, will stop her from taking the championship. In the VIP area, Xiaxuan sighs in regret. Her academy's top students are all eliminated, and their shot at the top ranks is nearly gone. Before leaving, she throws a meaningful glance at Zhao Ming. With a smile, Xiaxuan admits that right now, the one who interests her more than Zi Lingxuan is Yi Xuan, the so-called butcher. The white-haired principal looks at Zhao Ming and comments that Zi Lingxuan may not be outstanding enough. In his view, his own Lu Chenchang might be the one to reach the finals with her. Their conversation is cut off by an announcement from Arena 3. One name grabs everyone's attention. Lu Chen of Inkai Academy has won. On the stage, a massive greatsword pins his opponent to the ground. The arena falls silent as Lu Chen stands there like an unmoving mountain. Dressed in white, Lu Chen looks down coldly at his trembling opponent. He calmly says that outside this arena, that man would already be dead. Then Lu Chen forms a hand seal. Spiritual energy wraps around the giant sword. Under his control, it shrinks rapidly and disappears, leaving behind a broken opponent. After recalling his weapon, Lu Chen remains composed. His aura and spiritual pressure draw waves of admiration. Many female students in the crowd can't hide their admiration. With both strength and looks, Lu Chen becomes the center of attention. In the VIP section, Zhao Ming frowns. Seeing so many powerful contenders, he starts to worry whether his student can keep the advantage, even when thinking about Yixuan. At that moment, the board updates again. From Arena 2, Xia Nanan of Jingjian Academy claims victory. In the center stands Xia Nanan in a bright red chi pao. Victory light surrounds her, making her youthful charm even more dazzling. Her opponent lies on the ground admitting defeat, but what crushes him isn't just her strength. It's her identity. He knows very well that hurting the young miss of the Xia family would bring terrifying consequences. From a hidden corner, someone watches everything in silence. For certain forces, the rankings are only part of a bigger scheme. As the match ends, Xia Nanan ignores the cheers and starts searching the crowd for someone. Soon she spots Yixuan. Her face lights up and she quickly runs off the stage. To everyone's surprise, Xia Nanan rushes over and hugs Yixuan's arm tightly, as if afraid he might disappear again. The intimate gesture instantly draws attention. Feeling the softness against his arm, Yixuan grows awkward. Meanwhile, Xia Nanan pouts and complains about why he hasn't come to see her. Yixuan gives a helpless smile and explains that the Xia family stopped him from approaching her. Hearing that, Xia Nanan freezes. Her joy fades into shock and dissatisfaction. Scratching his head, Yeshuan quietly says her family probably feared he would affect her reputation. A hint of sadness flashes in Xia Nanan's eyes. She grows upset at the family rules that forced her close friend away. From the stage, Zilingxuan sees everything. Her face turns ice cold. Jealousy rises in her heart. Watching someone she once looked down on receive Xia Nanan's affection makes her furious. Right then, the big screen announces the next match at Arena 1, Wang Moxiao of Jingjian Academy versus the Snow Sword Fairy, Zilingxuan. Stepping onto the stage, Wang Moxiao wears a smug smile. Purple magic spheres float around him as he mocks her, claiming her genius title is nothing but empty hype. Zilingxuan ignores every provocation. Frost spreads across the arena floor as her sharp eyes lock onto Wang Moxiao like prey. The referee announces the start, and the entire stadium goes silent. Wang Moxiao channels his spiritual power for a first strike. Smirking, he tells her to call him senior brother for mercy, but that arrogance doesn't last long. In a blink, his expression changes. Zilingxuan's speed far exceeds his expectations. Without wasting a word, she draws her sword. A freezing blade waves tears through his magic barrier and slashes straight at him. A scream echoes across the arena. Wang Moxiao takes the hit head-on. Blood sprays as he endures the full force of a legendary class profession. In just a few moves, the match is decided. Wang Moxiao collapses to his knees, unable to believe the power of the girl he mocked. Even standing in victory, Zilingxuan shows no joy. Her icy gaze shifts toward the stands. There, Xia Nanan is still clinging to Yi Xuan's arm. Zilingxuan silently vows to crush anyone in her path next round. After intense battles, the qualifiers finally end. Amid roaring cheers, Host and Shu announces the top 4. First is Zilingxuan of Qingcheng Academy, the Snow Soul Sword Immortal. Next is Xia Nanan of Qingyan Academy, whose performance shocked the crowd. Third is Lu Chen of Yingtai Academy, the powerful and striking swordsman. The final spot goes to the most controversial contestant, Ye Xuan of Qingcheng Academy. Seeing 2 of his students in the semi-finals, Zhao Ming can barely hide his excitement. In his eyes, the championship is within reach. The cheers explode again, especially from the Xia family section. After leaving the stage, Xia Nanan sticks close to Yi Xuan and asks when he became this strong. She proudly adds that she's not weak either, and even holds a powerful secret weapon. In the VIP area, several figures quietly observe Yi Xuan. His rapid growth makes them wary. Lu Xingye rests her chin in thought. She still can't decide if Yi Xuan is truly powerful or just incredibly lucky with surprises. On stage, and Shu explains the semifinal rules. 2 direct matches will decide the finalists. The automatic draw system activates, drawing all eyes to the big screen. Everyone left is a top genius of their generation, deserving a grander stage. The arena mechanism starts up. The 4 platforms merge into one. Soon, a vast and reinforced battlefield forms for the peak clashes ahead. The draw result appears. The first semifinal is Xia Nanan, Senior Alchemist, versus Zilingxuan, the legendary Snow Soul Sword Immortal. Zilingxuan looks satisfied. She has long wanted to teach Xia Nanan a lesson for getting close to Ye Xuan. In the waiting area, Lu Chen confidently tells Ye Xuan that facing him is an honor. Yi Xuan barely reacts. His attention is on the unusual sword at Lu Chen's side. Noticing this, Lu Chen boasts about his precious spirit weapon, forged by a disciple of a renowned Grandmaster Smith. Meanwhile, Xia Nanan steps onto the new stage with confidence, drawing countless gazes. Facing Zilingxuan, she warns her to stay away from Yi Xuan, or risk another slap like before. The words stab at Zilingxuan's pride. Frost surges around her as she coldly fires back, saying Xia Nanan is the real one clinging to Yi Xuan. The referee cuts off the argument and announces the start. The first semifinal officially begins. For Zilingxuan, this is no longer just a match. With the backing of Tiankong Academy, she believes no one will question her, even if she goes too far. Gripping her sword, she recalls the slap from years ago. This time, she plans to repay Xia Nanan many times over. Activating Snow Spirit Shadow, Zilingxuan shouts as cold white light fills her eyes. Her figure dashes across the arena, leaving blizzard-like afterimages. In an instant, countless shadows surround Xia Nanan, but the Xia girl seems prepared. Instead of dodging, Xia Nanan throws out several strange pills, releasing a spreading pink mist. Soon the entire stage is covered, turning visibility into chaos. Zilingxuan finds it almost laughable. Does she really think fog can fool a sword immortal? Using the cover, Xia Nanan swallows a speed-enhancing pill. Its effect kicks in immediately. Then she takes another, pushing her speed beyond normal sight. To counter deadly sword strikes, she adds a defense pill, boosting her durability. Watching from afar, Ye Xuan is stunned. One thought crosses his mind. This girl is addicted to fighting with pills. Beside him, Lu Chen looks tense and asks if Yu Xuan can see through the thick pink mist. Empowered by pills, Xiananan rockets forward like a red missile, determined to crush Zilingxuan's pride. A violent clash erupts inside the smoke. Zilingxuan blocks calmly and remarks that this speed still falls short of Lin Yuani. Her sword strikes are precise and sharp. No matter how fierce Xiananan attacks, skill gap turns the tide. Zilingxuan's eyes grow colder as she starts locking onto her opponent's movement. Feeling the pressure, Xianan pulls out golden pills, known for extreme power at a terrifying cost. Ignoring the aftermath, she swallows them all. Her refusal to lose is written on her face. In a flash, her eyes turn crimson. Her aura explodes as her strength is forced into the second stage of Dungtang realm. Below the stage, the Xia family steward panics, begging her to stop before her body collapses. Seeing this reckless style, Zilingxuan grows irritated. Even for a wealthy family, this level of resource waste is absurd. She raises her sword again, declaring that borrowed power can never surpass true cultivated strength. But Xiananan keeps taking more pills, consumed by the desire to win at any cost. A shocking explosion rocks the arena as two overwhelming forces collide head-on. Before the dust settles, a killing intent appears behind Zilingxuan. Xiananan now moves like a beast, her speed reaching sword immortal level. For the first time, Zilingxuan shows surprise. She didn't expect her opponent to grow even faster. In berserk state, Xiananan charges as a red streak. Each step shatters the floor, but just as she seems ready to overwhelm, her pupils suddenly shrink in alarm. She realizes too late that she has walked into a trap. A terrifying frost erupts as sharp ice crystals burst from the ground and lock her legs. The frozen terrain nullifies her speed advantage. Zilingxuan coldly declares that Xiananan isn't worthy of her true killing move, and this little game ends now. A single sword flash cuts through the air, and blood sprays instantly. The gap in strength is now undeniable. Under the relentless assault, Xiananan can only endure. Blue frost spreads along her arm as the pill effects fade, and her body slips out of control. Zilingxuan doesn't stop. As Xiananan grows heavier from ice and wounds, Zilingxuan appears again, sword descending from above with pure disdain in her eyes. By the time Xiananan senses the danger, it's too late. Panic fills her face as she realizes she cannot dodge. This is no longer a simple match. Sword lights rain down, carving countless wounds across her body. She finally collapses at the center of the arena, barely able to move. The crowd falls into heavy silence. Even with victory secured, Zilingxuan remains furious. She coldly declares that anyone who stands against her will pay the same price. Just as the referee prepares to announce the result, Xiananan forces herself up. Covered in blood, she whispers that the fight isn't over. Through the pain, her eyes search the stands for Yi Xuan. She doesn't want him to see her fall like this. Blood and tears mix as regret burns in her heart for not being strong enough. The Xia family steward grows frantic, shouting for her to surrender and save her life. Seeing her refusal, Zilingxuan decides to prolong the torment. She steps closer and says coldly that this is the path Xiananan chose. Another sword flash erupts, this time aimed straight at her head with no room to evade. From the audience, Ye Xuan's face changes as he shouts a warning. At the same moment, a tiny object shoots forward at terrifying speed. A small stone slams into the blade with a sharp clang. One simple strike knocks the sword off course, revealing immense hidden strength. The steward steps onto the arena, glaring at Zilingxuan for her excessive cruelty in a student competition. Zilingxuan remains indifferent. Once you step onto the stage, she says, you accept the risk of injury, no matter your status. Refusing to argue further, the steward carries the unconscious Xiananan away, warning that there is always someone stronger. The referee officially declares the result. Zilingxuan of Qingcheng Academy advances with overwhelming victory. Behind the arena, the steward meets Yi Xuan while holding Xiananan. Yi Xuan rushes over, face filled with concern. Half-conscious, Xiananan struggles to open her eyes and asks softly if she fought well. The simple question tightens his chest. Yi Xuan nods gently and tells her she did more than enough. He says to leave the rest to him. Hearing that, she looks at him with hope, wishing he will defeat that arrogant genius and claim the championship. Yi Xuan says nothing more and quietly nods, but deep in his calm eyes, anger begins to burn. The steward reminds him to focus on the next match, while he takes the young miss for treatment. Soon, the bracket updates. The next semifinal is Lu Chen, the young sword saint of Yingtai Academy, versus Ye Xuan, the so-called butcher of Qingcheng. Lu Chen steps onto the stage to thunderous cheers. Confident and charismatic, he waves as if victory is already his. He looks at Yi Xuan with pity and advises him to surrender to avoid unnecessary injuries. Yi Xuan answers calmly that he will fight seriously. His voice is steady, yet heavy with pressure. His eyes sharpen like a honed blade. His hand slowly grips the saber at his waist. When a butcher draws his blade, the target may not be livestock, but arrogant geniuses instead. Facing the confusion of his opponent, Ye Xuan started a strange stance and slowly counted from 1 to 9. The entire arena turned tense in an instant. Ye Xuan's attitude made Lu Chen feel completely disrespected. He frowned, annoyed, not understanding what this butcher was trying to pull. Right then, Ye Xuan's system flashed a notice. The next attack would trigger a critical hit. Killing intent surged, his eyes glowed red, and a golden aura wrapped around his body. The referee waved his hand and announced the start. The battle between two fighters with a huge gap in reputation officially began. Lu Chen dropped his relaxed look and instantly activated his sword art. The blade in his hand glowed with a mysterious purple light. He coldly warned Ye Xuan not to regret choosing a serious fight. With a loud shout, Lu Chen unleashed his sword heart talent. His entire focus fused into the constantly shifting blade. In seconds, the sword transformed into a massive energy greatsword. Its terrifying size almost covered the whole arena, crushing everyone with pressure. Following Lu Chen's motion, the giant sword slammed down. Spiritual power roared forward, shaking the space around it. In the stands, Zhao Ming looked extremely worried. Meanwhile, the opposing principal watched with interest, saying if Ye Xuan failed to dodge, he might die on the spot. Under the shadow of that descending blade, Ye Xuan looked tiny in the vast arena. But he did not move. His feet stayed planted, his eyes calm. At the most dangerous moment, he simply gripped his saber and waited. From afar, Zhao Ming nearly panicked, shouting non-stop for Ye Xuan to dodge. Xu Lingxuan crossed her arms and watched with disdain. To her, Ye Xuan was just showing off to get her attention. Then suddenly, Ye Xuan roared. The golden light in his eyes exploded. His saber slashed upward with terrifying force. A thunderous blast echoed as Lu Chen's giant sword shattered into pieces. At the same time, the system displayed critical hit UX 17. Watching his proud weapon crushed, Lu Chen stood frozen. His midair spirit sword was now nothing but scrap. The shock was too much. He dropped to his knees and burst into tears. While crying, Lu Chen demanded Ye Xuan compensate his precious sword. Even the referee was stunned by this reaction. The referee had no choice but to ask if he still wanted to continue the match. Fear completely crushed his pride. With tears streaming down, Lu Chen forfeited. Without his sword, he refused to fight. The referee immediately announced the result. Victory went to Ye Xuan of Qingcheng High School. Looking at the broken sword pieces on the ground, Lu Chen felt heartbroken yet secretly relieved to still be alive. Just imagining that slash hitting him, instead of the sword, sent chills down his spine. The outcome would have been far worse. Ye Xuan remained standing on the stage. Though his terrifying aura faded, his cold expression still pressured Lu Chen. For him, surrender was the smartest move. The result left Xu Lingxuan in disbelief. She could not understand how someone like Yi Shu defeated Lu Chen so easily. Very quickly, she came up with her own explanation. In her mind, something shady had to be going on. Her arrogance convinced her that Yi Xuan must have bribed Lu Chen, all just to secure a spot in the finals against her. In contrast, Zhao Ming was almost going crazy with joy. He jumped up from his seat, beaming. With both top spots taken by his school's students, he immediately bragged that it was all thanks to his excellent training. Meanwhile, the opposing principal could only grit his teeth in anger. He believed Lu Chen had been too careless, allowing a nobody like Yi Xuan to create a miracle. In the VIP area, representatives from the 3 top universities watched with completely different emotions, especially Qin Yan from Zhenwu Academy. His face looked awful, as the students he favored from Yingtai School were all defeated by a butcher. Sitting beside him, Dean Lu Jingya also doubted Yi Xuan's victory. In her view, he must have used some trick, and the truth would be exposed in the finals. But Qin Yan disagreed. He shook his head, saying that judgment was too rushed. In his eyes, Yi Xuan was a seed worth watching. Ignoring the debates in the stands, the female host hyped up the crowd and announced the long-awaited final match. It was an internal clash from Qingcheng High, Xu Lingxuan versus Yi Xuan. Under thousands of eyes, Yi Xuan quietly walked onto the stage alone. Now, no one dared to look down on him. The host pointed the mic at Xu Lingxuan and asked if she had anything to say, even stirring up rumors about their relationship. That single question blew up the arena. Some imagined a romantic story between 2 geniuses. Others believed Xu Lingxuan once rejected Yi Xuan, pushing him to train like crazy. A few were even moved to tears, praising Ye Xuan for working so hard for the one he loved. Hearing this, the chubby girl who idolized Xu Lingxuan got furious. She called Yi Xuan a delusional fool chasing his dream goddess. Many others sided with Xu Lingxuan. They criticized Yi Xuan non-stop, and the argument grew louder. As for Xu Lingxuan, she enjoyed every second of it. Taking the mic, she declared there was zero chance she and Ye Xuan would ever be together. Yi Xuan simply raised his hand and cut her off. He did not care about that fake love story. He just wanted to know when the fight would start. Being interrupted made Xu Lingxuan even angrier. She insisted everything Yi Xuan did was useless, and only made her dislike him more. Yi Xuan rubbed his forehead, feeling helpless. It was like talking to someone trapped in her own world. Meanwhile, the crowd that believed in the love story began cheering for Yi Xuan, urging him to fight to the end. Seeing people support her opponent, Xu Lingshuan's face turned cold. She called them fools, and swore to prove the truth with her strength. Ignoring her completely, Ye Xuan turned to the referee and asked again if the match could start. Finally, the referee officially declared the battle open. But even after it began, Xu Lingshuan kept talking. She claimed Ye Xuan used tricks to reach the finals just to share the stage with her. That was the last straw. Yi Xuan dashed forward at extreme speed, red killing intent blazing around him, ready to end the endless monologue. The moment she finished speaking, a brutal slap landed across her face. She was sent flying without reacting. Her body crashed onto the stage, hair in chaos. The cold goddess image she protected shattered instantly. The entire arena fell into silence. Thousands stared in disbelief at what just happened. Xu Lingshuan trembled as she pushed herself up. Drops of blood began to fall onto the floor. One cheek was swollen red. Blood trickled from her lips and nose. Shock and fury filled her eyes. She never expected Yi Xuan to actually hit her. Meanwhile, Yi Xuan casually shook his wrist, as if he had just touched something unpleasant. With a mocking smile, he calmly asked if she was finally done talking. Rage ignited in Xu Lingshuan's eyes. She gritted her teeth and spat out Yi Xuan's name. Even after that slap, she refused to change her mind. To her, this was just love turning into hatred after rejection. Hearing the same nonsense again, Yi Xuan lost all patience. He held his forehead and bluntly asked if something was wrong with her head. That line made Xu Lingshuan explode. She shouted in fury, accused him of playing innocent, and drew her sword. The instant the sword appeared, the atmosphere on the stage shifted completely. Her hand tightened on the hilt as ice energy spread from the blade. She admitted Yi Xuan had grown stronger, but said the gap was still huge. Humiliated beyond measure, she unleashed her ultimate move. Massive frost energy erupted and wrapped around her entire body. She raised her sword to the sky and screamed the name of her ultimate move, Frost Giant Dragon. With murderous intent, Xu Lingshuan charged at Yi Xuan, determined to end it. Spiritual power gathered and formed a massive ice dragon. Its roar shook the entire arena as it rushed forward to crush everything. Seeing this, Lu Jingya shot to her feet. She tried to stop it, knowing this move would put huge strain on Xu Lingshuan's body. But in the center of the stage, Ye Xuan stayed calm. Facing the incoming ice monster, his eyes did not waver. In the next second, he leaped into the air at a speed almost impossible to see. To the crowd, it looked like he was diving straight into death. The first strike missed. The ice dragon twisted its body, opened its fanged mouth, and chased Yi Xuan again. But Yi Xuan was even faster than expected. He moved like lightning, eyes locked on his target. The dragon chased with shocking agility. In a blink, its giant mouth was close enough to swallow him whole, and the entire arena held its breath. To maintain this skill, Xu Lingshuan was pushing herself to the limit. Blood began to drip from the corner of her lips. Her sword arm trembled non-stop, and her spiritual power was almost drained. Even so, her pride would not let her quit. She clenched her teeth and swore she had to win. Under her control, the ice dragon sped up and bit straight at Yi Xuan. She no longer cared whether he lived or died. In contrast, Ye Xuan gently landed on the ground. Calmly, he reached behind his back and grabbed his familiar butcher knife. In the stands, Qin Yan watched closely. He was shocked to realize Yi Xuan planned to face the dragon head-on. Zhao Ming panicked and shouted, afraid Xu Lingshuan was truly trying to kill someone. But then another thought crossed his mind. If Yi Xuan died, he would not have to pay the promised reward. His worried look instantly faded. Facing the giant dragon, Ye Xuan lowered his stance, gripped his blade, and activated his skill. The shout of Nether Shadow Slash echoed across the arena. His figure vanished like a ghost. The speed was beyond the naked eye. The dragon missed its bite, its icy claw smashing only empty air, while Yi Xuan closed in step by step. Once in range, the skill of a seasoned butcher was unleashed. A storm of slashes carved countless cuts across the dragon's body. It did not take long before the massive dragon began to collapse. Its head, body, and claws shattered into ice fragments. Yi Xuan landed lightly, as if finishing something simple. Xu Lingshuan stood frozen. Her proudest ultimate move was destroyed before her eyes. She could not believe what she was seeing. Yi Xuan slowly walked forward and crushed the remaining ice under his feet. He coldly said it was nothing but an overhyped worm. Unable to accept it, Xu Lingshuan nearly went mad. She denied her defeat and loudly accused Yi Xuan of cheating. This time, Yi Xuan did not let her ramble. He appeared right in front of her, blood-red eyes radiating terrifying pressure. In a cold voice, he said the match was over and she had lost. Even at her limit, her pride refused to accept defeat. Gathering her last bit of strength, Xu Lingxuan forced herself to stand, thinking she could never lose to him. A sharp smack echoed across the arena. Without hesitation, Yi Xuan slapped her hard, twisting her face as blood sprayed from her mouth. Xu Lingxuan went numb. Holding her burning cheek, she realized this was the second slap. She had never suffered such humiliation. Rage choked her voice, and she could only glare at Yi Xuan. Yi Xuan coldly repeated that the battle had ended long ago. Then more slaps followed, each one carving the humiliation deeper into her memory. Qin Yan watched calmly and commented that a famous genius being crushed like this looked like pure abuse. Seeing Xu Lingxuan still refusing to admit defeat, Yi Xuan's gaze turned colder. Winning was no longer his only goal. He wanted to completely break her spirit. The blade moved close to her battered face as he warned that one more provocation would turn this into a real life-or-death fight. That threat shattered her final defense. Xu Lingxuan stepped back in fear and hurriedly shouted that she surrendered. Pride was completely replaced by terror. The referee immediately announced the result. His voice echoed across the arena, declaring Ye Xuan of Qingcheng Hai the champion. The crowd exploded. Shock and disbelief filled the stands. In many eyes, this year's champion looked more like a butcher than a hero. Discussions spread everywhere. Some guessed their past relationship made things so cruel. Others even joked they wanted to slap their ex like that too. In the VIP area, Qin Yan turned to Lu Jingya with a mocking look. He asked if she misjudged, since Qingcheng clearly had someone far more outstanding than Xu Lingxuan. Lu Jingya's face darkened. She glanced at Qin Yan and asked if they were planning to recruit Ye Xuan. Another representative sighed in regret. He said if Yi Xuan had a combat class profession, he would gladly accept him. Qin Yan smiled and replied that if they did not want him, he was not interested either, though he admitted Yi Xuan was capable. Then Qin Yan added with disdain that Zhenwu Academy could not risk its reputation on a butcher. To him, Yishushu profession was a stain. Hearing that, Lu Jingya looked down at the arena with hatred. Yi Xuan had humiliated her student in public and shown her no respect. At that moment, a figure suddenly descended from the VIP section onto the stage. The moment she saw him, Lu Jingya seemed to recognize who it was. The newcomer was a long-haired young man in ancient robes. His aura was far stronger than ordinary people, clearly not someone simple. He walked to Xu Lingxuan and gently comforted her, saying wins and losses were normal in cultivation. Then he introduced himself as Lin Yu, a second-year student of Kangyong Academy, likely to be her future senior. Hearing she had backing, Xu Lingxuan grabbed Lin Yu's hand and cried. She twisted the story, claiming Yi Xuan humiliated her out of love turned into hatred. After listening, Lin Yu's eyes turned icy. He said Ye Xuan would learn the price of touching someone from Kangyong Academy. Lin Yu glanced at Ye Xuan, then asked the referee if the match was officially over. After receiving confirmation, he nodded. A sinister smile appeared on his handsome face. He muttered softly, as if preparing something. He stepped in front of Yi Xuan and arrogantly declared that there were some personal debts to settle. Seeing Yi Xuan stay silent, Lin Yu assumed he was scared. He mocked him, saying even as champion, Yi Xuan was still low-born trash. Yi Xuan narrowed his eyes at the newcomer. One thought crossed his mind. Where did this guy crawl out from? That reply instantly enraged Lin Yu. Being compared to a pig in public made him grit his teeth and swear Yi Xuan would pay. Behind him, Xu Lingxuan was still furious. She shouted that Yi Xuan had offended the wrong person, and today she would reclaim all her humiliation. Unlike them, Yi Xuan calmly asked with sarcasm if they meant to fight him right here. Lin Yu laughed in contempt. In his eyes, Yi Xuan was not even qualified to stand on equal ground. This would not be a fair duel, but a one-sided suppression. The moment he finished speaking, Lin Yu's aura exploded. In a blink, he shot forward. His figure rushed at Yi Xuan with terrifying speed, clearly aiming to kill from the start. Seeing Ye Xuan still standing there, Lin Yu assumed he was frozen in fear. He planned to use Ye Xuan's death to restore Xu Lingxuan's honor. But at the critical moment, three figures suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xuan, blocking the attack. Lin Yu was stunned. Just as the punch was about to land, a hand grabbed it mid-air. The powerful strike was instantly neutralized. The newcomers were members of the Xia family. Zhao Guangjia stepped forward and said that winning and losing was normal. Dragging people here for revenge was unreasonable. Realizing it was the Xia family, Lin Yu's expression changed. His earlier confidence weakened. Even Yi Xuan was surprised to see Zhao Guangjia return. He thought Xia Nanan had been taken to the hospital. Zhao Guangjia explained she was fine, but since they expected Yi Xuan to win, they feared trouble and sent him back to protect him. Lin Yu tried to save face and demanded to know what his business with Ye Xuan had to do with the Xia family. Zhao Guangjia shouted back that Ye Xuan had saved Xia Nan's life. Anyone who touched him would be opposing the Xia family. The entire arena was shaken by this revelation. Even Principal Zhao Ming looked shocked to learn Yi Xuan had ties to such a major force. But it was not over. From the VIP area, Lu Jingya suddenly descended onto the stage, releasing immense pressure. She landed lightly, yet her aura made many people feel suffocated. The moment she appeared, Lu Jingya fixed a sharp gaze on Zhao Guangjia and questioned if he was threatening a student of Kangjiang Academy. Every word carried a warning, as if accusing the Xia family of disrespecting Kangjiang Academy. Zhao Guangjia recognized her immediately. Lu Jingya was a senior instructor of Kangjiang Academy and a King Realm expert. Compared to such an academy, the Xia family was still a step behind. Looking at the situation, he knew things had become far more complicated. With backing behind her, Xu Lingshuan regained her arrogance. She laughed and pointed at the Xia family, declaring that her debt with Xia Nanan would be repaid many times over. Hearing her mention his young lady, Zhao Guangji's eyes turned terrifying. He coldly asked if she truly dared to touch Xia Nanan. The clash between major forces terrified the crowd. Many hurriedly left, afraid a battle could erupt at any moment. Lu Jingya ignored Xu Lingshuan's arrogance. She simply declared that as her student, she would protect her to the end. A strange pink light flashed in her eyes. She said if teachers could not protect students, Kangjiang Academy would lose its status. As her words fell, invisible pressure covered the arena, forcing the Xia family members to step back. But just as her aura dominated everything, an even stronger force intervened. Two figures appeared and directly blocked her pressure. Jiang Xian stepped forward with commanding presence and coldly declared she wanted to see who dared touch someone under the protection of the Juqian Alliance. Seeing Jiang Xian and Qian Li appear, even Ye Xuan lost his calm. He immediately asked why they were here. Qian Li explained that Jiang Xian was not fully at ease about Yi Xuan, so she personally came to watch the match. Lu Jingya's composure faded. She recognized the Juqian Alliance, but did not understand why the region's top force was interfering. Jiang Xian smiled calmly and announced that Ye Xuan was now a member of the Juqian Alliance, so she hoped they would stop targeting him. That statement sent shockwaves through the hall. The entire arena erupted, as yet another major force stood behind Yi Xuan. Up in the stands, Zhao Ming's eyes went wide. The news hit him so hard he even wondered if he was dreaming. Xu Lingshuan took it even worse. Jealousy twisted her face, because the principal once said the Nine Heavens Alliance never valued their graduates, yet Yi Chuan was accepted on the spot. Realizing she could no longer touch Ye Chuan, Lu Jingya forced a smile. She said since she knew Jiang Xian's father, she would let this matter slide. Jiang Xian politely thanked her and said she would pass the message to her father. Once things settled down, Jiang Xian turned and asked Ye Chuan to leave with her. But Xu Lingshuan refused to let it end like this. Seeing her master about to leave, she bowed her head and admitted she had caused her to lose face. Lu Jingya looked back at her disciple and spoke calmly. With Xu Lingshuan's talent, she should not lose heart over one defeat, because a tiger does not doubt itself after stumbling over a dog. She added that when a tiger grows up, it rules the wild, while a house dog can only guard the gate. Those words quickly changed Xu Lingshuan's mood. As if enlightened, she knelt down to thank her master and said she understood. Her spirit restored, she tightened her grip on her sword. Then she stood up and loudly called out Yi Chuan's name in front of everyone. Xu Lingshuan admitted Today's loss, but claimed it was not Yi Chuan's strength that defeated her, only her own arrogance. With burning determination in her eyes, she made a promise. 1 year from now, she would challenge him again and asked if he dared to accept. Facing that challenge, Ye Chuan stayed silent. Even Jiang Xian and Qian Li could not read his thoughts. After a moment, Ye Chuan's lips curled into a faint smile. He simply said she could do whatever she wanted. The chaotic final finally came to an end. The noise in the arena slowly faded away. Without staying long, Ye Chuan left the stadium with Jiang Xian and Qian Li, walking across the vast academy grounds. On the way, Ye Chuan awkwardly thanked Jiang Xian for helping him so many times before. Hearing that, Jiang Xian looked at him curiously and suddenly asked if he still had feelings for Xu Lingshuan. Yi Chuan burst out laughing and waved it off. He said he had zero interest in pigs. Jiang Xian misunderstood right away. She thought he meant Xu Lingshuan was too chubby and secretly decided to start dieting, not knowing that in Yi Chuan's eyes, all creatures look like pigs. In truth, on the stage earlier, he felt terrifying killing intent from Lu Jingya. In his special perception, she looked like a giant and dangerous pig, and if they fought, he had almost no chance to win. Just as they were about to leave, someone called out to him from behind. It was Zhao Ming, the principal of Qingcheng Academy, rushing over to catch up. Compared to before, Zhao Ming's attitude had completely changed. He warmly greeted Jiang Xian and Qian Li with extreme politeness. Then he turned to Ye Chuan with unusual friendliness and asked when he joined the Nine Heavens Alliance. Surprised, Ye Chuan honestly said just yesterday. Zhao Ming immediately began praising him. He claimed he always knew Ye Chuan was a rare genius and believed in his potential. He quickly took out an exquisitely crafted wooden box and said this was the reward he had promised Ye Chuan. Without waiting, he opened the box himself. Ye Chuan's eyes widened in surprise. Inside lay a bracelet glowing with soft light. It was the flowing light spatial bracelet, a treasure countless people dreamed of. Even Qian Li was stunned. He wondered why someone as calculating as Zhao Ming was suddenly so generous. Zhao Ming smiled brightly and explained that Ye Chuan was a student he valued greatly, so giving him special treatment was only natural. Ye Chuan did not care about the flattery. He immediately put on the bracelet to test it. The moment he activated it, a virtual game-like interface appeared before his eyes. Inside the storage space were already 2 large money bags clearly marked with icons. Zhao Ming proudly said the treasure had massive capacity and could store huge amounts of items. While Ye Chuan tested storing and retrieving items, Zhao Ming explained the 2 bags held 500,000 in total, prepared just for him. With a single thought, the money bags were absorbed into the bracelet space. It was incredibly convenient. After getting what he needed, Ye Chuan cupped his hands in thanks. Zhao Ming beamed, knowing Qingcheng Academy's fame would rise with Ye Chuan joining the Nine Heavens Alliance. Taking the chance, Zhao Ming asked Jiang Xian and Qian Li to look after Ye Chuan and promised to send more talented students to the alliance. Jiang Xian nodded politely and said they had matters to handle, so they needed to leave. Zhao Ming waved them off and reminded Ye Chuan to say a few good words about him to the alliance leader. Back at the Nine Heavens Alliance headquarters, Jiang Xian reminded him there were still 3 weeks before the campaign to eliminate the Blazing Saber King. She asked what he planned to do during the waiting period. After thinking it over, Ye Chuan decided to take on missions to earn more contribution points. Qian Li immediately grew interested and offered to join him for higher difficulty missions. But Ye Chuan quickly refused. He wanted to train alone and keep his true strength hidden. Qian Li was surprised but respected it. Jiang Xian had also planned to go with him, yet she stayed silent, believing solo experience would help him grow faster. In the end, Jiang Xian agreed to let him act freely, only reminding him to prioritize safety. Ye Chuan nodded and left on his own. His next stop was the Alliance Mission Hall. All kinds of requests from different regions were gathered there. He stood before the system and began browsing. Options ranged from collecting low-level herbs to hunting dangerous beasts that required teams. After careful thought, he made his choice. His target was a giant armored crocodile lion, with a reward of 900 contribution points. Once confirmed, the system registered it as a 2-star mission. Ye Chuan checked the target's location on the map. Before setting out, he inspected the flowing light spatial bracelet and found 10 portions of rations already prepared inside. That made him even more satisfied with the treasure, since its storage ability was truly practical. As night fell, a crescent moon hung above dark clouds, casting a silent aura over the forest. Moving deeper inside, Ye Chuan muttered that the name Giant Armored Crocodile Lion was really hard to say. Determined to finish the mission, he continued forward into the dark night. But he had no idea 2 figures were secretly following him. One quickly reported through a device that the target had left the city alone. In another hidden location, someone called Lord Lei let out a cold smile. He had waited a long time for this chance. Meanwhile, Ye Chuan remained unaware. After a full day of competition, he was still quite tired. Suddenly, heavy rumbling sounds echoed from the bushes ahead like distant thunder. Moving closer, Ye Chuan discovered a massive creature sleeping peacefully. Its bluish belly rose and fell with each breath. After the long journey, drowsiness hit him too, and his eyelids grew heavy. Completely ignoring the monster, he treated its soft belly like a natural bed and lay down to rest, assuming it would not mind. As man and beast slept side by side, the 2 hidden assassins could only watch in confusion. They had no idea how to react. The snores of Ye Chuan and the monster sometimes blended together, breaking the silence of the night forest. The leader frowned, wondering if Ye Chuan was truly asleep or setting a trap. The other assassin believed their target had noticed them long ago. After thinking it through, the leader shook his head. They had hidden themselves perfectly, so there was no way they were exposed. He judged this was the perfect moment to strike, but every time he glanced at the domain realm beast lying beside Ye Chuan, unease crept into his heart. The more he thought about it, the stranger it felt. If that monster was intentional protection, then Ye Chuan was far more dangerous than expected. Right then, the giant beast suddenly shifted. Its closed eyes slowly opened as if sensing something pressing on its body. Looking down, it froze at the sight of a human hugging it in deep sleep. The beast stood there, completely stunned. The movement also woke Ye Chuan. He slowly opened his eyes and met the beast's horrified stare. 1 second later, his sleepy look vanished. Both screamed at the same time, shattering the quiet forest. Yi Chuan reacted instantly and kicked hard at its belly. The beast was sent flying while he rolled away to create distance. Enraged by the sudden attack, the beast roared and looked around frantically, as if searching for something important. Its familiar spiked mace was gone. Yi Chuan calmly explained he had stored it for safekeeping because he feared it might roll over and stab him while sleeping. Hearing that, the beast nearly lost its mind. A violent aura exploded from its massive body. It charged forward to tear him apart. Yachuan turned and ran, shouting that they had just slept side by side, so why get so angry? By coincidence, he ran straight toward the hiding spot of the two assassins. They instantly assumed they had been exposed, and the beast was being lured to kill them. Forgetting the ambush, the two assassins rushed out and fled in panic. But Yi Chuan was even faster. He caught up in moments and even overtook them, then asked in confusion who they were. They only cursed angrily, convinced he was trying to harm them. Yi Chuan blinked, completely clueless about what they meant. His innocent look only fueled their rage. The leader stopped wasting time and launched a fierce kick. The blow knocked Ye Chuan to the ground. Even so, he still asked why they wanted to kill him. But before any answer came, another shock hit. A heavy impact thundered as the ground shook violently. The beast finally caught up. It roared for its weapon, red eyes locked onto Ye Chuan as its only prey. Yet Yi Chuan remained calm. He slowly drew his pig-slaughtering blade, which gleamed brightly under the night sky, and sighed that he never wanted to resort to this. They had only slept next to each other for a moment, so why overreact like this? His face turned cold as the blade began to hum. The beast had already thrown a massive punch. Yi Chuan lightly dodged, letting the attack miss completely, then shook his head as he hovered midair. Its aura was too savage, so there was no need to spare it. At that moment, his nether force activated. Third stage shadow was unleashed. Ye Chuan turned into an afterimage and flashed over the beast's head, releasing Blood Butcher Shadow at the same time. A chilling aura like a death god spread through the forest, and his eyes burned blood red. Just one glance was enough to make the giant beast feel terror deep in its soul. That fear quickly consumed its will completely. The beast dropped to its knees before Ye Chuan, trembling and begging for mercy as he slowly landed. He stood before it, hand gripping the blade. Without hesitation, he struck. A sharp blade streak tore through the air, glowing with golden light. In a single instant, the massive head separated from the body. The system announced the giant beast's death, and Ye Chuan broke through to fourth layer of Dungtong realm as his power and spirit surged. Staring at the huge corpse, he scratched his head. What could he even do with skin that big? While he was still thinking, a petite dog girl suddenly appeared. Seeing the corpse, she burst into tears and dropped the wild fruits in her hands. Ye Chuan turned around in confusion and asked what was wrong. Seeing her beside the giant dog, he innocently asked if she was its daughter. A hint of guilt crossed his face. He said there had been a small conflict between him and her father. The girl instantly exploded in anger. Crying and shouting, she said that was her husband, not her father, then cursed Yi Chuan as. A green light suddenly wrapped around his body. A terrifying suction force erupted and pulled him away, making him vanish from the forest in a blink. Space twisted violently. When he regained consciousness, Ye Chuan realized he was falling from the sky. He crashed into a cave filled with white bones. Sitting among countless skulls, he wondered what crime he had committed to end up in this ghostly place. At that moment, a strange sound echoed from deep inside the cave, along with a bright light ahead. Yi Chuan shrugged. Since there was no other way, he moved forward to see what awaited him. Deeper inside, he reached a frozen area where rushing water and thick frost filled the air. Suddenly, he stopped. A terrifying pressure and heavy killing intent blanketed the space. The system notification appeared. Mission target detected. Giant armored crocodile lion. Before him lay a massive beast with a lion's head and an armored crocodile body, sleeping soundly. Yi Chuan finally understood. The dog girl had not tried to harm him but had sent him here. He even planned to thank her later. In boss battles, the most dangerous moment is often the preparation. After observing carefully, he saw the thick armor nearly nullified direct attacks. There was only one option: kill it before it woke up. Once it entered combat mode, things would be far worse. He slowly approached, adjusted his breathing, and studied every part of its body for a fatal weak point, even mocking its awkward lion-crocodile appearance. But just as he was about to strike, everything fell apart. Reaching behind him, Ye Chuan realized his weapon was gone. His calm vanished, because fighting this monster bare-handed was suicide. Only then did he remember that during the dog girl's teleportation, he had left his blade behind, a small mistake that could cost his life. He immediately prepared to retreat, but the worst happened. The noise he made woke the giant armored crocodile lion, and its massive eyes locked onto him. Suddenly, an attack shot from behind without warning. Even the beast did not bother dodging as an arrow flew straight at its head. The result was shocking. The arrow hit but caused almost no damage, like throwing sand at a mountain. Two hunters stepped out of the shadows. The man was Wang Yuan, a ranged fighter, and the girl was Yu Xiaojuan, a support mage. They had clearly been waiting here, and Ye Chuan's original plan was ruined. The attack enraged the giant armored crocodile lion. It did not care who fired the arrow. To it, everyone nearby was an enemy, and the first target it chose was Ye Chuan. Chaos erupted instantly. Even though Ye Chuan tried to explain he was not the one who attacked first, the beast did not care. He stepped back, not out of fear, but because fighting barehanded was too risky. Unlike him, the two hunters moved forward. They stood near Ye Chuan to face the giant armored crocodile lion, clearly underestimating how dangerous it truly was. Wang Yuan even showed open disdain. He told Ye Chuan to step aside and leave the boss to him, which genuinely surprised Ye Chuan. In Wang Yuan's eyes, Ye Chuan was just an outsider. Seeing his simple gear and clueless look, he asked what his profession was. Ye Chuan calmly replied that he was a pig butcher. He said it as if it were something honorable, leaving Wang Yuan stunned. A few seconds later, Wang Yuan burst out laughing. Like many before him, he completely misjudged Ye Chuan's true strength. With arrogant confidence, Wang Yuan claimed hunting such monsters was a professional's job, not something a butcher could handle. Ye Chuan felt speechless. He said the giant armored crocodile lion belonged to no one, and whoever killed it would be the winner. Wang Yuan dismissed his words and kept emphasizing how dangerous the boss was, while the three were still arguing. Meanwhile, the giant armored crocodile lion had reached its limit. Being ignored by such small creatures enraged it. It finally attacked. A deafening roar shook the cave as its massive jaws lunged forward to devour everything ahead. Luckily, all three reacted fast enough to scatter and narrowly dodge the deadly bite. Once steady, Wang Yuan counterattacked immediately. His arrows flew with impressive precision like a seasoned hunter. But the flashy display did not match reality. Every arrow was blocked by armor as hard as steel. The beast's defense completely countered his attack style. Instead of solving that issue, Wang Yuan worried more about Ye Chuan stealing the boss and kept telling him to stay back. His flawed strategy was obvious from the first strike. Rather than adjusting, he simply increased the power of his shots, which was extremely dangerous in real combat. What truly matters is whether the method works. Ignore that, and the battle quickly spirals out of control. After repeated failures, Wang Yuan decided to use his strongest trump card to finish the giant armored crocodile lion in one blow. As the monster closed in, he signaled Yu Xiaojuan to support him. She activated her enhancement skill, boosting his upcoming kill shot. Their coordination clearly showed experience. Sadly, experience alone does not guarantee victory. Green energy wrapped around Wang Yuan, sharply increasing his strength for a short time. The lightning arrow he prepared reached its peak. The sheer energy gathered made the surrounding space tremble. When he released the arrow, Wang Yuan believed this would decide the battle. The lightning bolt pierced through the beast's forepaw as it tried to block, then drove straight into its mouth. Electricity exploded violently. From the outside, it looked like a perfect finishing move. But reality was cruel. The giant armored crocodile lion was still alive. The armor had absorbed most of the damage, and the tide began to turn. From a distance, Ye Chuan calmly watched, even praising how flashy the attack looked. He had already seen the key problem from the start. They simply could not break that armor. He still kept that same confidence, believing more firepower would fix everything. Right then, Jukai Ishi let out a roar that shook the entire cave. The hunter's last bit of confidence shattered. Its eyes turned blood red, its aura exploded, and it clearly entered a berserk state. And once a boss goes berserk, every past mistake comes back to collect. Its massive tail slammed the ground, sending rocks flying and cracking the cave floor into huge pieces. Only now did the two hunters realize how serious this was, and they instantly switched to full defense. Wang Yuan activated flash bracing to boost his speed. Thanks to that, he and Ye Chuan barely dodged the relentless pursuit. It was a smart move, but it only bought time. It did not solve the real problem. Wang Yuan's calm finally started to crumble. Sweat poured down as the pressure kept rising. Panic slowly crept in. He hurriedly asked a question. How long until Yu Xiaojuan could enhance again? The answer was 1 minute. In this situation, that minute felt endless. One small mistake, and they would both die. The two hunters were completely suppressed. Ironically, the only person who could change the outcome was the one they had looked down on. Under Jukai Ishi's constant pressure, Wang Yuan and Yu Xiaojuan had almost zero hope left. The terrifying pressure from the high-level boss cracked the ground beneath them. Overwhelmed, Yu Xiaojuan kept stepping back, and that decision led to disaster. She twisted her ankle on the uneven ground. Normally it was nothing serious, but right now, Losing mobility was basically a death sentence. Wang Yuan could only scream her name in despair. He rushed to hold Yu Xiaojuan, but she told him to leave her behind and escape first. Sadly, Jukai Ishi had no intention of giving them time. Its giant tail swung again with crushing force. Knowing survival was almost impossible, Wang Yuan stood in front of Yu Xiaojuan and shouted his final words. He told her to run and confess there was something he always wanted to say. His last arrow flew out in pure desperation. Sometimes the biggest regret is not failure, but the words left unsaid before everything ends. But no miracle came. The arrow only sparked briefly before bouncing off Jukai Ishi's steel-like scales. At that moment, Yu Xiaojuan suddenly hugged Wang Yuan from behind. She told him he did not need to say more because she already understood. Even Wang Yuan was stunned by the tragic scene. He asked what she was doing and begged her to run while he held the monster back. But Yu Xiaojuan knew the truth. There was no escape. If they were going to die, they would face it together. Watching this drawn-out farewell, Ye Chuan finally had enough. He stepped forward and bluntly told them to stop this dramatic nonsense, because it was so unreasonable it made him cringe. The next second, Jin Zhongzhao was activated. A golden barrier appeared and directly blocked Jukai Ishi's attack. It saved the two hunters instantly and showed the gap between real strength and inexperience. The system notification popped up. The shield had used up all its power and would need 12 hours to recharge. Wang Yuan stared at the back of his savior and stuttered, asking if Yi Chuan was injured. Yi Chuan simply glanced at him calmly. The question meant nothing. He was standing there perfectly fine without a single scratch. Having its attack blocked, Jukai Ishi went into a rage. It opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and roared, killing intent filling the cave. The monster tensed its 4 legs, preparing an even more violent charge. In contrast, Ye Chuan remained completely calm. He reached for his spatial bracelet, ready to pull out a weapon and end this fight. Luckily, aside from the blade he had left behind, he still had something useful. A massive spiked mace appeared in his hand. Rough, simple, and radiating pure brutality. It once belonged to that giant dog. Sometimes power is not about looking cool. It just needs to be heavy enough to smash everything. Still, Ye Chuan felt it was too light compared to his usual butcher knife. The system immediately displayed the info. It was a mid-ear spirit weapon called Pig Slaughtering Stick, with a special effect that granted 2 free stat points for every kill. Wang Yuan quickly thanked Yi Chuan for saving them, then warned him that a life skill class facing a high-level Jukai Ishi head-on was extremely dangerous. In his opinion, retreating was the smartest move. Yi Chuan completely ignored the advice. He leaped into the air and swung the spiked mace straight at the charging monster. His shout echoed through the cave, as if crushing every ounce of prejudice against his profession. Never underestimate a life class. The massive club smashed down on Jukai Ishi's head with terrifying force. Blood splattered everywhere, and its famous steel-hard scales shattered on the spot. Yi Chuan kept pressing the attack. Every blow made the monster scream in agony. No more explanation was needed. His strength answered every doubt. Watching Jukai Ishi beaten into helplessness, Wang Yuan and Yu Xiaojuan stood frozen. They could not believe the man they once looked down on was this powerful. As Yu Xiaojuan studied Yi Chuan's face, something suddenly clicked in her mind. Meanwhile, Jukai Ishi was heavily wounded. Tears even streamed from its eyes as it desperately searched for a way out. After a final roar of despair, the monster turned and ran toward the nearby lake. Wang Yuan snapped out of it and shouted that they could not let it escape. He knew this was their best chance to end everything. He drew his bow and chased after it, while Yu Xiaojuan quickly cast Light Wish Blessing from behind. Green spiritual energy wrapped around Wang Yuan, boosting his momentum before the final strike. A radiant arrow shot forward, tearing through the air at incredible speed and piercing Jukai Ishi's head, ending its life on the spot. Seeing that, Yi Chuan was slightly surprised. Looks like this guy's archery was not as bad as he thought. He walked up to the corpse and casually remarked that the last shot saved him the trouble of dealing with the hide. Yu Xiaojuan was still in shock. She carefully asked if he was Ye Chuan, the top scorer of the recent National College entrance exam. Hearing that, Ye Chuan turned back in surprise. He did not expect them to recognize him. Yu Xiaojuan explained that yesterday's match was broadcast nationwide, and Yi Chuan's name was now everywhere in the media. Yi Chuan sighed helplessly and scratched his head. This sudden fame was not something he felt proud of. It only brought more trouble. In a world full of danger, being the center of attention was more burden than benefit. Wang Yuan immediately bowed deeply in gratitude. He sincerely apologized for his earlier arrogance and admitted he failed to see Yi Chuan's true strength. Wang Yuan begged for forgiveness and swore to repay this life-saving grace no matter what. But Yi Chuan barely cared about the thanks. His eyes were fixed on Jukai Ishi's massive corpse. What he really wanted to know was whether they planned to claim any of the loot. Hearing that, Wang Yuan firmly said that forget the corpse, he would even hand over his own life. To him, Yu Xiaojuan was the most important person, and saving her was a debt beyond measure. Yu Xiaojuan looked at Wang Yuan with emotion and gently scolded him for being reckless. Wang Yuan just smiled and promised he would never abandon her. Watching their romantic moment, Ye Chuan could only shake his head. Deep down, he even thought he should have let them handle it themselves. Ignoring them, he raised his hand and activated his spatial bracelet. A faint blue light shone from the device. The energy covered Zhu Kai Yishi's body and quickly absorbed the entire corpse into storage. The system confirmed the successful collection of a high-level Zhu Kai Yishi corpse. Yi Chuan was extremely satisfied. For a butcher like him, this was priceless material. But the moment the corpse vanished, violent rumbling echoed from deep within the cave. An ancient stone gate slowly opened, as if revealing a secret buried for countless years. Yi Chuan looked toward the newly opened space. A strange red light poured out, along with an invisible pressure that made it hard to breathe. It seemed the monster was only a gatekeeper, and the real challenge had just begun. When the gate fully opened, a deep passage appeared behind it, leading straight into the mountain. The scene was both majestic and terrifying, making the three of them look tiny. Yi Chuan calmly observed everything, while Wang Yuan and Yu Xiaojuan were still trying to process the sudden change. Cold wind blew from inside, carrying a bad omen. The two almost spoke at the same time. Could this be a secret realm? Just the name alone meant huge risks, but also countless opportunities. For some, it was a graveyard. For the lucky few, it was a path to change their fate. Seeing their intense reaction, Ye Chuan turned and asked what exactly a secret realm was. Wang Yuan quickly explained. According to him, secret realms were special spaces left behind by the Tianren clan from ancient times. So far, only about 40 secret realms had been confirmed worldwide. Most were tightly controlled by major clans or top academies, but many remained undiscovered, hiding shocking ancient legacies. Yu Xiaojuan glanced at Yi Chuan's bracelet and said it likely came from a similar secret realm. Yi Chuan looked down at his bracelet. If this was truly an ancient treasure vault, then there had to be valuable items inside to boost his strength. Noticing his interest, Wang Yuan warned him, the greater the opportunity, the greater the danger. Many entered seeking treasure and never returned. Yi Chuan then asked something that stunned them both. What exactly was the Tianren clan? Wang Yuan froze. He could not understand how someone this strong lacked such basic history knowledge. Yu Xiaojuan quickly explained. In the current education system, life class students barely had access to high-level knowledge. In Society's eyes, a butcher only needed to know his trade. Ancient secrets were not meant for people like him. Realizing he touched on something sensitive, Wang Yuan immediately apologized. He knew Ye Chuan had faced plenty of discrimination. Then he continued explaining that besides humans, this world had many races like the Demon Clan, the Fae, and other strange species. Among them, the Tianren clan once stood at the very top. They were nearly invincible, but vanished mysteriously, leaving only secret realms behind. After hearing all that, Ye Chuan just felt a headache coming. From a butcher's point of view, all these races were too complicated. In his mind, creatures were probably just divided into hairy and less hairy. Wang Yuan sighed. He only came to hunt a Zhu Kai Yishi for resources, yet stumbled upon a chance to change his fate. Still, the excitement could not erase his caution toward the red glow ahead. Without hesitating further, Ye Chuan jumped straight into the vortex. In his mind, there were only two outcomes: change his fate or die trying. Outside the forest, streaks of purple light suddenly tore through the night sky, like a warning of something unusual. Lei Gang and the two hunters, who had tracked Ye Chuan before, finally followed the clues to this area. One subordinate pointed at the giant corpse of the Cho, saying this was the last place Ye Chuan appeared before vanishing. Looking at the destroyed battlefield, Lei Gang felt the threat from Ye Chuan growing. If he was allowed to mature, the consequences would be unimaginable. Soon, another man found Ye Chuan's blade still embedded deep in the monster's body. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not lift it. Seeing that, Lei Gang sneered and called his men useless before stepping forward to show his strength. He reached out and grabbed the butcher knife, a weapon he had always considered cheap and unworthy of attention. But the moment he touched it, Lei Gang's face changed. The terrifying weight almost crushed his arm. Not wanting to lose face, he gritted his teeth and forced it up. The harder he pulled, the more he realized this blade far surpassed his own weapon. Sometimes the most terrifying things look the most ordinary. With a heavy thud, Lei Gang finally pulled the blade out of the Cha's corpse. Yet he felt no joy. Instead, unease crept in. Why would Ye Chuan abandon such a treasure? One of his men started guessing wildly. Maybe Ye Chuan was swallowed by a monster. Maybe some mysterious force captured him. Lei Gang silently considered every possibility. In this strange forest, anything could happen. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed behind them. From the darkness, a green foot with sharp claws slowly stepped out. It was the mate of the giant Cho. The female goblin's eyes burned with hatred and grief. In her mind, these men were Yi Chuan's allies. She screamed in a strange language, mourning her mate and raging at the humans for touching the body. Lei Gang did not care. Blue lightning wrapped around him as he prepared her to kill the monster. But the female goblin was ready. A green magic circle suddenly appeared beneath their feet, making Lei Gang's expression change. He quickly realized this was not an attack. It was a forced teleportation array. Amid tears and madness, the female goblin cursed them to become food for the ancient beings inside the secret realm. Blinding light erupted and swallowed Lei Gang's group into a spatial vortex, sending them to a place where life and death hung by a thread. In an instant, they appeared inside a strange cave. Lei Gang immediately guessed Ye Chuan might have been teleported here as well. In front of them stood a massive gate. Blood-red light seeped through its cracks, as if trying to devour the surrounding darkness. Lei Gang instantly realized this was the entrance to a legendary secret realm countless cultivators dreamed of. He burst into excited laughter. To him, this was a rare chance to gain great merit and rise within the alliance. His two subordinates quickly flattered him, already imagining gold and treasures waiting ahead. After checking the traces, Lei Gang concluded that Ye Chuan had defeated the guardian monster and opened the gate. He must be deep inside seeking opportunities. Still, one subordinate could not hide his doubt. It was hard to believe a butcher could solo a high-level guardian. Lei Gang only gave a cold smile. In his eyes, Ye Chuan was prey without his strongest weapon. But he forgot that true power lies in the wielder, not the blade. Meanwhile, deeper inside the ruins, Ye Chuan's group walked through an ancient stone corridor. Flickering torches barely revealed the aged walls. Wang Yuan told Xiaojuan to stay close behind him. Vigilance was written all over Wang Yuan's face as he sensed dangers lurking in the dark. The others did not dare relax either. Only Ye Chuan looked completely at ease. He seemed more like a tourist than someone exploring a deadly ruin. Suddenly, heavy metallic sounds echoed from the end of the corridor. A massive figure slowly emerged from cold purple mist, startling Xiaojuan. She instinctively stepped back as a gloomy aura filled the air, as if the being did not belong to the world of the living. Without hesitation, Wang Yuan prepared for battle. He shouted forward, demanding to know whether the figure was human or ghost. Under the dim firelight, an armored skeleton knight appeared. In its hand was a serrated greatsword, radiating evil energy. Purple power leaked from the hollow armor, and two ghostly blue flames burned in its eye sockets. The overwhelming pressure shattered Xiaojuan's composure. She could only scream on instinct. Wang Yuan immediately realized this opponent was extremely troublesome. He focused on every movement, searching for a weakness. He signaled Yi Chuan to take Xiaojuan back while he stepped forward alone. With veteran instinct, Wang Yuan knew everyone had to play their role. As for Yi Chuan, he stayed calm, trusting only his own strength. The undead knight slowly raised its massive greatsword. Even that simple motion made the air heavy. It roared that no one was allowed to pass the gate behind it. Wang Yuan moved instantly. With the agility of a seasoned archer, he leaped up, dodged the sweeping blade, and mocked the knight's slow speed. A spirit-infused arrow shot out like lightning, slicing through the air. The shot was perfect. The arrow pierced straight through the center of the knight's skull. The monster's head separated from its body and hit the stone floor. Wang Yuan landed confidently, thinking it was over. But the truth was the opposite. The headless body kept moving, and countered with a violent sword sweep at Wang Yuan. The force forced him to use everything, just to stay grounded. As expected, guardians of secret places matched what they protected. At the same time, the monster's body turned into strange green energy and began to reform. The skull flew back into place, and broken armor pieces reassembled as if time reversed. Sweat formed on Wang Yuan's forehead. This was not a normal undead. This was a true guardian. Not daring to drag it out, he immediately asked Xiaojuan to buff his next attack. Xiaojuan raised her staff and cast Moon Expressing, bathing Wang Yuan in gentle yet powerful light. Seizing the moment, he fired an arrow, carrying all his boosted strength. A violent explosion echoed through the corridor. The knight's body shattered into countless fragments. Dust and green mist filled the air. The group finally exhaled. Wang Yuan wiped his sweat and prepared to move forward, believing the guardian was gone. But Ye Chuan, who had been watching quietly, suddenly warned that it was not over. Sure enough, the fragments trembled. In eerie green light, the knight roared proudly, declaring its immortality before rebuilding again. Yi Chuan sighed softly. Carrying his massive mace, he walked forward and said coldly he did not care if it could die. It was blocking his way. Before the knight fully recovered, the mace crashed down with overwhelming force, showing an almost absolute gap in power. Sometimes the simplest solution is pure brute strength. The impact created such a shockwave that Wang Yuan and Xiao Juan had to step back. Looking at the deep crater he made, Ye Chuan thought this time it should be finished. But this secret realm did not break so easily. The lingering mist still floated in the air, almost mocking him. Watching the night regenerate again, after being completely crushed, even Ye Chuan paused, unsure how to react. Xiao Juan grew uneasy and suggested retreating before their strength was drained by an unkillable enemy. She explained that as long as the curse on him remained, he would keep reviving until the intruders fell. Wang Yuan agreed. If even the gatekeeper was this terrifying, what lay deeper inside would be far worse. While they discussed retreat, Ye Chuan thought differently. An immortal subordinate did not sound bad at all. Hearing that, Wang Yuan and Xiao Juan stared at him in confusion. Even now, he was thinking about taming the monster. Ye Chuan calmly walked toward the skull on the ground and asked a strange question. Did dying over and over hurt? The knight instantly flew into rage, shouting at him to get lost, still furious about being smashed apart. Ye Chuan only smiled and made an offer. He could free the knight from this place, in exchange for becoming his subordinate. The immortal knight let out a mocking laugh. He admitted he had eternal life, but he was forever chained to this place. To him, freedom was the rarest luxury. Ye Chuan stared straight into those green flames and calmly told him to trust him just once. Then he reached out and placed his hand on the knight's skull. The bracelet activated instantly. A strange light wrapped around the target, and a furious scream echoed through the hall as the skull was sucked into the device. Without its head, the knight's body staggered and lost balance. A moment later, Ye Chuan absorbed the rest of the body as well. He quietly watched the spirit form get pulled in, finally ending a battle that felt endless. The immortal knight's soul broke down into streams of data and merged into the system. Soon after, a capture confirmation screen appeared. Inside the digital space, the knight kept screaming to be released, but nothing changed. Wang Yuan and Yu Xiaojuan stood frozen in shock. What they just saw was beyond imagination. Yi Xuan turned back with a satisfied look and signaled the group to move on after clearing the obstacle in the most unexpected way. Sometimes, to break an unchangeable rule, you need a stronger rule to crush it. The group continued deeper into the secret realm. Strange sounds echoed through the corridor, signaling they were near the center. At the end of the hall, a blinding light suddenly appeared. The sight ahead made all three stop in awe, overwhelmed by the forgotten glory of the ancient structure. A massive city stood before them, radiating dense spiritual energy and hiding countless opportunities. Yi Xuan's eyes locked onto a giant angel statue holding a sword at the entrance, its presence impossible to ignore. Wang Yuan confirmed it was the legendary celestial race. Even he could not hide his respect for the race that once ruled an era. Staring at the statue, Ye Xuan suddenly recalled the mysterious black-robed figure who appeared in his home. Thoughts of his parents weighed heavily on his mind. Just then, the immortal knight's voice rang out from the bracelet. He warned them not to move forward, saying something far more terrifying was hidden behind the glory. The greatest treasures are often the deadliest traps. Yi Xuan opened the communication interface and spoke directly to the knight, demanding a convincing reason to stop them. Hidden within his old armor, the immortal knight roared in anger. He claimed weaklings like them had no right to step into the sacred training ground of the celestial race. Hearing that only made Yi Xuan more interested. From the knight's reaction, he guessed there was no lethal threat inside. He turned to his team and joked that it was probably just a special pond. Realizing he had slipped up, the immortal knight exploded with rage. He demanded to be released so he could personally deal with the intruders, his violent aura shaking the sealed space. Yi Xuan looked at him coldly and asked if guarding a pond for 1,000 years was really worth it. But to the knight, it was a sacred duty. Yi Xuan's gaze turned sharp. In his eyes, the knight was just a pawn, trapped by blind loyalty. Meanwhile, the group climbed the long staircase, getting closer to the glowing door ahead. Wang Yuan was the first to react. He was almost speechless at the sight beyond the door. Before them lay a glowing blue lake, releasing ancient and powerful energy in the heart of the grand palace. Wang Yuan's face filled with excitement. To him, this trip had brought a massive opportunity. Yi Xuan asked if he knew anything about this special place, while Wang Yuan was still trying to process it. After calming down, Wang Yuan began recalling ancient records about the lake. According to legend, this water could extend lifespan, heal injuries, and contained immense energy. Xiao Yuan added another story. She said powerful forces like Zhu Tian and Thunder Lion once fought a bloody war just to seize a small portion of a similar lake, and when Thunder Lion Alliance realized they would lose, they destroyed the water on purpose. In the end, the lake was stained black. Even corrupted, it still kept part of its special power. As she said this, Xiao Yuan's eyes burned with desire. Hearing that, a blurry memory surfaced in Yi Xuan's mind. a young girl standing in dark water. He realized the black lake he once touched might be the same kind. Wang Yuan burst out laughing and urged everyone to jump in and seize the opportunity. But the moment people think they've won is when they're most careless. Suddenly, a purple bolt of lightning tore through space at terrifying speed. A lightning energy blade pierced straight through Wang Yuan's chest. Blood sprayed as the ambush struck clean. It all happened too fast. Yi Xuan and Xiao Yuan froze in shock. Xiao Yuan let out a painful scream as the man she loved collapsed before her. Wang Yuan dropped to his knees, the blade still lodged deep in his body. Joy turned into a brutal nightmare in seconds. From the shadows, the attacker slowly recalled the energy blades. The crackling electricity echoed in the silence. Then Lei Gang and his group stepped out at the entrance. Killing intent filled the air, lightning blades glowing in their hands. Lei Gang walked forward with an arrogant smile and declared the lake now belonged to him. The moment Yi Xuan saw him, rage exploded inside. The clash between them was finally unavoidable. Without hesitation, Ye Xuan told Xiao Yuan to get Wang Yuan into the lake and try to save him. Lei Gang burst into manic laughter. He said he would never allow anyone's blood to stain what he now claimed as his prize. Then he dived down from above, killing intent surging, his target locked on Yi Xuan. His two subordinates moved instantly, cutting off every escape route. Lei Gang looked at Ye Xuan like a trapped animal, savoring the moment. Violent purple lightning wrapped around his body. With excitement in his eyes, he said he had waited a long time for this. Behind them, Wang Yuan coughed up mouthfuls of black blood. The toxic energy was destroying him from the inside. Xiao Yuan broke down in tears, begging Ye Xuan to save Wang Yuan before it was too late. Yi Xuan slowly lowered his head, his voice turning cold. He told Lei Gang to leave now or face the consequences. A terrifying aura spread from him like a beast about to erupt, but Lei Gang did not care. Lei Gang slowly drew out a radiant blade and mocked Yi Xuan. In his eyes, a butcher without his weapon had no right to threaten anyone. The moment Yi Xuan saw the blade, he recognized it as his own weapon. Shock flashed across his face. Lei Gang laughed proudly and said a dying man did not need answers. This time, no one from the Jiutian Alliance would come to save him. Wrapped in purple lightning, Lei Gang shot forward like a thunderbolt, determined to crush him. Yi Xuan braced for battle. The blade slashed down with overwhelming force, carrying crushing pressure. Without his usual weapon, Ye Xuan could only block with a massive hammer. From the first exchange, he was clearly at a disadvantage. Seeing this, Lei Gang mocked him even more. To him, that hammer was trash compared to the legendary blade in his hand. He sneered, asking if Ye Xuan planned to cook with it. Meanwhile, his two men closed in on Yu Xiaojuan, throwing filthy remarks as she stood alone. Even gravely wounded, Wang Yuan tried to speak and stop them, but his voice was barely audible. In the end, he lost consciousness from blood loss, pushing the group deeper into despair. Seeing his teammate on the brink of death, Ye Xuan's fury exploded. His eyes turned blood red as the Blood Shadow Butcher state activated. Not to be outdone, Lei Gang unleashed his full power. Dense killing intent wrapped around him like a waking god of death. Without hesitation, Yi Xuan charged forward with a strike fueled by pure rage. But the attack was blocked by an equally powerful force. The violent clash sent dust erupting across the battlefield. Through the smoke, Lei Gang's eyes grew fiercer. He sneered, saying Yi Xuan had nothing new. That was when Yi Xuan realized his enemy was not just strong, but perfectly equipped with almost no weaknesses. In the next instant, Lei Gang charged again. Violent purple lightning wrapped around him, tearing through everything in his path. A blade flashed past Yi Xuan like a streak of thunder. The lightning invaded his body at once. His nerves went numb, his muscles stiffened, and pain spread everywhere. Black blood seeped from his palms. Yu Xuan knew things had gone beyond his expectations. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The shock had damaged his organs, and his breathing turned heavy and broken. Lei Gang stood like an unshakable wall, looking down with pity. He raised his blade for the final strike and mocked Yi Xuan's, saying he would grant him a gentle death for leading them to the lake. Blood kept dripping from Yi Xuan's mouth. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. The gap in power was too wide. Behind him, Yu Xiaojuan held the dying Wang Yuan. Yi Xuan knew if this continued, all three would die here. But Lei Gang gave him no time to think. He appeared behind him and coldly said the weak should not worry about others. Wrapped in raging lightning, Lei Gang rushed forward like a wild storm. The collision exploded the ground, sending debris flying. Lying on the cracked earth, Ye Xuan admitted he was not strong enough for a head-on clash. If he still had his butcher blade, the outcome might have been different. In that critical moment, he contacted the Frost Knight sealed inside the bracelet. He asked directly if he wanted to leave this place. The Frost Knight appeared on the interface, expression cold. Yu Xuan said he was serious, and warned that if he died here, the knight's chance at freedom would vanish too. Meanwhile, the two hunters closed in on Yu Xiaojuan. As a support type, she could not hold them off for long. Soon, she was restrained. The situation turned desperate, and Yi Xuan had few options left. The moment the Frost Knight agreed, the bracelet burst with blue light. A beam shot out from it. The two hunters did not notice the change. Their eyes were fixed on Yu Xiaojuan's torn clothes. The Frost Knight spoke as if reluctantly helping. Then his massive figure appeared in mid-air, great sword radiating chilling frost. One hunter still had no idea death was behind him. He stared at Yu Xiaojuan with filthy desire. Before he could move, a blazing red slash tore through the air. His body split in two in the middle of the square. Seeing his partner die, the remaining hunter finally noticed the Frost Knight. Fear filled his face. The Frost Knight showed no mercy. He dashed forward at extreme speed, raising his greatsword. The massive blade locked onto its target. In his eyes, anyone who stepped here had to pay with their life. But just as the killing blow was about to land, Lei Gang controlled his weapon and shattered the Frost Knight into countless pieces. He retrieved his blade and cursed, calling him useless. Yet Lei Gang's smug look faded when the broken bones began glowing in mid-air. In seconds, the fragments reassembled. The Frost Knight returned completely intact. Lei Gang realized he was facing an almost immortal being. His pupils shrank, his instinct screamed danger. When he turned, he saw Yi Xuan had used that moment to counterattack. The massive spiked hammer was already smashing toward him, forcing him to block. The clash sent lightning bursting across the square. Lei Gang was pushed back step after step. The ground cracked beneath him, and shockwaves swept everything away in a storm of dust. Yi Xuan raised his weapon and threw the same mockery back at him, asking if he had even settled his own fight before meddling in others. The words made Lei Gang grind his teeth in rage. In the chaos, the surviving hunter panicked and fled, knowing the situation was out of control. Yu Xiaojuan used all her strength to drag Wang Yuan toward the lake, desperate to save him. But before they reached it, Lei Gang threw his sword straight into the lake. It spun in the air and stabbed into the center. From the blade, countless bolts of lightning spread across the water, turning it into a deadly forbidden zone. Lei Gang pushed his lightning power to the limit, purple light blazing from his body. He declared the lake was his, and the dying had no right to enter. Yi Xuan endured the numbness spreading through him. He knew Lei Gang was dangerous, both in speed and paralysis. Without hesitation, Lei Gang unleashed Thunder Myriad Force, summoning endless purple lightning from the sky. Bolts intertwined from every direction, forming a deadly net around Yi Xuan. At that moment, a golden array appeared beneath his feet. Yi Xuan felt his speed surge instantly. His body grew light as wind. He dashed forward so fast, even lightning could not catch him. Lei Gang's eyes widened in shock as every attack missed. Yu Xiaojuan shouted encouragement. The system announced a blessing effect that doubled Yi Xuan's speed. Realizing she was the source, Lei Gang switched targets. He ignored Yi Xuan and rushed straight toward Yu Xiaojuan. Of course, Yi Xuan would not allow that. With enhanced speed, he intercepted him. Then he unleashed a full power strike, smashing the massive spiked hammer into Lei Gang. The force was overwhelming. Even the weapon shattered. Lei Gang let out a scream of pain before collapsing. He fell unconscious, ending the intense battle. Yu Xiaojuan urged Ye Xuan to quickly pull the sword from the lake to save Wang Yuan. Looking at the lake covered in purple lightning, Ye Xuan's eyes turned colder than ever. Ignoring the danger, he rushed into the most violent area where lightning gathered around the sword. A painful roar echoed as electricity surged into his meridians, tearing through his body. Even as purple lightning burned him, Ye Xuan gripped the hilt tightly. His muscles were breaking, but his will did not bend. Gathering the last of his strength, he pulled the divine sword up from the depths. The blade rose with blinding lightning, tearing through the darkness of the celestial palace. Standing in the storm, Yi Xuan looked like a thunder god, though pain filled his face. Seeing this, Yu Xiaojuan cried in relief. Hope for Wang Yuan had finally appeared. Yi Xuan held the sword firmly despite his nearly burnt body. Hearing her choked thanks, he forced himself to endure. Purple lightning kept wrapping around him, muscles convulsing as movement became almost impossible. At the most critical moment, Lei Gang woke up and appeared behind him. Seeing Ye Xuan's miserable state, he laughed and said the sword was never his. As he spoke, Lei Gang snatched the sword from Yi Xuan's hand. At the same time, Yu Xiaojuan kept pushing Wang Yuan into the lake. His life was hanging by a thread. Naturally, Lei Gang had no intention of letting them succeed. While Yu Xiaojuan was off guard, he appeared behind her and slashed brutally. Lightning spread through her body as she trembled in pain. Even on the edge of death, Yu Xiaojuan refused to give up. Before losing all feeling, she used her last strength to push Wang Yuan fully into the lake. His body slowly sank beneath the calm surface. Gentle ripples spread across the water. Yu Xiaojuan collapsed, calling Wang Yuan's name in despair. Fresh blood flowed from her wound into the lake. In moments, the heavenly lotus lake was dyed crimson. Seeing this, Lei Gang roared in fury as the precious lake was tainted. He glared coldly at Yixuan and said everything was his fault. All he wanted now was Yi Xuan's life, while Yixuan remained paralyzed with smoke rising from his mouth. But right then, the system suddenly announced that constant lightning damage had forced Yixuan to break through to level 7, Ascending Hall Realm. His stats surged, and full defense mode activated automatically under the system's control. Yixuan rushed back into battle with Lei Gang. Even while blocking, Lei Gang stayed confident Yixuan could not win. He declared there was still a whole realm gap between them. A heavy kick sent Yixuan flying, his body tearing across the ground. Certain of victory, Lei Gang mocked him for not using his earlier move, or maybe because he lost his weapon. Then, something suddenly dropped into the lake behind him. When he turned, it was the head of his unlucky subordinate. The immortal knight slowly appeared, and Lei Gang's face tightened. The knight coldly warned him to stop causing trouble here. Lei Gang gritted his teeth and cursed the annoying skeleton, swearing to grind him to dust. Right then, an arrow sliced through the air toward Lei Gang. But it was useless. He casually knocked it aside. Wang Yuan stepped out, supporting Yu Xiaojuan and telling her to rest. He would handle the rest. At the same time, Yixuan rose again, red eyes burning with killing intent. Wang Yuan stared at Lei Gang and coldly asked if he was behind everything. Without waiting, Wang Yuan unleashed rainstorm arrows and declared he would take his life. A storm of arrows poured down instantly. The area around Lei Gang was swallowed by the arrow rain. Yet Lei Gang only sneered. To him, it was child's play. In that instant, the immortal knight closed in silently and swung his greatsword at Lei Gang's head. Lei Gang dodged easily. The mist strike smashed into the ground and exploded. The immortal knight followed with a horizontal slash, but Lei Gang retreated out of range. Believing the power gap guaranteed his win, Lei Gang laughed arrogantly and mocked the three as weaklings. But then, his smile vanished as he felt dense killing intent behind him. Yixuan was already there. Before he could turn, Yixuan lunged forward and bit hard into his shoulder like a mad beast. Lei Gang was stunned. He could not believe this insane fighting style. With sharp teeth bared, Yixuan roared like a monster unleashed. He kept closing in and biting, forcing Lei Gang completely on the defensive. While blocking, Lei Gang cursed him as crazy and threatened to smash all his teeth. He swung his blade wildly, but Yixuan had already slipped behind him unnoticed. Seizing that opening, Yixuan struck. A savage bite severed the finger wearing Lei Gang's spatial ring. Blood sprayed as Yixuan held the finger and ring in his mouth, instantly reclaiming the butcher blade. He then flicked the severed finger upward, ready for a brutal counterattack. The pain made Lei Gang scream. He clutched his bleeding hand and realized he had lost 2 fingers. Rage exploded within him. He swore to kill them all. Meanwhile, Yixuan spat out sticky filth, frowning at the foul taste. In that mess, he spotted something shining. It was Lei Gang's severed finger. The spatial ring was still on it. Yixuan smirked and held it up, asking if it belonged to Lei Gang. A flash of light burst out as he drew the butcher blade from the ring. With his weapon back, Yixuan's aura surged. The system announced God-slaying wind slash and the passive gift had activated. Lei Gang still showed no concern. To him, nothing would change. He decided to end it with his strongest move. With a roar, he commanded his sentient weapon. Lightning gathered and formed a massive thunderbolt charging at Yixuan. The immortal knight stepped forward to meet it with his strongest strike, while Yixuan stood behind, shouting encouragement. But the result shocked everyone. The lightning bolt charged straight through the undead knight and blew his body into pieces. For a moment, no one knew if it was a skill or if he was truly defeated. After crushing the undead knight, the thunderbolt kept charging, this time locking onto Yixuan. Yixuan tensed up. His golden bell shield was still on cooldown. With no other choice, he prepared to take it head-on. Right then, the lightning bolt suddenly changed direction and rammed straight into Wang Yuan. Yixuan's face instantly changed. Wang Yuan was blasted into the air, blood spraying under the terrifying power of lightning. The bull roared, thunder wrapping around its body, then turned back and locked onto Yixuan again. Just a few steps away, Yixuan calmly raised his hand and told it to stop. He even mocked it, asking if it had already given up without finishing its target. That calm attitude made the bull hesitate, clearly confused by his words. Yixuan immediately pointed at the undead knight, who had just regenerated, reminding it that the target was still alive. Hearing that, the lightning bull went berserk and charged back at the undead knight. The skeleton could only roar in fury as he was targeted again. Seeing his spirit beast manipulated like that, Lei Gang almost lost his mind and kept ordering it back. But the bull ignored him. Yixuan seized the moment and began charging up Falling Star. Even so, Lei Gang remained calm. In his mind, he already understood Yi Chuan's abilities and believed there was no way he could lose again. But Yi Chuan only smiled. This time, his attack had been fully enhanced. At the back of the battlefield, Xiao Wan gradually recovered, thanks to the holy water, and started regaining her strength. As soon as she recovered, Xiao Wan used all her power to cast Moon's Blessing to support her team. She even reminded them she was a top-tier hunter too. Wang Yuan gritted his teeth through the pain and drew his bow. The arrow shot out like lightning, unstoppable. Guided by Xiao Wan, the arrow's path became unpredictable and deadly. Energy chains instantly wrapped around Lei Gang, locking his body in place. Caught off guard, he could only scream in shock. For the first time, fear appeared on Lei Gang's face. The hunter had now become the prey. From the sky, Ye Chuan descended with overwhelming force. The butcher blade in his hand ignited with terrifying flames. In panic, Lei Gang frantically called the Thunderbolt back to save him. But the spirit beast was still tied down by the undead knight and couldn't return in time. The butcher blade came down with unstoppable, destructive power. Bound in place, Lei Gang could only watch the blade getting closer. He begged desperately for mercy, but Ye Chuan didn't hesitate. The moment the blade struck, a massive surge of energy exploded outward. The entire ruin trembled as if it couldn't withstand the impact. Red and black flames intertwined and crushed both Lei Gang's body and soul, leaving no chance of survival. With its master gone, the thunderbolt also dissipated, and silence fell over the ruins. Lei Gang's two swords remained stuck in the ground, trembling, as if mourning their former master. At that moment, the system announced that Yi Chuan had broken through to level 9 of Dungtang Realm. All his stats surged. Wang Yuan and Xiao Huan finally let out a breath. They leaned on each other to stand while Ye Chuan felt his new power. Surviving this was nothing short of a miracle. After that, Ye Chuan walked toward the two swords and immediately realized they were valuable spoils. However, the swords trembled violently, resisting being taken. Suddenly, the thunderbolt appeared again. It grabbed the two swords, flew to the top of the cave, and vanished without a trace. Watching the precious loot disappear, Ye Chuan felt real regret. Just then, the undead knight quietly appeared behind him, his withered face showing centuries of exhaustion. Yi Chuan turned and thanked him, admitting the lake here had helped them survive. The undead knight sighed softly and said that thanks to Yi Chuan's arrival, he no longer had to stay here. After confirming his promise of freedom, Yi Chuan assured him he would honor it and let him leave anytime. Hearing that, the undead knight made his true request. He asked Yi Chuan to break the immortality curse that had chained him for years. Yi Chuan agreed without hesitation. He knew this was a win-win deal. Having an ancient warrior like this would be a huge advantage in the future. The undead knight knelt on one knee and swore loyalty to Yi Chuan until the curse was lifted. Yi Chuan nodded in satisfaction, as the contract between them was officially formed. A new force was quietly born in the shadows of the ruins. Then the bracelet flashed and pulled the undead knight into its storage space. But victory didn't last long. Xiao Wan revealed that Wang Yuan's internal injuries were severe and needed immediate treatment. The lake was polluted and useless now. Yi Chuan realized the real trouble had just begun, especially after offending the Thunder Lion Alliance. Ye Chuan looked at Xiao Wan and gently asked about her condition. She said the healing power of the celestial lake had almost fully restored her wounds, but then she lowered her head in guilt. She choked up, saying if her blood hadn't polluted the lake, maybe Wang Yuan could have been saved. Pale and sweating, Wang Yuan forced a smile to reassure them. He didn't want to become a burden after everything they survived. But reality was cruel. He kept coughing up blood, proving his injuries were far worse than they looked. Xiao Wan hurried to stop him from speaking. Knowing his condition was bad, Wang Yuan began giving his final words. Fearing revenge from the Thunder Lion Alliance after Lei Gang's death, he asked Ye Chuan to protect Xiao Wan in his place. Seeing everyone so pessimistic, Yi Chuan proposed something bold. He suggested joining the Old Heaven Alliance. Instead of living in fear, they would rely on a power strong enough to deter their enemies. Wang Yuan and Xiao Wan were stunned. Everyone knew the doors of the Old Heaven Alliance were never open to ordinary people. But Ye Chuan was confident. He believed their abilities met the standards and promised to use his connection with the Alliance's eldest young lady to vouch for them. Xiao Wan looked at him differently now. She realized he was far more than just a wandering hunter. Ye Chuan calmly admitted he had only joined the Alliance not long ago. He understood that to gather true loyalty, he had to show both strength and backing. Xiao Wan was deeply moved. Under the Old Heaven Alliance's name, the Thunder Lion Alliance would not dare seek revenge easily. But at that moment, a massive shadow suddenly covered the area. In the darkness, a pair of red eyes appeared, and the killing intent froze the air. A deep and commanding voice echoed through the cave. The king of the Cho tribe arrived, holding a giant skull staff. demanding to know who killed his clansmen. As the battle's aftermath hadn't even faded, the Cho king stood tall inside the celestial cave, repeating his question with terrifying pressure. Xiao Wan and Wang Yuan turned pale. In their current state, they felt death was only a step away. Yi Chuan immediately understood. This king was connected to the giant Cho he had killed earlier. Without fear, he tightened his grip on the butcher blade and told him to ask the blade in his hand. Hearing that, the Cho king locked his gaze onto Ye Chuan. He had clearly found his target. Sensing the danger rising, Ye Chuan quickly told Xiao Wan to take Wang Yuan and leave first to seek treatment. But the Cho king had no intention of letting them go. He declared that the entire outside area was already under his tribe's control. No one would escape. Right then, a majestic voice echoed from inside the bracelet. The undead knight ordered the Cho king to let Yi Chuan's group leave. The command was spoken in an ancient language only they understood. The Cho king's fierce expression instantly changed. He trembled, stepped back, and uttered 2 words in shock: divine being. Even Yi Chuan didn't understand what was happening. Meanwhile, the undead knight released a wave of mental pressure, reminding the Cho king of the supreme existence his ancestors once served. The Cho king's arrogance vanished instantly. He dropped to his knees, trembling and begging forgiveness for his disrespect. Seeing him fully submit, the undead knight told Yi Chuan to continue his journey and assured him the Cho would not cause trouble again. When they left the cave, they saw countless Cho warriors guarding the outside. But instead of attacking, all of them knelt respectfully at the sight of Yi Chuan. The deadly siege turned into a strange ceremony. Yi Chuan couldn't help but wonder what the undead knight had done. The undead knight explained that in ancient times, the Cho tribe lived under the protection of the celestial race. Their duty was to provide food for the creatures guarding this ruin. Hearing this, Ye Chuan finally connected the dots and understood why the Cho were tied to this place and why they had led him here before. Xiao Wan stared at the undead knight and curiously asked if he was part of the celestial race and what had happened to that race after thousands of years. But the undead knight shook his head. Their relationship wasn't deep enough to reveal such secrets, and knowing too much now would only bring danger. Not getting the answer she wanted, Xiao Wan pouted and complained that someone so secretive would never be liked by women. The undead knight calmly replied he had no need for women, then urged them to leave the collapsing ruin. The heavy mood slowly faded. Soon they arrived before the massive bronze gates of the Old Heaven Alliance, a symbol of power and protection in chaotic times. Even though she had traveled far and wide, Xiao Wan was still stunned by the sheer scale of this great faction. Just then, the undead knight called Yi Chuan over, saying he had an important matter to discuss. After thanking him for honoring their agreement and taking him out of the ruin, he warned that once the bronze gates were opened, the strange phenomena would attract countless top experts. Yi Chuan realized the ruin would be discovered sooner or later. The undead knight predicted a massive struggle, since no force would ignore the ancient divine artifacts hidden inside. Only now did Yi Chuan learn that beyond the 5-colored lake, many other treasures were sealed within. As the guardian, the undead knight couldn't reveal their locations. Yi Chuan felt immediate regret and pressed further, asking if anything else inside was worth noting. The undead knight said he didn't know everything, but warned him to stop a certain ancient artifact from falling into evil hands. It was the key to maintaining stability between spatial layers. Even without knowing what it was, Ye Chuan's interest was sparked. A faint smile formed on his lips. Any treasure that appeared should belong to him. Wang Yuan's violent cough pulled Yi Chuan back to reality. His injuries were worsening from severe blood loss. Xiao Wan quickly reminded him that saving Wang Yuan was the top priority. The group then moved into the inner territory of the Old Heaven Alliance, a place ordinary people could never enter. Ye Chuan told them to wait while he went to find Jiang Xiaoji to arrange treatment for Wang Yuan. He immediately headed toward the reception hall in the modern and luxurious North Tower. The receptionist greeted him warmly, eager to assist such a highly rated new member. Yi Chuan asked at once about Jiang Xiaoji's whereabouts. She was the one he trusted most in the alliance. The receptionist informed him that Jiang Xiaoji was at the training ground in the West Tower, overseeing rookie training. The scene shifted to a massive training arena, built in a classical style. Shouts echoed everywhere as trainees practiced with burning passion. At the center stood a red-haired female instructor with a fierce and wild aura. She was Shi Chunying, famous for her blunt personality and brutal training methods. Watching nearby, Jiang Xian suddenly noticed Yi Chuan's familiar figure in the distance. Her face lit up instantly, waving happily as she saw him return safely from his dangerous journey. Jiang Xian quickly walked over, and Shi Chunying also noticed the guy who had just distracted her favorite student. In no time, Jiang Xian was standing right in front of Yi Chuan. She hooked her arm around Yi Chuan's, her face glowing with joy to see him return safely from such a dangerous trip. She excitedly said she had been looking for him to introduce someone special. Following her gaze, Ye Chuan saw a fit, reed-haired woman behind her. Jiang Xiyan introduced her as Shi Chunying, one of the Alliance's top instructors. Shi Chunying scanned Yi Chuan from head to toe, with sharp red eyes, smiling like she'd found an interesting target. She was clearly thrilled to finally meet the man Jiang Xiaoji kept talking about. Shi Chunying didn't bother with formalities. She grabbed Ye Chuan directly, laughing as she praised his solid and impressive physique. Seeing that, Jiang Xian instantly blushed and shouted at Shi Chunying to let him go and stop acting so casually. As for Yi Chuan, cold sweat ran down his back. He quickly stepped away and forced a smile, saying he had urgent matters to handle. Shi Chunying ignored that completely. She stepped closer, eyes blazing, and openly challenged Yi Chuan to a fight. The blunt proposal froze Yi Chuan for a second. Then he immediately shook his head and refused. Unlike him, Jiang Xian looked excited. She kept urging Yi Chuan to go all out, saying chances to spar with a real expert were rare. Not giving him time to escape, Shi Chunying waved her hand and cleared the area, preparing to duel right there in the training ground. The onlookers began whispering. To them, this looked like a rookie about to get taught a brutal lesson. Shi Chunying slowly raised her hand and loudly summoned her weapon. In an instant, massive greatswords fell from the sky at terrifying speed, tearing through the air. A metallic boom echoed as Shi Chunying gripped the sword in her hand. The next second, she exploded forward, charging straight at Ye Chuan. No fancy moves, just a simple downward slash packed with overwhelming force. Yi Chuan tilted aside to dodge. The blade smashed into the ground, triggering a violent explosion. Through the thick dust, Ye Chuan couldn't help but wonder if she was actually trying to kill him. Even with her vision blocked, Shi Chunying kept pressing forward. Using the sword as leverage, she launched herself into the air, blue-white spiritual energy flaring around her. As soon as she closed in, she unleashed a powerful kick. The impact exploded, sending a shockwave sweeping across the field. Yi Chuan was blasted away, dragged across the ground before barely stopping himself. After getting up, he rubbed his head, secretly shocked. He hadn't expected this instructor to be this strong. On the other side, Shi Chunying grew more excited with every strike. She laughed loudly and told him to get serious before rushing in again. The great sword slammed down once more, cracking the ground and hurling debris into the air. Soon, the entire battlefield was swallowed by thick dust. Watching from outside, Jiang Xiyan grew anxious. She kept shouting at Shi Chunying not to injure Ye Chuan, but her words were ignored. The next moment, Shi Chunying's eyes suddenly widened as she sensed something. As the dust settled, Ye Chuan stood firm in a defensive stance. His butcher blade was firmly blocking her greatsword. Seeing this, Shi Chunying smiled with real excitement. Since he had taken her full force, she decided to get serious. Unlike what the crowd expected, Ye Chuan remained calm. He knew if he didn't defeat her, this fight wouldn't end easily. Feeling his rising battle intent, Shi Chunying looked even more satisfied. She casually rested her sword on her shoulder and praised him. The two stood facing each other in the arena, tension thick in the air. But at that moment, Shi Chunying's expression suddenly changed. She turned toward the horizon with sharp vigilance. Noticing her reaction, Ye Chuan and Jiang Xian quickly followed her gaze. Shi Chunying's expression turned serious. From far away, a massive surge of spiritual energy erupted, creating suffocating pressure. Suddenly, a giant blue-white pillar of light shot into the sky, tearing through the clouds and shaking the entire region. Shi Chunying immediately recognized it. This was the sign of a secret realm appearing. The dazzling pillar became the center of attention. Countless people turned their eyes toward it. Elsewhere, Wang Yuan and Xiao Wan also stared at the phenomenon with unease, since Yi Chuan still hadn't returned. The scene shifted to the gloomy headquarters of the Thunder Lion Alliance, filled with cold and heavy tension. Inside the grand hall, hundreds of purple candles flickered, lighting the path toward a throne formed from white mist. Sitting at the top was the Alliance leader, Lei Gang's older brother. When he learned of his brother's death, killing intent exploded from him, plunging the hall into terrifying pressure. The subordinates below were speechless. One finally stepped forward and tremblingly asked who had killed Lei Gang. The leader did not answer. He slowly raised his hand. With a sharp sound, two purple lightning-covered swords appeared in the hall. They were Lei Gang's weapons. Their presence alone froze the air. Purple lightning wrapped around the blades, then condensed into floating words in the air. Old Heaven Alliance. Seeing those words, the leader clenched his fists, veins bulging. His eyes burned red with rage. He swore to make the entire Old Heaven Alliance pay for his brother's death. In contrast, the Xia family estate was lively. Xia Nanan was running around the courtyard in high spirits. The servants chased after her, anxiously asking where she was going. Xian held up a golden pill she had just refined, her face full of pride. She boasted about using demon blood, monster eyes, and insect wings. She wanted to show it to her father. The butler turned pale and quickly stopped her. He explained that the patriarch was meeting 4 powerful experts and could not be disturbed. Xian pouted in disappointment. After complaining for a bit, she suddenly decided to go find Yi Chuan instead. That made the butler even more anxious. He warned her that the recent phenomenon had made the outside world extremely dangerous. Inside the Xia family meeting room, a serious atmosphere filled the air. Patriarch Xia sat at the top, his sharp gaze sweeping the room. He slowly asked if they had felt the massive energy that erupted outside. The 4 masked experts stood motionless, listening with absolute obedience. Ambition flashed in Patriarch Xia's eyes. He declared that to maintain dominance, the Xia family must seize control of the new secret realm, no matter the cost. The pillar of light from the secret realm continued piercing the sky, signaling a storm about to engulf the world. Looking at the phenomenon, Jiang Xian realized this could be a golden opportunity for the Old Heaven Alliance. Excitement shone in her eyes. If they gained benefits from this realm, her status in the alliance would rise dramatically. Shi Chunying quickly made her decision. She announced she would gather forces and head to explore the secret realm before other factions moved. Hearing that, Jiang Xian became even more determined. She knew joining this expedition would greatly boost her strength. Without hesitation, she declared her intention to join the team. Shi Chunying looked worried, and Ye Chuan frowned slightly, thinking about the secrets he carried. The instructor immediately objected, unwilling to let Jiang Xian risk such unknown danger. But Jiang Xian remained firm. She refused to live forever under others' protection. Without taking risks, she would never earn true recognition within the alliance. She declares she will take full responsibility for any consequences. And after seeing Yi Chun's strength, she believes their team can handle the secret realm. As she says that, Jiang Xian turns to Ye Chun with trust in her eyes and invites him to join them. Yi Chun thinks for a moment, then nods, but he sets his own condition to secure his benefits first. He calmly recounts how he ran into members of the Lei Shi alliance on his way back. Hearing this, both Jiang Xian and Qi Chunying turn pale, worried Yi Chun may have provoked a terrifying enemy. But the real shock comes next when Yi Chun casually reveals he was the one who killed Lei Gang. Jiang Xian and Qi Chunying freeze on the spot, because Lei Gang was a famous grandmaster, and Yi Chun defeating him sounds like a miracle. Ignoring their stunned faces, Ye Chun states his condition. The alliance must save the 2 hunters who fought beside him. After a brief thought, Jiang Xian agrees, knowing they need manpower, and those 2 could become allies instead of joining the Lei Shi alliance. She quickly orders everyone to prepare, because in a secret realm race, the first to arrive holds the advantage. Watching them get ready, Ye Chun secretly decides not to reveal he has already been there before. At the same time, inside the secret realm, the ground is covered with monster corpses in a bloody scene. In the middle of the battlefield, a mysterious figure swings a blade and cuts down the last remaining guardians. Steady footsteps echo across the cold ground as the person walks through the ruins of a one-sided massacre. Leading the group into the core area is Patriarch Xia, who remains calm despite the chaos before him. After examining the corpses, he concludes a powerful expert arrived earlier and wiped out all the guards. The team moves deeper into a dark cave filled with heavy shadows and danger. Suddenly, from behind a stone door, a bone spear shoots out like lightning and tears through the air. A Xia family soldier fails to react in time and is pierced straight through, dying instantly. A furious roar shakes the cave as the Troll King appears with blazing red eyes. From the darkness, his massive body emerges, towering like a moving mountain. Fueled by rage, the Troll King declares his tribe was slaughtered, and the intruders will pay in blood. Facing that terrifying pressure, the soldiers feel fear, but none of them step back. At that moment, Patriarch Xia signals his men to retreat, knowing this monster is beyond ordinary soldiers. He steps forward alone, still completely calm, as if the giant beast means nothing to him. The Troll King grips his skull staff as killing intent surges, preparing his strongest move for revenge. His roar echoes through the cave as he shouts the name of his skill, earth-shattering lava. A blazing magic circle forms beneath the weapon and begins drawing massive heat from deep underground. The ground cracks open as red energy erupts like a volcano waking from a long sleep. In an instant, the cave turns into a sea of rolling lava, surrounding the Xia family from every direction. A scream rings out as one soldier loses balance and falls straight into the molten river. Patriarch Xia rushes to save him, but there is not enough time to stop the tragedy. The soldier's body is swallowed by lava, and before vanishing, he calls out to his master. Even after witnessing that, Patriarch Xia shows no emotion, because at the peak of power, sacrifice is often the price for a greater goal. He begins circulating his power, and the azure dragon tattoo on his arm lights up in deep blue, releasing overwhelming spiritual force. Without hesitation, Patriarch Xia charges straight at the enraged Troll King, because to him, obstacles only prove his dominance. Facing the challenge, the Troll King channels his magic and summons strange black lightning to counterattack. Though much smaller in size, Patriarch Xia's aura crushes the area, forcing the Troll King to roar just to maintain his authority. Within the surging blue energy, a massive golden dragon forms and storms toward the Troll King with world-shaking force. The moment the two powers collide, light explodes across the cave, and the Troll King's magic is instantly shattered by true dragon force. Under that terrifying pressure, the Troll King screams as one arm is completely destroyed, and his pride collapses before human power. His massive body is blasted far away, blood spilling from his mouth, yet hatred still burns in his eyes despite the overwhelming gap. From the settling dust, Patriarch Xia steps out calmly, his aura freezing the air, and declares he does not wish to wipe out the troll tribe, but anyone who blocks his path will die. With arrogant confidence, Xia Beihai declared he lived by one rule. He would not wipe out every dog on purpose, but anyone blocking his path would die. The terrifying pressure from the swordsman left the beast trembling, its blood-red eyes filled with despair as it sensed death closing in. Ignoring the monster behind him, Xia Beihai led his men straight toward the pitch-black cave ahead. After barely escaping death, the dog turned and ran. It panicked, thinking its king was about to awaken, and had to be warned at once. But at that moment, a sharp whistle cut through the air as a silver spear charged toward its target with deadly intent. The spear pierced straight through the dog's back, killing it instantly. It never even knew who struck the final blow. Heavy footsteps echoed from behind as a muscular figure slowly approached the monster's corpse. The newcomer was Shang Gu Hao. He coldly declared that no one else would leave this place alive, because sometimes only cruelty could keep a person alive in this world. Meanwhile, Xia Beihai and his group entered an ancient stone hall bathed in a faint blue glow that filled the area with mystery. On the blood-stained floor, Xia Beihai spotted a corpse and quickly recognized it as a member of the Thunder Lion Alliance, proving they had arrived first. A massive surge of energy flowed from deep inside the hall, making Xia Beihai certain his target was just ahead. He ordered everyone to keep moving, because, in his eyes, his followers were nothing more than pawns to test the way. Ahead stood a vast chamber, lined with ancient carved pillars, and blocked by a towering stone gate. The tapping of Xia Beihai's staff echoed through the silent hall, before he stopped in front of the gate and quietly examined it. A massive green ceiling formation glowed across the gate, with countless ancient symbols woven into an incredibly powerful barrier. One follower admitted he had never seen a seal like this before. Breaking it would be far harder than expected. Xia Beihai only let out a cold snort, insisting there was no door that could not be opened, because he trusted his own strength more than any ancient formation. Placing his hand on the seal, he drew spiritual power from the dragon tattoo on his arm and prepared to shatter the barrier with brute force. A devastating strike slammed into the heart of the formation, causing a blinding burst of light as the ancient symbols shook with a piercing screech. Blood-red spiritual power poured from the gap in the gate and fiercely resisted. The seal shook violently but refused to break under Xia Beihai's assault. Seeing their leader go all out, the followers poured all their power into the gate, hoping to destroy the ancient barrier together. Xia Beihai roared as his golden hair flew wildly, unleashing every last bit of strength to crush the seal. The collision shook the entire hall, but when the light faded, the seal remained untouched, and all their efforts had accomplished almost nothing. Sweat streamed down Xia Beihai's face as his strength faded. Gritting his teeth, he realized he had badly underestimated this seal. Just then, a mocking voice echoed from behind, as someone casually walked into the hall. Shang Gu Hao stepped out of the darkness with a sneer, mocking Xia Beihai for growing old and far weaker than before. Xia Beihai spun around with hatred in his eyes. Shang Gu Hao had appeared at the worst possible moment, leaving him in a dangerous position. Shang Gu Hao calmly reminded him that the era had changed, and the Xia clan was no longer the strongest among the four great families. The tension instantly reached its peak as Xia Beihai coldly challenged Shang Gu Hao to prove how much stronger his clan had become over the years. Shang Gu Hao remained completely calm and suggested saving the battle for another time, because fighting now would only weaken both sides and benefit someone else. After hearing that, Xia Beihai lowered his killing intent and accepted the proposal. The two old masterminds set aside their rivalry to protect their own interests first. After studying the seal, Shang Hao quickly recognized it as the legendary Chongying formation. Instead of forcing it open, he began analyzing how it worked. That reaction surprised Xia Beihai, because he never expected his rival to understand ancient formations as well. Shang Hao smiled with confidence and declared that the Shang clan had risen to its current status through not only strength but also wisdom. Not wanting to hear any more boasting, Xia Beihai coldly told him to prove it by opening the gate. Shang Hao ordered everyone to step back, then gripped his silver spear as overwhelming spiritual power erupted around him. The spear traced one flawless move after another, while swirling streams of spiritual energy wrapped around him, filling the air with a piercing screech. With a thunderous shout, Shang Hao became one with his spear and transformed into a streak of silver light that shot straight into the formation. The impact exploded with terrifying force. Blinding light swallowed the entire hall as the ancient symbols trembled under the attack. Under the immense pressure of the spear, the entire formation blazed with light, while countless green bolts of energy burst out as both powers clashed non-stop. But when the dust finally settled, the seal still stood firm. Only about a third of the symbols had activated, proving the attack was not enough to break the barrier. After carefully studying the formation, Xia Beihai quickly realized every key point had to be activated before the gate could open. Shang Hao casually walked forward and mocked him, saying that despite his age, Xia Beihai was still sharp enough to figure out the secret. Xia Beihai said nothing and quietly calculated the situation. Shang Hao had only activated a third of the formation, while he had nearly activated half earlier, convincing him he still held the advantage. Meanwhile, Ye Chuan, Qi Chunying, and Jiang Xian continued deeper into the secret realm, filled with towering crimson stone pillars, where the tension was just as intense. Yi Chuan suddenly stopped after spotting the corpse of a dog king by the path. The fresh traces showed a massacre had just happened, and someone had clearly arrived before them. The three immediately raised their guard and continued climbing the stone steps toward the heart of the secret realm. Before long, they arrived at the five-colored lake. Yi Chuan stayed at the center of the formation, constantly watching every movement around him. Seeing Lei Gang's corpse, Jiang Xian was stunned. She remembered Yi Chuan saying he had defeated him, but finding the body here made her suspect Yi Chuan had entered this secret realm before. Ye Chuan calmly nodded and explained that their group had been chased by Lei Gang before they could explore any deeper. Just then, an overwhelming wave of spiritual power surged from the distance, shaking the entire area. The three instantly realized a massive battle had broken out in the main hall. Qi Chunying urged everyone to move faster because any delay could leave all the treasures in someone else's hands. As Ye Chuan prepared to leave, the space bracelet on his wrist suddenly emitted a strange blue glow and began flashing repeatedly. A holographic screen immediately appeared in midair, with a warning that if he wanted to stay alive, he should not take another step forward. The mysterious undead knight suddenly offered an enticing proposal, claiming he could lead Ye Chuan to the real treasure instead of sending him into danger. The mention of the true treasure caught Yi Chuan's attention, but he remained cautious and refused to trust the undead knight so easily. From inside the bracelet, the undead knight insisted he had no reason to deceive Yi Chuan because it would bring him no benefit. Seeing Yi Chuan still hesitate, the undead knight urged him to keep walking until he reached a stone pillar carved with a tiger. Yi Chuan glanced at the bracelet as if he wanted to ask another question, but he stayed silent. The gloomy ancient pillars around him made the atmosphere even colder. Meanwhile, Qi Chunying and Jiang Xian continued toward the main hall, where the brightest light in the entire secret realm was shining. After thinking it over, Ye Chuan decided to leave his companions behind and trust the undead knight's guidance. He stepped into a pitch-black underground tunnel, wondering whether a hidden treasure truly waited beneath the earth. The deeper he went, the stronger his curiosity and unease became, driving him to discover what lay ahead. The undead knight simply replied that all the answers would come if he kept walking, because this opportunity belonged to Ye Chuan alone. Yi Chuan's footsteps echoed across the ancient stone stairs as each step carried him deeper into the endless darkness. Meanwhile, inside the main hall, the tension reached a breaking point as Shang Hao openly exposed Xia Beihai's claim, declaring that he had activated only a little more than a third of the seal. Xia Beihai immediately denied it, calling the accusation baseless and insisting his contribution far surpassed everyone else's. He told Xiang Guhao to ask his own followers as witnesses, but all he got was a mocking smile because Xiang Guhao insisted they would always side with their master. Even though he was furious inside, Xia Beihai stayed calm to protect his reputation, but his eyes never left the glowing green seal. Xiang Guhao then proposed that they work together and split the treasure instead of letting outsiders take advantage. After a brief moment of thought, Xia Beihai agreed. Their alliance was built on nothing but mutual benefit. Just then, the sound of metal boots striking the stone floor echoed through the hall, drawing everyone's attention to the entrance. Qi Chunying and Jiang Xian suddenly appeared. Qi Chunying politely asked if the two seniors needed extra help breaking the seal. Xiang Guhao clearly disliked seeing another group join the race for the treasure. Qi Chunying immediately showed respect, introduced himself as an instructor of the Nine Heavens Alliance, and promised to speed up the process of breaking the seal. Xia Beihai remained arrogant and coldly said everyone wanted a share of the Xia clan's prize, while claiming Qi Chunying lacked the status to negotiate with him. Seeing the tension rise, Jiang Xian smiled and introduced herself, mentioning that her father had once fought alongside Xia Beihai. She also assured them that her group was not greedy and only wanted a small share of the treasure. Hearing the name of an old acquaintance, Xia Beihai took a closer look at Jiang Xian, and the arrogance on his face softened slightly. Realizing the little girl from years ago had grown up, Xia Beihai nodded and accepted her group into the alliance. After receiving Xia Beihai's approval, Jiang Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. She simply assumed Yechuan had become separated from the group. In sharp contrast to the busy hall, Yechuan continued walking alone through the deep and mysterious stone tunnel. As he emerged from the tunnel, a massive hall with towering stone pillars stretched before him. A lonely golden throne stood in the distance, making Yechuan look tiny inside the enormous celestial race structure. A gigantic figure with tattered wings sat motionless upon the throne. The moment Yechuan approached, an invisible pressure filled the hall and froze the atmosphere. Yechuan could not hide his shock. The being before him radiated an aura far beyond anything he had ever imagined, sending a chill down his spine. It was the great general of the celestial race, a powerful warrior clad in ancient armor with enormous wings behind him. The silence filling the hall hinted at an unimaginable danger. At the same time, back in the main hall, the three experts unleashed their spiritual power and focused all of it on the glowing green seal. Xia Beihai struck first with a devastating punch as brilliant green light erupted from his arm. Qi Chunying followed without hesitation, swinging his massive blade and sending blazing red slashes crashing toward the stone gate. Xiang Guhao gathered spiritual power into his silver spear and thrust it directly into the center of the glowing formation. Even so, he secretly held back part of his strength because he knew the real battle would begin only after the seal was broken, and the one hiding their true power would have the greatest advantage. The three attacks struck the same point at once, creating a massive explosion of spiritual power that shook the entire ruin. Under the combined assault of the three masters, cracks finally spread across the giant formation as dazzling light flooded the hall, signaling that the seal was about to break. Crack after crack echoed through the hall, and after reaching its limit, the sealed gate finally shattered under their combined strength. As the stone gate slowly opened, Jiang Xian let out a quiet sigh of relief, but she still could not stop worrying because Yechuan was nowhere to be found. The crowd immediately rushed inside, eager to seize the treasure. Golden light pouring from the hall only made the frenzy even greater. Meanwhile, in another part of the ruins, Yechuan stood face to face with an ancient being as brilliant golden spiritual power from the celestial race great general engulfed his entire body. Before the unimaginable power of the celestial race, even time and space seemed to lose their meaning. Yechuan stood frozen as golden pressure filled every corner of the hall. In the darkness, the great general's golden eyes blazed brightly, their piercing gaze seeming to see through every secret Yechuan carried. From atop the towering throne, the winged powerhouse spoke with overwhelming authority and ordered Yechuan to step closer. His voice alone shook the entire hall. Yechuan froze in shock and could not say a word. He simply pointed at himself, unable to believe the general was calling for him. The undead knight immediately spoke from the bracelet, urging Yechuan to step forward, while confirming that the figure before him was the legendary great general of the celestial race. Yechuan took a deep breath and slowly walked forward. Under the crushing pressure, every step felt incredibly heavy. The great general let out a quiet sigh, regretting that his remaining energy would last only about a minute. What disappointed him even more was that the chosen one was only an average young man, The undead knight immediately flew out of the bracelet and stopped before the great general, as if to explain everything on Yi Chuan's behalf. Kneeling respectfully, the undead knight reported that after countless years of searching, Ye Chuan was the best candidate they could find in this era. The great general silently looked down, before accepting that his time had nearly run out, and that he had no other choice. Instead of eliminating the intruder, the pig-faced great general unexpectedly proposed a deal that would benefit both sides. The word deal left Yi Chuan completely confused. The great general kept his eyes fixed on Yi Chuan, his strange face filled with quiet anticipation. After all, every bargain with an ancient being came with a heavy price. With a serious expression, the great general said he had an extremely important task that only Ye Chuan could carry out. Yi Chuan had no intention of accepting. He refused immediately and turned to leave, saying they were complete strangers. Seeing that, the undead knight panicked, desperately calling Yi Chuan back and reminding him not to disrespect the great general. The great general remained calm and promised that if Yi Chuan agreed to help, the celestial race would grant one of his greatest wishes. He then asked what Yi Chuan desired most. Hearing that, Yi Chuan stopped, turned around, and said his greatest wish was to find his parents. The great general nodded without hesitation, saying that would not be difficult, and that the celestial race would help him find them. Even so, Ye Chuan still was not fully convinced and questioned whether the promise was real. The question angered the great general. He shouted that if he still had his full strength, he would have already taught this talkative brat a lesson. Seeing the general lose his temper, Ye Chuan dropped his playful attitude and told him to get to the point and explain the task. A moment later, a black object flew out of the great general's mouth and shot straight toward Yi Chuan. Catching it in his hand, Ye Chuan stared at the strange black object and wondered what it actually was. The great general explained that it was a command token. Yi Chuan's mission was to deliver it to the true heir of the celestial race bloodline. Yi Chuan was instantly stunned because he had no idea where to find that person in such a vast world. The great general explained that the token would guide him. Once it reached the rightful owner, the promise made to Ye Chuan would also be fulfilled. Looking at the glowing token in his palm, Ye Chuan thought for a moment before officially accepting the deal. After observing Yi Chuan for a while, the great general shook his head. He believed Yi Chuan was still too weak, so he decided to give him another treasure for protection. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached behind himself, grabbed his enormous wings, and tore them off with brute force. A sharp cracking sound echoed through the hall, as feathers and spiritual energy scattered everywhere when the wings were ripped free. The great general casually tossed the wings in front of Ye Chuan as a gift for the one who had accepted the mission. Staring at the massive wings on the ground, Ye Chuan could only stand there in confusion, unable to figure out what they were for. He even thought about starting a fire and roasting the wings on a skewer, leaving the undead knight horrified as he rushed over to stop him. Even the celestial race great general was left speechless by the idea. He helplessly told Ye Chuan to stop being ridiculous and place his hand on the wings instead. Filled with curiosity, Ye Chuan slowly reached out and touched the strange gift. The instant his fingers brushed the feathers, black-purple lightning exploded as an overwhelming surge of energy burst forth. That immense power quickly flowed into Yi Chuan's body, spreading through every muscle before gradually merging with him. But the next moment, Ye Chuan's expression suddenly changed as he realized something strange was happening to his body. His entire body trembled violently as he desperately scratched his back, overwhelmed by an unbearable itch. Grimacing in pain, Ye Chuan kept crying out as the itching felt like countless ants crawling beneath his skin. Seeing this, the undead knight quickly calmed him down, explaining that it was only the fusion process, and that Yi Chuan had to endure until the wings became part of his body. At that moment, a pair of enormous black-purple wings burst from Yi Chuan's back. A sinister aura erupted and blasted everything nearby away. As his body slowly lifted off the ground, Ye Chuan was stunned. He could hardly believe he really had wings and immediately realized he could fly. The great general smiled and confirmed it, saying the wings were fully capable of carrying Ye Chuan through the skies. However, he warned that Ye Chuan's body was still too weak, so using the wings would drain him heavily. More importantly, they were also a weapon against the Momo race. Hearing that unfamiliar name, Ye Chuan immediately asked what the Momo race was, and whether they would hunt him because of these wings. But no answer came. The great general's body gradually faded away, and before disappearing, he could only entrust the future of the entire celestial race to Yi Chuan. Seeing the general vanish, Ye Chuan quickly reached out and shouted, hoping he would explain everything. but the undead knight had already returned to his tiny form and quietly said there was no need to call anymore because the great general had completely faded into nothingness. Standing alone in the vast hall, Ye Chuan could not stop thinking about the Momo race and the secrets the great general never had the chance to reveal. The undead knight began telling the ancient history, explaining that the celestial race had once fought a world-shaking war against the Momo race and eventually sealed them away. However, that victory came at an enormous cost. The celestial race was forced into hiding while the seal continued to weaken over time. Hearing this, Ye Chuan asked why they had sealed the Momo race instead of wiping them out completely. The undead knight explained that the Momo race had no physical bodies. They existed as spirits that hunted and devoured other living beings. Then he revealed an even more alarming piece of news. Ye Chuan froze and immediately asked what the bad news was. The undead knight explained that the great general could awaken only after the seal was opened. Now that he had vanished completely, it meant the Momo race would soon break free from their prison. At the same time, another group continued pushing deeper into the ancient ruins. They entered a massive chamber packed with glowing blue energy crystals. The sight left Shang Hao unable to hide his excitement. He could barely believe such an enormous treasure was right before his eyes. Holding one of the energy crystals, Shang Hao laughed with excitement and declared it was worth far more than gold, making this expedition an incredible fortune. While everyone else focused on collecting the crystals, Xia Beihai stared at a massive ancient stone slab in the center of the chamber, convinced it was the true treasure. Qi Chunying and the purple-haired girl also walked over and carefully examined the ancient inscriptions carved across the stone. Jiang Xian placed her hand on the slab and said it appeared to be celestial race writing, although she could recognize only a few basic words. The more she read, the paler she became. In the end, she discovered that the inscription clearly stated the second soul of the Momo race was sealed in this very place. Xia Beihai stood silently before the giant stone, as sweat slowly formed on his forehead. The ancient words seemed to confirm the terrifying rumor he had once heard. When Jiang Xian touched the dark surface of the slab, a wave of icy blue energy immediately rose from it, making her shiver. Jiang Xian warned that the sealing stone was releasing an extremely powerful freezing aura, and something was clearly wrong. Just as everyone hesitated, Shang Hao pushed through the crowd with an armful of blue crystals, brushing everyone aside to inspect the stone himself. The moment he looked at it, Shang Hao's eyes lit up. He instantly recognized it as the treasure he had been searching for. According to Shang Hao, the stone was Black Frost Stone, an extremely rare material used to forge top-tier spirit weapons. Compared to it, the blue crystals they had collected were insignificant. A heavy silence filled the hall. Standing before the enormous Black Frost Stone, greed was written across every face. Xia Beihai frowned and repeated Jiang Xian's warning that this stone was used to seal the Momo race, urging Shang Hao not to act recklessly. Shang Hao only sneered. He claimed the story about a sealed monster was nothing but a scare tactic, even accusing Jiang Xian of making it up to claim the Black Frost Stone for herself. Furious at the accusation, Jiang Xian firmly declared that, as a representative of the Nine Heavens Alliance, she would never lie. Before she could continue, Shang Hao cut her off, boasting that no one here understood the celestial race language better than he did. Pointing at the stone tablet, he boldly claimed it simply recorded the reward for those who passed the temple trial, deliberately twisting its true meaning to serve his own ambition. Jiang Xian was stunned by such blatant deception. She knew Shang Hao was deliberately misleading everyone. Qi Chunying immediately stepped in front of him, declaring that she trusted only Jiang Xian and demanding that Shang Hao stop before it was too late. But at that moment, Qi Chunying noticed the look in Shang Hao's eyes had changed. It was clear he had no interest in arguing anymore. In the blink of an eye, Shang Hao unleashed a devastating kick that slammed directly into Qi Chunying before she could react. The brutal strike sent Qi Chunying flying into the stone wall with a thunderous crash, filling the chamber with dust and debris. Jiang Xian cried out in alarm and rushed over to check on Qi Chunying. Kneeling on the ground with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, Qi Chunying glared at Shang Hao, furious that he had resorted to such a cowardly attack. Shang Hao remained standing where he was, and coldly declared that the Black Frost Stone already belonged to him, and no one had the right to stop him. Xia Beihai stepped forward and condemned Shang Hao's actions, saying they only disgraced the honor of the four great families. In response, Xiang Guahao suddenly spun around and swept his spear forward, launching it straight at Xia Beihai and officially starting their battle. Xiang Guhao loudly declared that once he combined the Black Frost Stone with his Frost Spear, the Xiang clan would soon become the strongest family. Xia Beihai replied that he did not care about the stone itself, but he would never allow it to fall into Xiang Guhao's hands. Hearing that, Xiang Guhao roared as icy spiritual power exploded around his body. Xia Beihai wasted no time. He stomped the ground hard enough to crack the stone floor before charging straight at his opponent. To meet the attack, Xiang Guhao raised a massive wall of jagged ice, confidently declaring that anyone who tried to break through would pay the price. Without the slightest hesitation, Xia Beihai rushed forward and poured all his strength into a single punch aimed at the ice wall. A deafening impact echoed through the hall as Xia Beihai's fist collided head-on with the frozen barrier. The ice wall exploded into countless shards, and after smashing through the defense, Xia Beihai's punch continued straight toward Xiang Guhao's face. The full-force blow sent Xiang Guhao flying backward. He rolled across the stone floor several times before finally coming to a stop. Rising to his feet in anger, Xiang Guhao sneered that Xia Beihai's arm would soon be crippled because freezing energy had already invaded his meridians. Xia Beihai glanced at the frost, slowly spreading across his hand, yet his expression remained completely calm. With a faint smile, Xia Beihai replied that Xiang Guhao seemed to have forgotten the Xia clan's unique secret technique. At that moment, one of his followers rushed over with a blazing red pill, radiating intense heat, and tossed it to Xia Beihai. Catching the pill, Xia Beihai revealed that it was the Blazing Flame Pill, a rare treasure specially made to counter powerful freezing energy. As he swallowed the pill, he explained that each Blazing Flame Pill required 49 days to refine and was strong enough to suppress even the most terrifying frost. In an instant, blazing red heat erupted from Xia Beihai's body and completely melted the ice covering him. With his strength fully restored, Xia Beihai mocked Xiang Guhao again, asking if he had any tricks left that could still threaten him. Xiang Guhao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, realizing the previous punch had left him with serious internal injuries. He knew this battle could not drag on any longer. With no other option, Xiang Guhao tightened his grip on his weapon and released every last bit of spiritual power for one final attack. His eyes burned with killing intent as they locked onto Xia Beihai. The life-and-death battle had finally reached its fiercest stage. Standing firmly in the middle of the battlefield, Xia Beihai let the Blazing Flame Pill continue working and declared that all of Xiang Guhao's ice techniques were now meaningless. The instant Xiang Guhao closed the distance, Xia Beihai answered with a crushing punch. The collision was so overwhelming that Xiang Guhao's weapon shattered on impact. Refusing to back down, Xiang Guhao unleashed every last bit of his ice spiritual power and activated his ultimate technique, Frozen Spear Storm. In an instant, countless razor-sharp ice spears filled the sky. The endless barrage of ice spears crashed down like a raging flood, covering the entire hall as the overwhelming force shook the ground violently. The masked man looked up, and his face instantly turned pale. Every trace of his earlier confidence vanished as death loomed right before him. He turned and tried to flee, but it was already too late. A rain of ice spears pierced his body and pinned him to the freezing stone floor. Trapped beneath the relentless storm, Xia Beihai had no choice but to focus entirely on defense. Even with the Blazing Flame Pill protecting him, the pressure from Xiang Guhao's ultimate technique kept growing. On the other side, Qi Chunying continuously swung her sword, shattering the incoming ice spears to keep herself alive. Her sword moved faster and faster, forming an impenetrable defense, while she quietly searched for weaknesses in Xiang Guhao's attacks. At that moment, Qi Chunying shouted Jiang Xian's name, her voice echoing throughout the hall. Instantly understanding the signal, Jiang Xian stepped forward and summoned an ancient zither, glowing with brilliant purple light as spiritual power gathered around her. Her fingers danced across the strings, sending wave after wave of razor-sharp sound blades flying straight toward Xiang Guhao.